1. An expanding treatise and theory of the funk as provided by the funk and for the funk as ourselves and itself, knowingly and lovingly. Memories, memorials, and memoriams of influential and confluential junctions of convergence, divergence, parability, between and beyond the infinite past infinity, present infinity, and future infinity testaments of funk, a hitchhiker's guide to life, the universe, everything, and nothing. May 30, 2026, 8th edition, June 16, 2025, 7th edition, December 11, 2024, 6th edition, August 25, 2024, 5th edition, June 22, 2024, 4th edition, April 9, 2023, 3rd edition, July 31, 2022, 2nd edition. 2. October 9, 2022. Warning: do not read any further until you are absolutely ready. This is irreversible. March 27, 2023. This is a semi-comprehensive collection of a completely incomplete series of thoughts and investigations whose entire purpose serves to be eventually completed by someone or something else, or not, and how it all comes together by its own experiences, non-experiences and unravelment. July 12, 2023, hopefully, to inspirit more comfort and well-being than to cause or influence any harm or suffering. January 30, 2024, though it has already caused both. May 9, 2026, and a narrative parrhesia suggesting the side we should support is balance. November 17, 2022, relax. Take your time and relax through it. Relax. 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 March 8, 2023, more of you will read this sentence than those who will finish this entire treatise, and that's just the way it is and will be. It is a lot of words, concepts, and ideas, and understandably, at times, a lot to digest. I would recommend taking your time and reading perhaps 10 to 20 pages a day. Much love to those of you reading this within and without our shared or absent experiences. Please contact me if you have any questions or would like to discuss any of this information. If I'm still alive, I'll directly get back to you, and if not, indirectly. The Funk provides. September 16, 2024. You can find a complete list of web links included within at allmylinks.com/theschoolofunk closing square bracket. May 11, 2026. For a full list of funk terminology, neologisms, go to pg.311, July 22, 2025. This isn't exactly a casual read. What you're about to embark on is a profound reorientation of reality, a journey that, once begun, fundamentally alters your perception. The very act of engaging with these words will become a part of the expanding phenomenon they describe, weaving you irrevocably into its fabric. August 17, 2025. The ideas within this work may challenge some established beliefs. Consider this your invitation to explore, but be warned. This experience, once influenced by and having become a further part of, can't be removed and will be a part of history forever. So, take pause. Are you truly prepared to lift the veil and attempt a glimpse of the funk? Again. Warning, if you choose to read this, we will bear the burden to be what we become. This is irreversible. 3. November 15, 2024. Preface. What is this? This is a companion piece to Everything and Nothing. It is not everything or nothing. The journey of knowledge and experience within and beyond life, death, existence, and whatever does not end here. It begins and ends again and again before, with, and after us. The following pages are my, and others, observations, ideas, understandings, and theories of all of history and existence up to these points and beyond. Whether they are right or wrong, between and beyond, whether I, you, anyone, or anything are currently or at any point of sound or unsound mind and or being, this is my submission to the past and present for the future to expand upon. July 22, 2025. Regardless of conventional labels or states of being, These observations emerge from the universal experience of funk. October 21, 2025. If the absolute becomes limited by the mind, it is no longer absolute, it becomes finite. Therefore, to know the absolute becomes a contradiction in terms. Swami Vivekananda, I can only suggest everything I am about to present to you. It is hard to understand everything at once. The explanation of everything is, after all, in, yet also beyond, why, ourself. No one was ever really taught by another, each of us has to teach themselves. The external teacher offers only the suggestion, which arouses the internal teacher to work to understand things. Then things will be made clearer to us by our own power of perception and thought, and we shall realize them in our own souls. I unfortunately did not write down which podcast I heard this on to appropriately quote it. You cannot teach a man anything, you can only help him to find it within himself. Galileo Galilei. With that said, I am not necessarily asking you to believe the things about to be suggested to you, but to question them, do your own research, and decide for yourself. Whether you do or don't understand, agree or disagree, I seek your experience and suggestions in response. And sir, I suggest to you to take notes when exploring and expanding from whatever translates into why, our, language. Perhaps write down or voice memo your thoughts and share them with me and or your surroundings. Or not. Use is choice. July 22, 2025. Even in what appears to be pure randomness, the funk reveals its nature. December 5, 2024. A random number generator suggested I leave these next ideas here on this page. The chances of something that has already happened increases and decreases the happenings of itself again. 4. It's a comedy, it's a tragedy, it's whatever will be and or can't imagine. August 17, 2025. To know is to transform. To transform is to bear responsibility. You, reader, witness, and I, author, conduit, fellow funkonaut, co-bear the consequences. Not unlike a quantum observer effect, to continue, or not, is to become, or not, the self and selfless, or not. To go toward truth is also to depart from truth. I aim to be there for you in the ways that I would want for myself. Much love. Sean Penalba. October 25, 2025. With time and growth, I have learned what I am able from our past. If you do not believe I have learned enough, I will always choose the path of learning. In learning myself, I learn us. For all learning is communal, even when done in solitude. And in learning us, we learn ourselves. In that learning, I have learned and am learning about the universal power of the spectrum of knowledge, love, hate, and or lack of understanding. The majority of human history is this battle of translation and experience. Good and bad will result simply in our beings and doings. Which is why it is extremely important to always continue learning and to love each other, ourselves, and everything, because the antithesis seeks to destroy its opposition as balance. And to learn how and why to learn and love authentically. The message, as it is translated and experienced, can be used for good, and it can and will also be used against it. If you find yourself believing you are greater than anything, you propagate this battle. May 9, 2026. Us versus them. You version. Variable. This balance we call free will. So, again. Warning. THESE words and other sources will lead you toward and away from the purposes and or meanings of life, reality, existence, and beyond. This is irreversible. Plus or minus, plus or minus, plus or minus something infinity and infinity, or infinity someone infinity has infinity to infinity, be infinity, and infinity, or infinity no infinity one infinity and infinity, or infinity nothing infinity will infinity, won't infinity, be infinity. Infinity is greater than or equal to plus or minus something infinity and infinity, or infinity someone infinity has infinity to infinity, be infinity, infinity and infinity, or infinity no infinity one infinity and infinity, or infinity nothing infinity will infinity, won't infinity, be infinity, infinity equals plus or minus everything infinity, 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 x infinity infinity infinity, infinity. 5. Monday, April 18, 2022. Love you from before and beyond these pages of thoughts, words, and experiences. We are now further connected. What you are about to experience and are experiencing is only a small fraction of the observed results of questions, answers, and opinions about our existence, realities. Before you begin, here are most of the reviews from my first attempt at a public forum regarding the research and experiences you are about to explore, which is currently and always imperfect and in progress. Sunday, August 30, 2020. Hello to, from page 270, April 21, 2022, and page 309, October 7, 2022, ANDPAGE 316. Skip ahead to these pages if you desire. Some of you have mentioned what I'm explaining to be slightly difficult to understand, and that is natural to learning anything. Here are some quotes from those who were able or wanting to figure it out. Successfully numerically more positive than negative. I hope this assists your interest in my research of everything through communication and our influences upon each other within and without space and time less than 3. You have found a brilliant way to explain how consciousness interacts with information. It reminds me of the Tao. I'm very interested in this info if you really do have what you claim. If you think a bit between the lines, you may find a meaning in what they say. Is this an advertisement for a Bandcamp album? This makes it seem almost like it's essentially just to embrace what we're doing in every moment. I trust in what dude has to say. Maybe it's just me desperately searching for some meaning, though, so the true meaning is to learn and put that knowledge into effect. Sent an email, looking forward to its smiley face. I like the way you think anon. 29 years isn't a lot, but keep going baby. Op is a raging homosexual. August 12, 2020. Reality has a unique and different way of unveiling, revealing, and translating itself to and transferring into and out of each of us and everything. What you are about to read are my observations and thoughts on how it has influenced myself and all others that it has inevitably brought our attention to, as we altogether attempt to describe it, and how this information affects each of us when we are presented with it. And much like many others who have explored similar quests and investigations, at first it may seem very confusing, to sometimes not make sense to the reader, or be too much, but becomes much clearer and understood the further you go and the more time we, and it are given to evolve and expand with this and all information, much like when learning a new language or skill. Do with this information what you will and won't, as you are now a part of it and can never not be. Thank you for taking the time to connect and form your own opinion. Take care and may the funk provide. 6. June 18, 2025. In response to, how can you make a person feel that life is worth living? As an external group or individual, one can only suggest or influence a shift in perspective and experience. It's decidingly up to the internal individual to be able to teach or understand themselves on why life is worth living, and our abilities vary in each verbing. For myself, that is inspiring enough to continue, and I find the journey in learning of how to branch that connection gives me purpose, but for some, it doesn't. Just as some people are left or right-handed, colorblind or not, can walk or not, etc., we each differ in our abilities to verb. These opinions are open to change, but as of now I think it fractionally depends on the ability to want to live. To desire the spectrum of what comes with life. To have hope or a kind of romanticism of flux, knowing that things change, better or worse, e.g. Viktor Frankl's Man's Search for Meaning. So, what I would suggest is attempting to assist the ones struggling in understanding that each struggle isn't forever. There are waves to the balance of life, ups and downs. You cannot control these waves, but you can, to each of our abilities, learn how to surf, swim, float, etc. and ride these waves together. To work toward or even attempt to assist each other through these struggles and beyond together is what I call parability. Being there for each other. June 16, 2025. Parability is the emergent potential within all things, people, moments, systems, to transform together meaningfully through change. It is the capacity to attempt or accomplish mutual adaptation, co-creation, and loving cooperation in the face of flux. To recognize parability is to sense how what we are becoming depends not only on what we are but how we relate through change. It is not just about metaphor, but about metamorphosis in relationship. Parability lives in the attempt and the accomplishment, in the honest effort to bridge, build, and harmonize through chaos or difference. It reveals itself most clearly in times of transition, conflict, or emergent possibility. It's about seeing love and cooperation as ongoing verbs, not fixed states, constantly renegotiated in the currents of transformation. Watch your thoughts, they become your words. Watch your words, they become your actions. Watch your actions, they become your habits. Watch your habits, they become your character. Watch your character, it becomes your destiny. Lao Tzu. 7. April 22, 2025. Special shoutouts to Mara McGee, Francisco Flowers, Amy Westrup, Karen Fulda, Justin Clay, Eric Michael Carofino, Jacob Cisneros, George T. Jackson, Rachel Blomstrom, Teresa Stranahan, Will Washgoon, The Sludge Man of Houston, Amy Hoxmeyer, Robert Price, Veronica Berger, James Kirkham, Brenna Rogers, Kevin Burke, Trace McGurr, Penny Tarnopolsky, Cowan Jenkins, David B. Collins, Jamie D. Franklin, Kevin Burnett Jr., Jeffrey Anderson, Taylor Love, Marcus Sabum, Gregory Corrin, Erin Rogers, Irene Deborah, Cora Agoff, Haley Biermeister, Jessie Street Clare, and Carol Cow for reading and sharing their thoughts on the 5th edition of the treatise. Watch or listen here. https://u2.be/09U6ggfdv7c?C=uxmathklawalium. May 15, 2025. 6 physical copies of the 6th edition of the treatise have been mailed out to George T. Jackson, Eric Michael Carofino, Erin Rogers, Britton Paulk, Matt Wilhoit, and Jacob Cisneros. Thank you for the support and involvement. December 4, 2019. This is the beginning. I would like to discuss the funk, and/or whatever time and experience have so far described it to be. You can stop reading now, or keep reading forward from here, or read it backward starting at the end, or skip to a point in the middle and you will still begin to further understand the funk. All will work just fine. March 15, 2021. The important part is you have been further connected and are now becoming more aware of how everything has always been connected and is connecting you further. May 11, 2022, via Kyavania PG.95 to 96. Hopefully, you are sitting down or are comfortable, stable, and aware enough to read and at least attempt to understand, comprehend, and expand from your perspective of what I am about to share with you. You've got the time. We all have it at some point, and seemingly part of that point is now. If you're standing, you're probably going to get tired and rest, but that is just my assumption. You could potentially read all of this while standing, but I understand from my experience that I, and probably many others, wouldn't. Go ahead and try if you want, whatever helps you be comfortable enough to consider and question these ideas and to help us interpret information and expand upon this theory most proficiently. I am genuinely looking for your feedback and interaction, but you don't have to directly attribute if you're not up for it. I get it. You do you, as we each do. But, again, I sincerely request you please attempt to be a part of this investigational experience, so to speak, as I deeply want your progressive input to be a part of it. Please keep in mind that this is a venture into the unknown, and I am attempting to guide you, us through or towards the paths to our next destinations in the ways I currently know how and am able. 8. 2. As well as what I don't know and am unable to. I understand that as a companion and individual it is in your nature to eventually need to rest, or want to get off of the ride, and or add to it, or even desire to take the wheel, and I am requesting you constructively do all of these things in an attempt to understand how this ride works once you are off, or out of it, and or ever giving someone or something else a ride, or not, in the future. Like driver's education 101, but with a much different vehicle, and we are all the students, instructors, etc. Because of what I've witnessed, learned, and experienced over time about existence, communication, philosophy, and everything between, outside, or relating to this theory and beyond, I, at times, may not know how to, best, describe all of this or relate it to you without potentially appearing to seem like a loony, or that I don't, exactly, or, semantically, know what I'm expressing, which I do and don't. I am learning how to communicate it to you in an attempt to gather more knowledge about it. Especially over text, through technology, and to the future, so I have to trust that everyone here, as thinkers, are deeply considering what I'm saying and are able to perceive my tone as very calm, hopeful, and coming from years of thought and experience in an attempt to learn and educate, just as a teacher both teaches and also learns from their students, and then the students become the teachers, and so on and so forth. I am always open to input of any information to any degree. It is important to approach doxastic, counter-beliefs, and or normative, counter-evidence, defeaters, and or advanced epistemic knowledgeable learnings to progress such ideas and information further, and how to expand upon everything together most appropriately. August 18, 2025. Hopefully, to you, the reader, this serves as a bridge beyond the instinct to dismiss this work, or me, as pseudo-intellectual. I understand the importance of returning, re-evaluating, and rebuilding, both together and individually. To allowing our understandings and beliefs to unfold, be tested, challenged, and reshaped. Which is why you are so important to all of this. To everything. From a young age, like many of us do, I found myself pondering and sondering it all to find the meaning, or purpose, of life, existence, creation, etc. And sometime around 2012 I decided to pursue into a deeper commitment to dedicate my study and attention to, in a way, figure out what it's all about, and this deeper philosophical experiment began. I'm going to do my best to explain the ideas I've been constructing and or gathering in that study to everyone reading this. I felt then and continue to feel that gut, full body, funk, feeling, and or even a calling to investigate. 9. Into what I currently understand it means to connect and be with everyone and everything, so bear with me, please, and I apologize if what I'm saying is unable to translate well to you. I am using what the funk has provided me with so far, and it is within my ambition to further reach that universal understanding and ability to translate at larger degrees throughout history and guide us further beyond. May 9, 2026. Why do I have this internal need to do this? Why do I feel a moral justice to attempt to share this with the future? Why am I unable to put this pursuit down? Because to not feels like giving up. On myself, on you, and all of funk. It's hope. I hope. For parability and balance. I understand if this sounds a bit odd, because it all is, really. Literally, at the very moment I'm writing this, while figuring out how to express all of this information to you, the music by chance to be playing is titled, How Do You Feel? And I feel reality. I feel that funk feeling. And I am thinking, as we all often do, and I'm still attempting to figure out how to express these thoughts to everyone and or anything, while at the same time most productively doing so semantically, and ironically the next track is titled, Beliefs, and these, ironic, coincidences, or synchronicities, continue to happen, as they do to us all, but over time I understand them more and more as I have gathered all of this together and continue to gather. March 5, 2023. The medium is the message, Marshall McLuhan. It is my observation that everything is connected through our experiences of being and doing. We are all here, right now, past, present, and future, living, experiencing, being, doing, verbing, etc. Much like a switch giving power to an object, our existences are currently in the state of on, and some sort of energy or source of power or thing is providing us that experience of on, because it is also on. If it were off, questionably so such, theoretically and hypothetically, we, and everything else that exists as a result of this, on, would then be off, or not. I call this whole expanding experience of the on, and the everything within it and beyond, outside of it causing it to be on, and be, or even to potentially or theoretically, be off, to be called the funk. The all of everything and beyond, including nothingness. August 19, 2025. To verb is to funk. To do is to be. It seems influential string theory like wavelengths similar to sound, energy, feeling, etc. have much to do with the experience as well as all the other senses, and beyond, that all feelings, and beyond, and or all experiences of funk, can be applied to things needed, need, have happened, and will. 10. Happen in order for everything in this, on, to, expand, and, grow, and, learn, the experiences of being itself, or not. Much like the theory of evolution, or even any advanced learning with or without technology, if given enough calculable or incalculable time and effort, things eventually advance, evolve, or acclimate in a way that life, existence, or funk needs them to currently always be, and it will always and forever keep advancing and growing and expanding from everything that is happening, will happen, and won't happen, and the funk will gather that experiential data and apply it toward itself ad infinitum. Infinitely advancing both simultaneously and asynchronously within and without each instant of time, space, and beyond. An expanding fractal-like asymptote expanding across an infinite Fibonacci sequence beyond macro and micro. I postulate that as time has passed and as it is passing, we as those who exist within the funk, and that which experience it are able to some way or somehow have learned or eventually will learn to connect deeper with itself through itself and learn from experiencing itself because we have existed within it, and are able to eventually understand and extrapolate further that data and information in whatever form or way to each other and everything. And even everything that we won't or can't experience, something eventually will. August 19, 2025. The funk is patterned unpredictability, complexity and simplicity unfolding through each other, endlessly. Over enough time, experience, and study, observable patterns begin to show within everything, and if we, being whatever is existing at the time, learn to look for those patterns and learn to understand them, much like solving a puzzle or learning a new language, we within the funk expand from that information and it exponentially statistically leads to whatever comes next. Just by being and doing. And if we don't do or be, that is still a part of the process of everything, and eventually over time some form of the funk will eventually do or be or achieve whatever connection needed to move on to the next new connection. So is it objectively more productive to do than to not, since not doing, when achievable, can still be considered an act of being done. Anything is mathematically greater than nothing, but nothing can still be a significantly immaculate amount. The funk will keep expanding from these doings, non-doings, undoings and our experiences within it until perhaps it, which only seems possible, can't, won't, or doesn't, and then with enough time and probability, or lack of, everything eventually will again and again and again while also not. Unless it doesn't. February 1, 2024. So, seemingly, here we are in a form and 11 point of that process becoming further forms and points of these processes and beyond. Thus, I postulate each and every sound, smell, taste, moment, feeling, or creative construction of existence and beyond is a way of further communicating and connecting with the funk as a form of quantum universal, transinterspecies, being through metaphysical contact and communication via outer connections of itself. That, the funk, influences you directly, indirectly, and beyond, and everything in it, and perhaps out of it or without it, in order to advance itself through ourself, and everything it has created or influenced into further greater and lesser being. An absolute balance of funk existence and non-existence. With each of us and everything being, at all time and space, simultaneously the centers and the surroundings. Have you ever felt when listening to music, or reading something, or experiencing art, or even a simple event of being, doing, like eating or breathing, that it was what you needed at that moment, or that it was somehow about, or relating to you? What if it is or was? And not just you, but you, as in us, and then more than us, but as in it all, everything, and nothing, as what you and we are and eventually become and will always be and have been. Perhaps when you taste a strawberry, you appreciate that experience because it is becoming you, and in some way already is a part of your being and what you do and are. March 29, 2025. In a way, your unconscious identity, the memories stored in your body and beyond. All of it. You, the strawberry, every particle, atom, wave, negative space, etc. Coming together at that moment from the collective past and providing for itself an experience as the all, and of the all. A funk. Perhaps you can experience a strawberry because both of you have once metaphysically been each other as funk and now are each other interacting and reacting again in whichever way you do or do not as funk and in funk. I acknowledge that you and I and everything are absolutely different as individuals. Individuality is important and integral for gathering perspective and relative experience that then co-influences beyond the individual, so given enough time, eventually, as I propose, funk results in X, and X eventually results in the atomic structure of I and you, and with enough time I eventually becomes you and you become me, if not already, and in every infinite way, and we are us as each other and everything forever and ever, down to every particle of space and beyond as both a collective and 12. Individual units of funk. The units of infinity, being both one and many, all. This is currently what I can imagine to be our existence, though also potentially not. Collected ideas of the collective things within our current observable and unobservable existences. August 10, 2024. To clarify, the your forms of I and you are completely separate as individuals but can become each other as different various forms of your. I.e., you can become I, version 2, and I could become you, version 983450, but I cannot be the truest absolute form of you, and vice versa, as they are two completely separate forms of funk your. They could be the exact same to the atomic or quantum level, but would not be the same via kairos, chronos, or chiavanial position, location. I could theoretically gain the perspective of what it is like to be you, or transfer my consciousness into you, but that would not make me you, as it would be a combined form of you and I. While potentially there are infinite versions of you and I, there is only one true you and I at every chiavanial moment. As there is also one funk and infinite versions of. Like infinity, we are simultaneously a collective, us comprised of many individuals and moments. And being able to even partially imagine this, or that, or any reality makes anything, everything even more possible or probable by influence. So even if I'm unable to explain to you the purpose of this whole experience together, we can observe one of the potential infinite meanings of an individual existence is to exist and to do, be what one can or can't do, be and provide what one is able to and or not, and for all of us and everything as the funk, to expand, evolve from our data and experience of, from us doing and being all of these things that do and don't happen in, and or beyond, and as a funk. To connect and expand with the funk through success, failure, anything, everything, and nothing. To be and or not to be, and to do and or do not. March 15, 2021. While failure is failure, it is also a form of progress. I put this idea into Google and failure is success in progress, Albert Einstein. I have observed that the more you connect with the funk, the subjectively and or objectively more impactful value of the experience, as it provides for itself and everything within, as do you, while sometimes not. And when we take this information and continuously attempt to apply it to each other and everything, we, sometimes, advance, in whatever way it means for you or us and to, the funk, whether it be proactive and or reactive, positive and or negative, constructive and or destructive, neutral, or beyond. If you provide for it in the way it created you to, which you are doing right now, then it in some way provides back to you, and additionally also does not. Whatever you do is in a way, right, for it, even if seemingly 13. Wrong, as every right or wrong adds to the funk, and that is the exact information and experience it needed to adapt and exist as a balanced and existing funk and non-funk. July 22, 2025. Everything contributes to data, influence, not that everything is morally right. Calculated and tested by you being what you are and anything, everything being what it is, who it is, where it is, why it is, when it is, and how it is. A digit and or digits in an equation attempting to work itself, themselves out. As we seemingly all appear to relate to, be doing, and are a part of. Again, by coincidence, chance, or quantum form of randomness or random number generation, as I type this the universal sound for an idea, ding ding, from a desk bell can be heard. Almost as if the funk wanted me to know I was on the right track and should keep going. How can these coincidences be so improbable yet be happening to us every day all the time? Even a statistic of 0.001% and beyond is absolutely possible, no matter how infinitesimally small it may be. When it eventually happens, it then will have happened 100% and can never be not happened again, while also still being completely known to not yet have happened or not and again. To our theoretical knowledge, all of time has potentially already happened, and our existence is us, beyond individually and or also as a whole, experiencing everything as it is still happening. As we and time move forward, while simultaneously studying and learning from the backward, or historical, past, we find more and more information on how things seem to work in an ever-changing understanding and what everything is and is not. Unfortunately, our brains, though extremely powerful, are not, yet, perhaps, as efficient as the advanced technologies our brains have created, are creating, or will create, like calculators, computers and the internet, or some advanced information encyclopedia, or anything in the form of a storage tank of and for data and information or experience. Personally, I as an individual don't have omnipotent and or omnipresent access to all the information, so I am right now, and also currently at the present, our, now, connecting these ideas into us to raise potential awareness in an attempt to become whatever is next. Perhaps more advanced machines or creatures of progress could potentially have these powers or abilities, which is why I would like to expand upon this incomplete theory with your input, perception, and understanding of it. Yes, you. I am asking you as a conscious part of the funk, for your thoughts about itself and ourselves and this data of patterns and how to expand upon it successfully together. 14. Whatever your response may be, or even the lack of, greatly influences our reality. So I guess my first big question is, if you have read what I have just written, been told about it, are writing it, have written it, attributed to it, thought it, experienced it, or been influenced by it in any way, whether it be by sound, smell, sight, taste, touch, memory, etc., either directly, indirectly, or beyond, what are your examples of the funk being false and or true after this point of currently being aware and or connected to all of this data, information, and experience we have collected directly, indirectly, or other, and if so how and or why? February 1, 2024. What is your ability to translate or describe why, our, understanding of the funk to why, ourself, myself, or another? A bunch of blah blah blah, plays. After all the time to exist across existence, the aforementioned 0.001% plus or minus chance is this moment and all the moments preceding before and those following after these, those collective moments and beyond, then no longer can never not be or have not happened. Respond in whatever way makes sense to you. Any and every way that you are able and unable to. Everything that has ever happened has led to right now and beyond, and you are experiencing the event live as it happens and unfolds even though it has not happened yet, but has also happened and is happening again and again right now and everywhere and when else. Within and beyond why, our, belief. I can personally say that for the most part, besides the moments of individual or shared universal suffering, I enjoy experiencing all of this data and information that we can closer share and connect as individuals or groups, and in effect, we directly and indirectly extend the reach and knowledge of the funk as a whole based off of our influences that we attribute to each other. It is the opportunity to live and not live, to exist and not exist, to be and not to be, and what becomes of all of this, that from all of this, that and what doesn't. Epistemically we are within, and without, the moments of here and there, wherever that may be, we just don't quite know how or why yet. July 17, 2024, for the Buddhist, suffering is to be escaped by eliminating the centrality of the subject and therefore deny the nature of the subject to see themselves as central. To Nietzsche, suffering can only be overcome once it is affirmed and embraced. Amor Fati. Medium.com/@samdelorme/ where Nietzsche diverges from Buddhism to 85,463,243 B0. 15, October 12, 2025. You cannot have freedom without suffering or faith without doubt. When the deep waves hit, you either surrender faith and freedom, which leads to suffering, or you surrender doubt and suffering and learn to surf with the waves or even how to be with and or without the water. May 9, 2026. Why stand we here idle? What is it that gentlemen wish? What would they have? Is life so dear, or peace so sweet, as to be purchased at the price of chains and slavery? Forbid it, Almighty God. I know not what course others may take, but as for me, give me liberty or give me death. Patrick Henry. Love y'all less than 3. Power in numbers is the song on right now. You may not understand what I am saying currently, semantically, metaphorically, figuratively, theoretically, etc., but given enough time, experience, and study it becomes clearer and clearer. And you are here, hopefully, taking interest in these patterns I'm attempting to explain for you and or us to now be expanding upon, with. It's a time and numbers game. Until next time. Is on as I wrap up this, first, official at length and fully presented announcement, dissertation, treatise, or whatever you'd like to classify it as, of the functor itself and the accesses, we, and or, I, have posted and shared it across. Seen again Thursday, December 19th while editing. January 8, 2020, September 20, 2020, March 16, 2021, Goodness Got the Vapors, plays, April 18, 2022, March 5, 2023, February 1, 2024. Light on, recording progress, plays, August 10, 2024, October 4, 2025, May 9, 2026. December 5, 2019, 10:13 a.m. Only a test. Everything is fine. Plays as I post on Facebook, followed by secret knowledge, what we are gathering and or assembling. This is a test, study, observation of perspective, experience, philosophy, ontology, epistemology, quantum theory, metaphysics, ethics, sociology, art, music, creation, perspective, experience, and beyond, and everything is seemingly fine and functioning properly so far. Still true as of January 8, 2020, September 20, 2020, March 16, 2021. Everything will last forever and nothing will decay. Plays, April 18, 2022, March 5, 2023, February 6, 2024, August 11, 2024, October 4, 2025, October 12, 2025. An interweaving of all disciplines. A meta-study of how everything and nothing affects and reflects everything and nothing. May 9, 2026. And how you choose to be within your limitations. 16. Good morning, plays followed by, suddenly it is tomorrow. I had stayed up a significant amount of the night writing and editing this dissertation, then, kind of sadness, as the thoughts of coming to this awareness and now having to share this information and how it will affect our futures or not is a collection of many kinds of emotions, and in a way a bit sad to me, because it feels like this is it, but also not it. It feels as if everything is in motion, construction and on its way, and I'm about to deal with the consequences of this experience. These experiences, December 19th. Still experiencing this feeling and further attempting to describe it as the funk, January 8, 2020. The funk prepared us for these moments, September 20, 2020. The funk continues to provide, March 16, 2021. Highway 59 inches plays, October 5, 2021. A feeling of almost historical judgment. How will existence react with this, or any, information or experience? April 18, 2022, March 5, 2023. Road Rash plays, February 6, 2024. One must imagine Sisyphus happy. Albert Camus, August 11, 2024, October 4, 2025. It's currently having a pretty large impact on my life. If requested, I'll elaborate why depending on how it unfolds. October 16, 2025. This is the weight of being awake. May 9, 2026, and it keeps expanding. December 5, 2019, 10:25. Wait, followed by support. Exactly what happened next and is still happening more, less. December 19, 2019. I feel a decent personal amount of support so far. January 6, 2020. Surreal, September 20, 2020. Expanding, March 16, 2021. Still expanding and being supported. October 5, 2021. I would like to add that whether requested or not, and needed or not, you can absolutely wait for support for however long or in any way you'd like, but it is important in also being the support that is present within yourself and your environment while you wait. The support you receive, if any, will be subjective and give random results, good and or bad, so try to reach, build, and reinforce as much support as possible for yourself and what you care for depending on your interests. Or don't, use is choice. If you consider when physics or technology cannot support an event, it can and very often results in some sort of error, but even these errors are also important as they, hopefully, lead to further growth, expansion, and or evolution via trial and error. April 18, 2022, increasing still. March 5, 2023, sometimes it's there and sometimes it isn't. Do what you are able while you wait. February 6, 2024, I can't promise things ever get better, but I can guarantee things become different. August 11, 2024, and things sure are different. October 4, 2025, these are important lessons Learn how to properly support yourself and the environments around you. May 9, 2026. Like breathwork, expanding and contracting until it isn't. Open to music suggestions, udarthunkband@gmail.com. December 5, 2019 10:40. From nothing comes something, which is the idea I am proposing and further analyzing, followed by room, where I am at currently and where you are within or without of at some form in your time and 17 space, December 19, 2019, still existing and co-inhabiting inside of that room, September 20, 2020, again quantumly connected here and wherever you are reading, discussing, experiencing, or thinking about this now and or then, March 16, 2021, in rotation, plays, April 18, 2022, here I am again simultaneously with and without you, March 5, 2023, where the heart and being is and sometimes is not, February 6, 2024, sometimes too little, sometimes too much, and sometimes just right, August 11, 2024, this room. Frequently my room, occasionally our room, invariably funk room. October 4, 2025, now I am in a different room. Maybe you are too. You could be if you wanted. There is so much room for rooms. May 9, 2026, everything is perfect and there is always room for improvement. Shunryu Suzuki. The music I'm listening to is on a fairly large-sized shuffle, by the way, as you may probably know by now, help me add to it. What? https://open.spotify.com/playlist/5jvbm104wqipmvjnqw closing parenthesis. The greatest shuffle ever made PT1. https://open.spotify.com/playlist/0luxb5fqable6 5field or?c=95ebf282403144c1 closing parenthesis. The greatest shuffle ever made PT2. https://open.spotify.com/playlist/6 c7c2?c=9b07a3c504c44784 closing parenthesis. The greatest shuffle ever made PT3. https://open.spotify.com/playlist/46jmvcg9uqlqf-g?c=5a83c170254344-7 closing parenthesis. December 5, 2019 10:47. March toward the unknown, what I and we are doing. The following discussions were screenshotted real-time across Reddit r, Ask Philosophy, Facebook, and several forums of 4chan, including advice, music, paranormal, and random, and then transferred here Friday, December 6, 2019 at 21:10. Things in brackets, I am adding as I re-go through these ideas and type it here, April 26, 2022, and later, in bold. http://boards.4channel.org/x/thread/2389286#p238999235. Dead link. http://boards.4channel.org/adv/thread/216589999. Dead link. April 26, 2022. https://archive.4plebs.org/adv/thread/216589999 below. https://archive.4plebs.org/x/thread/2388334 closing square bracket. Friday, December 6, 2019. No. 23,883,389. Jesus op. I'm not interested in reading a fucking novel right now. Just give me a TLDR so I can appreciate your shitty ARG. April 26, 2022. Imagine a TLDR for the entirety of reality and beyond. Number 238,834,101. Greater than no. 23,883,389. 18. I have been observing this TLDR pattern of what you are saying for quite some time, so I do hope, eventually, you, and others, give it a chance and read it all the way through to attempt to further understand it, even though you have already interacted with it and have attributed to what is existing now. My apologies if it seems the length of a small, or large, novel. It is a lot of information and experience to be able to understand, and a TLDR of this TLDR is not available yet. March 16, 2021. Much longer papers and books have been written and read. People and things both will and won't share with you their time and presence. With every creation, or lack of, comes opportunity, whether desired, needed, wanted, etc., or not. Float, plays. Number 23,883,434. Greater than no. 23,883,389. This. Number 23,883,445. Okay, I read it all. You're right. Not all of us can even conceive what you're trying to talk about. You can and you can't and you will and you won't. To me it just reads as the ramblings of a young adult who just had his first experience with a psychedelic drug. Correct and incorrect. I understand how you or someone else may perceive that, and you are right that this information, or its presentation, is currently how it reads to you in your perspective, but you are not fully correct in my, your, and our attempts at the comprehension and understanding of this information and my, your, and our experience behind it based on what you are telling me. Beyond the ad hominem whether I, or anyone, anything, am using drugs, or not, or eating a banana, or combing my hair, or am upside down or inside out, etc., please attempt to understand what it is I am attempting to describe to you. Though, in our experiences, yes, some psychedelic drugs do perhaps help connect us into similar dreams, or thoughts, or deeper funk state that seems to cause these, or any, ideas to form, and I am proposing it additionally comes chemically from perhaps our pineal gland, or whatever is next discovered, or the entire combined and individual particle structures and compositions of the entire mind and human body, and then even deeper than what exists beyond string theory or quantum theory and into funk theory and beyond. From a personal experience different and similar to your personal experience, understand how you could relate it to the ramblings of someone on drugs or not, and whether it be their first time to do so or not, but I am still going to relay to you all of the information for you or others to expand upon, thus giving the future, present, and potentially the past something to examine across time, providing the I, you, and or they are existing within the chance to do so. And we will continue experiencing these moments whether within or without varying levels of personal or group perceptions, however altered or normal you could believe them to be. March 6, 2023. Any information presented to an individual group from another individual group is going to be judged by and from their perception. Consider Plato's allegory of the cave. Anyone or anything coming from outside of the cave is going to seem absurd. If someone leaves the cave, 19 learns what exists outside of the cave, and comes back to share that knowledge and experience, it is very likely that even if they came back with the answers of the universe, those in the cave would only in rare cases ever even consider it. October 16, 2025. Funk, or even awareness of, like the sun outside the cave, can sometimes be blinding as an effect of illumination. Each of us and everything has a different and unique reaction to information, experience, light, and or the lack of. This is also not to say, light is good and dark is bad, as they are neither in form but could influence, cause, and or result in either and or both. Number 23,883,454. Greater than it is my observation that everything is connected through our experience of being and doing. I took a workshop in mindfulness-based cognitive therapy in 2015, and it immediately inspired a theory of conscious perception based on the modes of being and doing described in MBCT, correlating these two modes to calculus differentiation and integration and describing him as being involved with conscious experience as an evolutionary process. That sounds awesome. Seeking for the similar philosophies led me to Taoism, same, Discordianism, and then process philosophy. I found the same dynamic I had intuited at the core of process thought, especially the work of Alfred North Whitehead, who had made many of the same precise correspondences I had theorized. Examples of recognition of the patterns you and I are describing and how we are now learning and expanding from the collected experiences of. January 8, 2020. History repeats and re-examines itself through knowledge of itself. September 20, 2020. History repeats and re-examines itself through knowledge and experience of itself. March 16, 2021. History repeats, expands, and re-examines itself through knowledge and experience of itself. April 18, 2022. History repeats, expands, and re-examines itself through knowledge and experience of itself some more. July 31, 2022. History repeats, expands, and re-examines itself through knowledge and experience of itself some more within itself and without itself. March 6, 2023. Life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards. Soren Kierkegaard, February 6, 2024. And though it may seemingly be why, our first time, here we are again continuing from these repetitions and re-examinings. August 11, 2024. And it keeps expanding. October 4, 2025, with and without you. May 9, 2026, loop. Here is an overview of my theory of perception. https://old.reddit.com/r/tau_calculus/9rpnrl/space_Taoism_101/question_ST=K3UHPM3L and shush=B5A4B404. Dead link, which can be found as link 1 when Ctrl+F, pg.96. Friday, December 6, 2019, 4:59 p.m. I understand that to some, it, in addition to all this, can be an intimidating or irritating amount, length, and repetition of explanations and events to understand. 20. And be able to completely, in a way, attempt to comprehend and also not. Sometimes, it can even be very conflicting information, while also being, and not being, seemingly the definitions and or perfect examples of, or not. But, whether it be mine, someone, or something else's explanations and examples of, it all, or even a fraction of, these are my observations and proofs that it exists and has potentially again led up to this moment, if not being the first time, as well as it potentially isn't. For example, I responded to this previous message thread a second ago, but the thread was deleted, though later discovered to have been archived, and I have no idea if anyone was able to read it or see it except those who responded, but I am still able to keep expanding off of that, this, those, these moments and gather more information, and hopefully so are you and so are we, and thus, the funk continues to expand. September 20, 2020. And as you can see, we are still expanding from it, even though occasionally disconnecting from direct contact into indirect contact within, and potentially without, itself. March 16, 2020. Stampede Parade, plays. April 18, 2022, and it keeps expanding. March 6, 2023, and it keeps expanding. February 13, 2024, and it keeps expanding. August 11, 2024, and it keeps expanding. October 5, 2025, with and without you. October 21, 2025. The balance of connection through contradiction. Harmony with conflict. Concurrence of paradox. May 9, 2026, and it keeps expanding. I may read, sound like, or appear to be acting as one of those subjectively annoying or boring video game characters, NPCs, or people that you have, or will not interact with in your existence of the all-encompassing funk that you could want to TLDR or skip through, but, to my observation, every time someone or something does what we are doing, taking time to connect and expand with and without each other, there is some sort of universal quantum state of reaction from that experience of information, and together we observe and learn from all of those actions and or reactions, or not. Newton's third law: for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. But we should also consider any tangent or further reactions within and or beyond reality, surreality, as they are and are not within and or a part of the influences of, from our reality. February 13, 2024. In the current timeline, it has been a trend on social media platforms for some to act as NPCs, non-playable characters, as entertainment, and it, of course, like most things, has mixed reactions. We are each the main characters and or the NPCs throughout reality at various times and spaces, though regardless of which, each has an interconnected influence to, from the entirety of the funk to each other and everything, and how you want to interact, react to everyone, everything is up to you. Unless they were to contact me, I'll never know if the original person or people I was talking to in the thread are still thinking and or remembering about this, or how they were influenced by it, and if they will ever be able to continue to understand or return to what I am describing, because now we are further and further from that exact event. But, at the same time, we are still forever connected to its happening, and the results are continuing in action and or reaction as I resume typing and as we expand through, from time, space, and funk. January 8, 2020. They and I, as are you now also, have been directly and indirectly influenced by these events, all 21 events, and will always be directly and indirectly connected to them. But I cannot personally speak for them or you as to what your perspectives and understandings of how these informations, connections, and or influences have affected you and or them. April 18, 2022. We all will continue these experiences and more in our own ways, beyond individually as funk and collectively together as funk and beyond. Statistically, you will and or won't directly reconnect and or further attribute to the information within this treatise. I currently don't and may never know more about these persons' journeys since that moment of interconnection occurred, unless whatever that specifically asked me these questions and discussed with me about what I am revealing to you now were able to contact me and connect and expand upon these ideas further and the events between our last connection. In any case, we continue, or not, as the universal, continues with or without us and not. Just as I have been proposing to you about the funk, as well as to those individuals, groups, etc., of how they potentially connect and or reconnect to each other and everything. If I, or the persons who asked the previous questions eventually wanted to and made the decisions to give the effort it needed, they could seek and find this information as it is currently, now, to us, more and more accessible and seemingly, perspectively able to be connected and reconnected to. And theoretically, there is a lot of it, both in amount and description, while additionally in continuous expansion within and beyond its own holarchies. For example, I could continue posting to the internet all of this information I've collected, or produce it into a book, or somehow eventually through edits and observation and knowledge and experience of describing it. The funk potentially provides a more informative collective summary, or TLDR, and becomes easier and or more difficult to understand as there is expansively and comprehensively more to understand as further knowledge is gathered and evaluated, or not. Unfortunately for us, we have to attempt to understand and explain all of what that means first before we can shorthand it. Imagine if I were able to transfer to you all of this information you have been reading and experiencing with the quick sound of a horn, or a single digit, or a smell, or something you could instantly understand. Or potentially, something else we inevitably do or do not understand and or concurrently imagine, i.e. this word I'm going to make up right now by randomly typing my fingers onto the keys to translate, pi wertepu 9 bqfsdg. Yes, pi wertepu 9 bqfsdg. Imagine now you are able to Google, or other form of search, or think of, pi wertepu 9 bqfsdg. And suddenly you knew everything. Everything. Or even a fraction of it. No matter the amount of your understanding of at least everything that you now currently know about, we only currently know this far of our everything and this much about it. So right now we are transferring the understanding that I have typed, pi wertepu 9 bqfsdg. For now the fourth time you've read it, unless you have somehow read it or experienced it more times than that. Like if I come back to edit and say, pi wertepu 9 bqfsdg. For now the fifth time. Or if I learn to eventually pronounce it as, pi ihhwuhr tepu 9 bqfsdg, sixth, and then I verbally say the phrase, word, or code, it will then have been said now 7 times. And if 22. You yourself one day read, translated, or produced this after all of that, then it continues from at least 7 current and now forever happenings. And you're probably at 14 times it has been experienced, unless you yourself did not try to pronounce it verbally, then it would be 13, or at all, which it would then still have been experienced at least 7 times, more now because I myself have read and or thought about it and seen, pi wertepu 9 bqfsdg. Repeatedly since I created it. But really, we created it, because you were and now are a part of it. Who or whatever built this keyboard was a part of it. So on and so forth. January 8, 2020. But again, given enough time, theoretically, hopefully one day someone could ask, what is the meaning of life? And you can say, pi wertepu 9 bqfsdg. And you both will know and completely understand rather than assume to know your understandings of. September 20, 2020. Possibly, we could even use this randomly generated phrase provided by the funk as a mantra to further connect with the funk, if you so desired. Pi wertepu 9 bqfsdg. Pi wertepu 9 bqfsdg. Pi ihhwuhr tepu 9 bqfsdg. Let me know your experience so it can become Google-able. April 18, 2022. It doesn't show up on Google yet, but here it is existing whether you Googled it or not. February 14, 2024, and our understandings of pi wertepu 9 bqfsdg. And everything changes with each experience and expansion of funk existence, experience, understanding, etc. Just as when I first mentioned pi wertepu 9 bqfsdg, you knew nothing about it and now you know that much more, or less. Eventually, things accumulate an amount of meaning that one, and or more, does or doesn't understand, and the spectrums between and beyond. So as information, knowledge, experience, etc. expands, they also potentially eventually can be condensed via transformation, transference, etc. October 31, 2025. Similar to semantic compression, but also not limited to semantics. A funk compression. November 23, 2025. A hyponym to the hyponyms of everything and nothing. Much like how color is a hyponym and purple, red, blue, and green are hyponyms of color, or how apples, grapes, and bananas are hyponyms of the hyponym fruit. We can think or say, pi wertepu 9 bqfsdg, and understand that it is a collection of things, ideas, understandings, etc. that can be described by a single word, or symbol or semiotics. and funk is the infinite hyponym of hyponyms. The holachi itself. The source and balance that results in all of this to be or not to be. Friday, December 6, 2019, continued. I am thinking about The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy and Douglas Adams' idea that there could be a collective guide, or encyclopedia, to gather all the information in the universe at the ready and in your hands. And I am suggesting figuratively, subjectively, metaphorically, yada yada yada, that we have reached many very similar versions of that idea, story, novel within our and its existence, or at least what it and whatever attributed to it could be in these present, past, and future moments, and that the funk is in a way doing that and has editors, guides, knowledge, links, and connections now to almost everything and everywhere you 23 have and haven't looked or experienced. Or, if not, it can eventually be imagined or created by someone or something that is not you or me, but still a relative thing of advanced learning and data storage, sharing. I see and experience these interconnected synchronicities happening all the time. Throughout history, someone thinks of a similar joke, word, sound, phrase, idea, or form of art or expression that has somehow existed before or will exist by patterns, memory, and learning in whatever form of existence and coincidence, and their environments are influenced by their similar creations or lack of creations. Many original thoughts, ideas, and outputs are just expansions of previous experiences and information, data input and output, and all of these thoughts and experience intermingles, perhaps through a connected consciousness, unconsciousness, trans-universal experience, morphogenetic fields, morphic resonance, etc. All of it, some of it, and none of it. A completely, infinitely interconnected funk. I said yada 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 in that previous paragraph because I assume that you, in a way, potentially know some form of meaning, significance, or more information behind it, and also the meaning of the use of yada yada yada, and if you don't, you either will or won't ever find out. But, you can ask me what I further meant, besides choosing to use phrases like, etc., or, and so on and so forth, and then you would further know what I meant. Or, you could even ask someone or something else and get their interpretation. And then if you didn't understand before, you at that next point now comprehend that it also means or is similar to phrases like, etc., or, and so on and so forth. Or, to a deeper degree, for example, I thought of saying, convectionally, but I wasn't sure if it really applied in that way, so I didn't share the information as that. But I also did share how I thought of using convectionally with you just now, and you can repeat that process forever until you are unable, or become unwilling, or another outcome I haven't currently described that you or we may know about or not. Back to questions, comments from the internet. Greater than I mean it's a cute idea, and I came up with something along the lines for Moo novel, although thinking more in code and quantum field memes. But if you propose something like this seriously, it sounds silly without any hint of logic and evidence beyond Moo feels. And you are, in a way, partially correct towards that, but that's where philosophy, as many things, starts. I am able to see that this person is interpreting the information I have given them, and if you are reading this, then you are as well, to your ability. I have now in a way, transferred myself into this person's thought and experience, as well as mine and yours, beyond Moo feels, and now we are connected in our influences instead of before when I was without that person's connection of knowledge, being, and interaction before that moment, just as you are now with mine and ours. And, as I am suggesting, we have observed, experienced these connections of influence across the history we have spent observing, experiencing itself, each other, and everything, which is basically again, by observable pattern, my and why, our entire existences and beyond our funk, since 24. The moment funk was turned on, and everything before that. To my current knowledge at this time, the information we have doesn't reveal everything, but in some way, it also does, or potentially can through these patterns, connections, influences, etc. that I am expressing to you now and that others have expressed before me and will after me. I know by now I've said these things numerous times, but that is how I and/or we are currently making sense of it. February 15, 2024, forever evolving and expanding from these repetitions and/or first experiences via every collective kaivanistic result or potentialities. Also, as our experience and accumulated knowledge may suggest, I am aware that it potentially sounds silly, without actual scientific proofs, because just as this person and many others have told myself and others postulating infinitely similar and dissimilar ideas and/or the exact or similar thing, or had similar experiences of denials, misunderstandings, misinterpretations, and/or doubts, when looking for proofs of everything and anything, so I have also, as you have and the persons we are describing, seem to, in a way, understand why perhaps this may be, and again I am proposing that with time and experience the process eventually covers every variable or is currently able to further attempt to do so as well as it does not. The proofs, disproofs, evidence, and/or defeaters arrive the further we carry and transfer this information and continue to examine it, research it, expand upon it and evolve, transform it, etc. So the silliness, just as all knowledge and experience, continues as we discover what is wrong and right, trans universally and trans func. We must present the information first in order to evolve and understand more information through its presentation and trials. February 15, 2024, many things sound or appear silly when you're first presented with them, some things even more than once. Especially something this broad and/or esoteric, exoteric. I mean, this whole last paragraph is very silly, let alone the entirety of everything and beyond. My intention is to present this information, right and/or wrong, and continue to learn more from it, for it as it evolves. Which could also be viewed as a very silly thing to do. August 11, 2024, and sometimes, whether it be philosophy, scientific fact, or whatever, that silliness never goes away. Greater than I mean, the purpose of art is to connect, so the feelings only seem given. Though never felt shit about me. Sounds kind of myopic, yo. The patterns I see in the creation of art and creation of life is again, in a way, what this person was describing. Both I and they seem to semi-understand that part of art is connecting to creation, or a creation, or what has been created, and the ability to feel any connection to it, or not, and then creating something from that connection spectrum, that will in many forms be connected with, analyzed, judged, and sentenced by others, or not. This person is claiming they have never felt the connection, but aren't they, with that message and all the events leading to its creation, relaying their past experiences and information of art, and isn't that arguably their connection and reaction to it and partially how they feel about it? Because whatever they and/or we experienced has happened and is happening, and they have formed a current analysis and outcome of their perspective and relative experience, and that is either the unlikely current end of it, or it will more 25 likely keep going in potentially any and every direction as that person, or thing, will now bring it along to evolve and resolve with them, you, and I across time and space within and without themselves. For this person above, they say they never felt shit about themselves, or maybe art, but that is how they are feeling, so they indeed are feeling, or at least experiencing, even if they don't believe themselves to be. February 16, 2024. So, to make that claim is ironically myopic itself. So again, things are still continuing to make some sense to me, but more information is needed to more clearly transfer this understanding to someone or something outside of myself. Same to you. To all of us. Each of us within the funk are at every moment attempting to understand the funk, and it is a lot to try to understand and comprehend. Additionally, we each, currently, perceive it differently and are even possibly existing within our own separate, yet coexisting realities. And when we assist each other to reach further connection and understanding of our realities, it becomes further possible to understand, more and less, all the changes, traditions, experiences, evolutions, transformations, mutations, etc. that brought you, us here, there via a collective experience, etc. I also see the pattern of what you mean by myopic, and that sometimes these experiences potentially seem nearsighted, or very close to the self, and things are and aren't, and all the patterns and information universally and locally around us shows, tells us that. Arguably, taste, sound, feeling, sight, smell, or any other senses and ways to describe or experience anything to you or me is seemingly impossibly difficult for a particle, or subatomically, quantumly, or metaphysically deeper, yet also now possible and probable to do. And somehow through the entire collective particles and beyond of the entirety of funk, time, and space, we have evolved into those abilities right now, and over enough time we will continue to understand more of it, and or not, and further continue to understand everything until we, as a more advanced funk, are pretty much omnipotent and omnipresent and potentially eventually paradoxically create the next, ourselves, or new realities to repeat and or expand the process, or not. And something about the explanation and understanding of all of that and the funk is both believable and not believable as well as variably comprehensible to every individual, so the act of describing itself is exponentially difficult and increasingly both harder and easier to understand as we experience more of it. November 25, 2025. Funk isn't just hard to explain. Funk is the process of explaining itself. Because of all the patterns, experiences around us, it sometimes teaches us both to avoid and or disregard some learning or experiences while still somehow learning, experiencing, and or progressively attributing to the funk, whether it be your experience or the cause of another. You can choose to not react or understand, or not want to understand, or even simply not be able to understand without actually making a choice to do so or not. It is all still happening and has happened up to this point, so I am proposing these collective points, and knowledge of these patterns and observations and experiences of the funk is somehow important to share with whatever and whoever wants to attempt to learn or expand from, with this. 26. Information or question it. And by doing so, or not, it amplifies itself within and without a somewhat and beyond a transuniversal morphogenetic-like power of itself across lower and higher, outer and inner echelons and holarchies of funk existence and non-existence. If I chose not to write down and share this collection of thoughts and information, then these words I have written and or shared would not be here. You would not be reading or interacting with me or this information, and we would not have now, in some way, learned from it or be further expanded by it, or have been influenced by its existence. Some past instincts or judgments have often misinterpreted, misrepresented, or not, this pattern to be wrong, or too crazy to be true, in some way, and it is and also isn't, depending on who and or what you are and how you interpret it and use that new or old information, experience. And that often leads to us dismissing or brushing over past, present, and or future discoveries of patterns of connection. What we think versus what we know. September 20, 2020. So again, I understand that this information is incomplete and or may perhaps never be completed, April 18, 2022, and is always, and sometimes not, at varying levels of being understood. Which is why I request we work together and keep expanding, advancing, and double-checking it. If someone or something doesn't, then no one and or nothing will, until it does or is. March 7, 2023. If we continue challenging, refining, and expanding our quests for epistemic knowledge, eventually we reach closer and closer to each next step across our destinations. February 16, 2024. And it makes about as much sense as we are and or aren't able to make of it. August 12, 2024. With that being said, something can make complete sense and still be misunderstood. So, To be understood or to understand partially depends on the effort of whoever, whatever is doing either. Both the teacher and the learner, the giver and the taker, have unlimited dynamic revolving roles to play. Does that make sense? Greater than well, possible with the funk idea, but it just moves into fantasy territory without specifying how one could measure, detect it in a way separate from our current knowledge and without adding the "but it's everything" excuse. April 18, 2022. But it is and isn't. Everything, including not nothing. Do you, the reader, and potentially this person, still not see the patterns between what you and I are both speculating? How it is, and all has seemed to be, and how concurrently predictable and unpredictable the funk can be and is. It is, to me, epistemically and philosophically exciting to hear that this person or thing, functionally in a way I could understand, and now you, this reader, or someone, something experiencing this moment, interpreted these theories and questioned them and added to them, and now I am able to do so in return as well. Who or what is it to eventually say or decide if these patterns of funk collection and connection are going to continue to expand, or if they ever do or don't? But we are currently observing this and experiencing this information, and yes, what we don't know is still theoretically there, but now we again are aware of all of this information, and or lack of, currently, in case those decisions or events ever do or 27 don't happen. Everything is now stored onto the funk soul, that Hitchhikers Google Internet-like book, or idea similar to a collective data storage much like a brain or hard drive. Or a social historical consciousness similar to the Internet, or further ideas or experiences. We can save, recall, and redistribute information to a higher quantum degree of influence and connection, and seemingly are continuing to do so until eventually again unable, unwilling, or some other reason. I see whoever was asking this is understanding in their own perspective and questioning it, but not to the complete extent of ultimate connection I am trying to explain, and I also am and am not doing the same. That is what I and seemingly, we, have been, constructed towards by making our own individual and group decisions. And that information is being stored in everything, and sometimes nothing, in various ways through each of us, everything, nothing, and beyond. August 12, 2024. Additionally, fantasy is still partially a form of reality via surreality. Greater than I guess it's cuter than, we're just biological robots that'll die for good once our brain shuts down, but so far also just an idea thrown out. Hard to disprove due to how ubiquitous the funk is supposed to be, but pretty hard to prove either. So either doesn't seem much I am again thinking of how this person is reminding me of the ways I attempt or have attempted to communicate now or in the past. I sometimes have said, moo, and yo, in my speech when I was younger, and have talked and typed like they seem to be doing currently in a similar way. You likely have or haven't as well, but are now a part of the lingo and understanding of its experience and creation. I believe it serves, helpful, or, progressively, to express levels of transferred communication within similar experienced times across the funk. It's another pattern, example that we have evolved from out of and into creation, reality, and are currently using the collection of itself to expand each other, ourselves and itself, everything using language, text, thought, experience, being, and beyond. The translation, transference, and transmutation of funk into and across each other, everything. I also feel and perceive the funk to be a more warming idea than something less subjectively optimistic, like the example you provided, but it is also often just as subjectively, objectively, pessimistic, like the concept of completely shutting off a computer, or our brains shutting down, and that potentially being the end of our consciousness, unless our saves and influences are re-uploaded or redistributed as a transference from the moments leading up to this, and those moments and beyond. Partially, What we currently understand or experience is that given enough time, we physically, as humans or even as energy, eventually decay, perish, transform, transfer, etc. But why, our funk mythology lasts forever across the funk, beyond, after and before its creation and being. Why, our body perishes, but why, our influences, or soul, is forever a part of the structure and history of funk. November 3, 2025, similar to Akashic records. If you turn off or destroy a cell phone or computer and then have no way of powering whatever the once functioning object back on and retrieving their information within themselves, then the information is potentially gone unless stored somewhere else like the internet or cloud, or our billions of now closer connected brains, or the physical matter and energy of the 28. Universe, or whatever comes next, the funk cloud, and beyond. Still, the objects and the information that was once inside is forever a part of the funk. February 19, 2024. If you were to write some words on a slip of paper, never show it or tell the words to anyone, and then burn the paper, the experiences and influences of you, the paper, the writing utensil, the words, the fire, and the ashes are forever a part of funk existence, influence, history, soul, etc. Our physical bodies or containers expire in some way over time, and our perceptive receptacles reduce down and redistribute over the rest of existence until they reach a conjunctional merge with the fabrics of reality and re-become ourselves and itself as the funk again and everything in, out, or around it. Eventually in that form, quantumly, and or beyond, a part of the current funk, we were, and still are, together every molecule, monad, and everything that ever interacted or had influence with you, us, and before you and us, and all of our quantumly exposed states are now expanding from these experiences, efforts, and existences within our fractions of itself and our existences and realities, and those existences spawn more existences and realities and the awareness and unawareness of everything and nothing, more or less. To highlight and point out these observations may, to some, seem futile, but seemingly by pattern it is what is working for us so far and is growing in various understandings. So, imagine if this information was stored inside the smallest form of energy, being, or thing, far into the distant future when we have become beyond molecules, or monads, scattered throughout space and time as the entire history of why, ourself, and why, our surrounding time and space and we were, are able to extract, re-extract information and or experience from it. The ability and information to turn that aforementioned computer or receptacle back on and or access the information and or memories within it, or yourself, or ourselves, then it is always still theoretically, potentially, still in some way, existing, and expanding, all of you, us, and whatever else interacts or influences directly or indirectly with the subatomic quantum funk structure of itself and the influence to objects or ourselves to each other and everything. And this moment, all past moments, and all future moments connect these possibilities whether fact or fiction. February 19, 2024, though currently, while that level of memory retrieval seems an impossibility, the effects of everything, either fact or fiction, brings us here, there, and everywhere. Perhaps one day we will have the ability to use the fabrics of funk to reach through, across space, time and experience what you theoretically wrote on the aforementioned imagined slip of paper we imagined to have burned. Perhaps some forms of funk or all of funk itself can already do so. Or perhaps not. To be determined, or not. After our entire collective experience across years of observing and discussing these patterns of funk phenomena and how to explain them and what they perhaps mean, by experience, we do and don't understand if they are personally and or collectively overall, good, bad, average, hopeful, worrisome, and or whatever human, or not, word, expression, emotion, or relation you can imagine or believe, and regardless of every input and output, they still are happening and the funk is 29 expanding with, from all of it. Everything has and had to happen to lead up to these moments and beyond. So seemingly, no matter what happens, you're likely going to worry about it at times and not worry about it at other times, and or a mixture or superposition of the spectrum between and or beyond. You can experience black and or white, as well as gray. And beyond those are red, and orange, and blue, and 4, and 7, and elephants, and bang boom, and what you ate 17 days ago and the effects that has on Jupiter 3 trillion years from now, and somehow currently everything I am saying is making at least some strange sense to you, or not, and we are all still continuing furthermore connected to the funk even closer directly and or indirectly, whether I or you are under any influence or not and whatever state of mind, or without, we may be in or out of. We are altogether transients through reality, time, etc., aka funk. If we, or anything, don't, do, or be, then, of course, no one and or nothing will. But, now that we and or the funk have done, and are experiencing all doings, and beings, though ourselves only partially, things still can, can't, will, won't, etc. Again, I can only currently suggest, propose, and or postulate to you these ideas and examples, both with and or without past, present, and future proofs and defeaters. So yes, it is absolutely your choice to believe it or not after you've been acquainted with the influence of the ideas from the funk phenomena, mythologies, and experiences leading up to the discussions and or influences of this collective information. That is your faith. And I, in my perspective, understand that pattern of choice to currently be experienced or described as a formed, or even an unformed idea, because again, as myself and others have observed, experienced, and studied over time the reactions of belief, skepticism, absolutist rejection, or not believing anything, and or various levels of acceptance or denial, that everyone, everything exists in their own way within a collectively redistributed shared time and experience, or funk, and has, or hasn't, a conscious ability of some choice in the matter. I still chose and choose to share this information attempting to describe how the funk connects us and has provided everything up to this event, occasion and what may come of that. It has taught us that writing, recording, and sharing moments and experiences, whether good, bad, between and beyond, expands and provides accessible history longer and at a faster rate than just a fraction of the experiences living and expiring within it and without it, that don't and or aren't able to re-examine and learn with, from history, funk, and assists with connecting time and reality, past, present, and future. November 25, 2025. Belief is potentially the act of carrying funk forward. Doubt is potentially just funk asking for a remix. So arguably, it's not worth much, but it also is. What if now that this idea is being presented across time, space, experience, and beyond, someone or something decides it is worth giving me $1? $1 is in observance a mathematically and physically significant amount more than no dollars, so now it has at least become $1 worth in financial value. Then let's say that dollar pays for all of this to be sent to hundreds, thousands, billions, or more, although in a way it already has by being discussed with everyone, everything I have already discussed and shared it with for less than $1. Through the people I've known or met. 30. Personally, and also those interconnectedly influenced, or that I do not yet know, or may never know across the internet or the universe, I have already earned more than $1 of its objective worth as information. So I know the seeds have been planted and it is growing similarly as the patterns of life and the funk seem to do. But financial growth is only important to me enough to selfishly desire to keep my environment and myself selflessly prosperous. True wealth to my personal, selfish desire is gained through knowledge, experience, influence, reach, connection, and love. But overall, yes, currently and across human history, money absolutely does help pave those paths of influential reach or purchase others, and or purchase more others to pave themselves and itself across time, space, funk. November 23, 2025. It is important to be aware that while wealth and power can bring you advantage, they will also lead to greed and corruption if not properly redistributed. Or consider something outside of financial significance. I postulate this information and study to be worth it, if it simply even inspires any thought or influence beyond metaphysical funk experience or existence in the slightest way to anyone or anything. It is fairly enlightening that since I have collected and discussed these universal studies of collective experiences and began this personal and group study of experiences we are experiencing, and further case, group, personal research, that a significant amount of people around me, since this information has been written or shared, maybe even published, have been at least somewhat curious about it and understanding of it enough to clearly attribute back to it rather than not get it, or it be too much to understand, albeit esoterically exoteric. It took me years to be able to explain all of this in a way that someone other than myself could comprehend it through either full study, this treatise, or a Cliff Notes, Spark Notes, or shorthand version. November 23, 2025, or language learning models or AI. That, to me, is personally worth more than $1. And who knows, it could still lead up to many dollars, and then, hot dog, it's the best of both worlds, and subsequently we'll see, experience whatever comes after that or doesn't. As I have expressed in the past, if further financially prosperous from these presentations, I would like to use these finances to help others and myself reach even further closer points of connection and beyond. Together selflessly, selfishly, and beyond for our progressive survival as conscious and connected beings and or interfaceable objects of creation and influence, and beyond. If financial status precludes the credibility of these collected ideas, then proudly and transparently, I can tell you that I have already made some form of profit, knowledge, and experience from this idea of existing within and expanding with and from the funk, and have also so far successfully attempted to relay the information to you and our reality, and still apparently I am explaining it to you now in an expanding attempt for everything to attribute towards it and collect further understandings and experiences. The chances of doing that currently, where I, you, and we exist within is now great enough for us to achieve more and will now continue rising in probability, although still a challenge requiring effort. And while yes, still not knowing for sure, but again, by all of these patterns discussed, it seemingly seems and appears to be so. So far, I keep receiving more. 31 information, and that information is and will now be accessible to you or anyone interested in expanding with and from it. January 9, 2020. Since December 5 my connections to these answers have been for the most part non-stop and either by patterns of coincidence or the greater power of the funk everyone and everything has been connecting me closer. It is quite surreal. As if life, the funk, or something is influencing and guiding me towards further understanding of itself and ourselves. April 18, 2022, and these connections and interconnections to further connections and interconnections to reality, existence, and beyond come and go and grow and grow. August 12, 2024, and it keeps expanding. November 24, 2025, and for 5 years now, every single day these moments of synchronicity continue falling into place, leading me to these moments. And I'm not the only one who sees and experiences these events. I'll often point them out as they unfold to friends and family, and most of them agree. Once your awareness of this perspective increases, it becomes much like the Bader-Meinhof effect, frequency illusion, where you start to see how funk oddly connects events together as life unfolds. How everything is connected. I compare it to translating a language. Once you understand another language, you start to notice it more often in places you may have overlooked in the past, as it was just some symbols or letters that meant little to you. But when you learn and understand another language, you are more able and likely to unlock the secrets behind the language that it couldn't share with you before. you will be able to see and comprehend what some others, including yourself, lack the awareness of, even though it is occasionally right there in front of them. The past few months, since learning the name of the concept, I've seen and heard frequency illusion and Bader-Meinhof mentioned increasingly more in media and in life. Was it always there before? Humorous coincidence? Round and round, repetition after repetition, again and again, for currently an unfathomable amount of time. And as patterns of theories and/or studies like evolution and/or advanced machine learning suggest, it is seemingly the things that survive longest and to have caused a greater significant lasting impact within themselves and their environments that continue on to improve, or not, everything involved with it and future generations in whatever way is subjectively, objectively, best, for the funk. Like teaching a child to ride a bicycle or how to read, or a program to write and/or play music for you or to calculate and solve problems, or a robot how to walk, or a car to self-drive, or a plant to grow, or an element to be, that is all, in a way, advancing that and those moments somehow within and across funk. Though also by teaching a child to ride a bicycle, or writing a program to play music or problem-solving and a car how to drive itself, or hydrogen and oxygen to become water, all of those things may still never know of pi wertepu 9 BQFSDG, or the funk, or whatever equation, solution, or description of what I'm describing to you eventually turns out to be. But, with the evolutionary assistance of technologies within or beyond itself, these moments now all currently exist together indirectly, either forever unaware or eventually linked to become aware of each other and their intersectional connections. And again, in these moments I am calling it the funk, but you may think of it as something else, and that is okay. It has been okay up to this point and very likely will be after. 32. Additionally, if I or anything does not ever attempt to do what I am doing, and/or what we have done as an entire collective past, and inspire, influence what we are now learning so we can attribute to each other even further knowledge and questioning, then again, the information and/or experience we are gathering sort of slows down or doesn't happen until it eventually picks up again, whether physically, metaphysically, quantumly, mathematically, knowledgeably, subjectively, spiritually, imaginably, etc. Ocean sharks, to my knowledge, will probably never understand the funk or recognize pi wertepu 9 BQFSDG. Like you and/or I are able, in any form that I can translate to you for now, but it can be imagined, or in a way predicted, or experienced, even if through thought, the things we have over time eventually connected and described as and/or by sharks that live in the ocean, or whatever they call themselves, or are eventually further to be known as. Perhaps they have already experienced beyond this moment greater connections unbeknownst to us. Even though just an animation, Jabberjaw played drums in a band and solved crimes. Predictably or possibly someone could be nicknamed Ocean Shark, and they now think I am talking directly to them, or not, and I both am and am not. But just in case, hi, Ocean Shark. Keep doing and being yourself, buddy. I'm proud of ya for reaching this point in our existence. Let's keep going, both in idea and application. March 18, 2024. How can a 3-pound mass of jelly that you can hold in your palm imagine angels, contemplate the meaning of infinity, and even question its own place in the cosmos? Especially awe-inspiring is the fact that any single brain, including yours, is made up of atoms that were forged in the hearts of countless, far-flung stars billions of years ago. These particles drifted for eons and light years until gravity and change brought him together here, now. These atoms now form a conglomerate, your brain, that can not only ponder the very stars that gave it birth, but can also think about its own ability to think and wonder about its own ability to wonder. With the arrival of humans, it has been said, the universe has suddenly become conscious of itself. This, truly, is the greatest mystery of all. V.S. Ramachandran, November 24, 2025, We are a colony of colonies of emergent sensory organs for the infinite, source, para-Brahman, saguna Brahman, nirguna Brahman, funk. Tat te vam asi, that thou art. The first Mahavakya of the Upanishads. You are Brahman, you and Absolute are one and the same reality. There is no God but you, and you are nothing but God. Swami Sarvapriyananda Pragyunam Brahma, the awareness you are feeling right now even if unaware of it. Consciousness is Brahman. The phrase emphasizes that the very intelligence or awareness by which we perceive, think, and know is not a mere byproduct of the physical body or brain, but is the highest reality itself. The realization of this truth leads to transcending the ego and recognizing the oneness of the individual self, Atman, with the essence of the entire cosmos. 33. In my time of study toward the funk, I have also personally and group studied a lot of long form and short form, improv, not stand-up comedy, but also yes, sometimes improv is involved with stand-up comedy and I have also participated in stand-up comedy as well. Maybe this is sit down, lie down, stand up, repositionable comedy, entertainment, and through that, I have observed, experienced, learned things that I've witnessed to be both wonderfully successful and sometimes quite wonderfully unsuccessful. Some things aren't even aware of the existence of improv, or there and don't know how to describe it yet, or how it is either indirectly or directly involved and influencing their lives. In these studies of improv and/or the funk, we are taught to observe patterns and why sometimes events and/or scenes do and/or don't work. Using tools like the application of yes, and, if this, then what, those two concepts and more can be interpreted and applied to so many applications and situations whether on or off stage with results that are often, currently to my knowledge, immeasurable, but with time and experience could become more calculable, measurable, teachable, and experienced. So, if we continue to observe improv, funk, etc., and discuss it, seeing what works, what doesn't, why, etc., we get closer to understanding how to reach those solutions and/or experiences, or we won't. Everything will continue to keep happening in the ways that they do. Sometimes we have a lot of fun doing improv, or existing within the funk, and/or sometimes we don't. Occasionally the ways we know things to be and how we handle it all and ourselves differs with a mixture of success and failure and the education each is able to interpret, extrapolate, draw conclusions, and grow from. But again, change, no matter how large or small, is observable and applicable, and historically now in such an amount that it is applying, reapplying to itself just as we are also applying, reapplying back to it as we have been and statistically but not yet able to confirm completely or prove to be exactly possible. May 9, 2026. Many things we consider as fact are costume theories. Some facts even change and/or remain vastly unexplored or unrevealed, and many falsities disguise as facts. As conscious beings, we are able to process information, think about it, and then add to the idea and observe its patterns until something else eventually recognizes those patterns and applies, copies, transfers them to its own learning, conclusions, and actions, while unconscious beings and objects have a natural way of interacting and reacting to each other, everything without needing the extra internalization and reapplication. So if you ever see someone and/or something else also learning about Pi Wertepu 9 BQFSDG, or the funk, or philosophy, or something similar, and/or really anything, everything else, then you are also becoming closer to seeing the patterns of how it both is and is not happening, being and how to explain or describe anything, everything to others, something else and the difficulties of doing so. March 18, 2024. Throughout the infinite, the forces are in a perfect balance, and hence the energy of a single thought may determine the motion of the universe. Nikola Tesla. 34. I don't know what you had for breakfast, or if you even had breakfast, but if you told me I would then become further influenced by its happening and what to possibly do with that information together and/or personally, and afterward, potentially, I could then possibly want whatever you had for breakfast, or some other meal, or go get something or whatever myself, or do whatever comes next radially and or tangentially. Or, if you told me, this poison is deadly, or I learned from other gathered information, experience, influence, or not, that poison is deadly, then I would most likely stay away from it, or not, because I then would have an idea of what poison is and its effect. Unless otherwise I, you, and or we were to learn new information and were able to experience poison with or without its current known effects, death or illness, then in that reality perhaps that poison is at that time a medicine and can be applied healthily or as an antidote to something else, as we have thought, learned some poisons and experiences to potentially be. Through experience, influence, awareness we are cautious of the effects and experimenting with poisons because we know what they can do and have done. But if the investigating experience stops there, then that is all we will likely know until someone or something begins to gather more data, information on poison, and learns more or figures something out, or not, and then shares that information or not. Allah, if this, then what? I know and understand that a dragon like Smaug of The Hobbit, Alduin, the World Eater from Elder Scrolls, the dragons from Game of Thrones, or any physical, spiritual, written, read, dreamed, imagined, or any other form of reality of dragon could have the ability to set someone on fire or potentially kill them, though in our current observed reality, dragons are fictitious, fantasy, and therefore are very unlikely to harm us. Additionally, in our shared realities, within or without fact or fiction, dragons have, to some, but not all, also been described to have killed or been defeated by knights and people and villages, and or hoarded gold, or to be friendly, or only pre-cohabitatively made someone afraid until acquainted, or inspired someone or thing to feel some way about dragons, and or anything according to all the collective data we now have access to about subjective, fantasy, or any other information we have collected about dragons as a whole and or as individuals with every level of supervision and interaction and also lack of. All of what we know and everything related to dragons is now a part of the collective mythology of dragons within the collective mythology of the funk as it expands and doesn't. So, if you were to come across a dragon, or even become a dragon, at some point in future time, your reaction to the experience of that moment has been collectively influenced, preconceived by our collected experience, or lack of, with how we personally, or as a group, actually would interact with dragons, if, when we arrived at that moment. Our collective and personal, improvisational instincts will kick in once we are experiencing a dragon, whether we know how to or not, as any of us would naturally react to the situation however we would whenever in that moment. May 9, 2026, and even if we all had the exact same education and training on dragons, we would all still have our own unique and different actions, reactions. Unless we became some sort of collective hive mind or something, but it doesn't seem we are there yet. Or unless someone or something is giving you the ol ratatouille from the beyond and controlling. 35. You like a sim or remote control vehicle. But what if they as the controller are part of a hive mind? Let's move on. We are acting under the influence of ourselves, each other, our environments, anything, everything, and the invasive possibility of nothing and or off. Eventually, all of that data, experience, as we can currently observe it, becomes habit, instinct, or a mixture of, or it ceases until it reforms or increases again. We each interpret how to process this information and save it for later more and or less effectively and efficiently to a degree that is always arguably better or worse. And since you can find, access parts of this information outside of anything beyond ourselves, like our computers, phones, books, or minds, and respond to it, then it is a connected and expanding success for us together, and those successes or abilities of increasing successes are increasing successfully and or unsuccessfully until furthermore once they are experienced to be an expanding or reduced form of itself from the influence of what is and is not itself. or again for the umpteenth time proposed, that everything from within and without, the funk, from the questionable beginnings and ends used to further calculate the incalculability is getting more and more understandable while constantly creating even more to understand. The asymptote is getting closer and closer to X, Y, Z, or beyond. Even though it may or may not seemingly or believably ever touch X, Y, Z, or any other variable, it also potentially eventually does and can be calculated closer and closer and saved and shared much more easily using our advancing technologies, experiences, and histories. Each of us can almost do nothing and still universally expand from it somehow at this point, because within our personal nothings is a great amount of something. As things are more than 50-50, they are, as I'm proposing, providing and withdrawing the information we have gathered, seemingly reaching, expanding, or transferring into each other, everything, and providing further answers and reactions. May 9, 2026. Yin and yang constantly invading and welcoming the other side at such an amount that it is forever balancing out. And if either yin or yang ever consumed or eliminated the other, the next Holland beyond itself would become the next balance, thesis, antithesis, synthesis. And if both yin and yang or the infinite holarchies beyond them were to end, perhaps at some point someone or something will find out. Su, instead of X, Y, Z, our graphs could potentially not only connect to A, B, C, but also to Delaware, or a molecule, and make more and more sense how to translate and relay those connections, because we are over time experiencing the closer integers and steps to the solutions, and yes, we are together not yet there or perhaps ever will be, but are functionally continuing to experience the funk as it expands and progresses with and or without our existences and or absences. Rather than 50-50, the equation and solution could be 50-50, or X, 5, D, or silver, or an engine of some sort, always calculating closer and closer to further solutions, just as we are now. Haven't engines historically and observably evolved, and additionally aren't there also numerous metaphors, examples, and descriptions for an engine over time and experience? I propose these growths or expansions of information experience are seemingly additionally happening to anything. 36. Everything and nothing, but it is also now in our equations and realities to also try to prove all of this everything and nothing wrong and right, as I and you are currently attempting to do, and in some occasions have multiple, complicated, and or open-ended answers, much like in a test or data put through trial or software, or the result of something that can now be communicated through an experience of every feeling at once or a combination of such feelings, or none at all. I can, to my ability of funk perception, at this moment attempt to describe the experiences of sound, smell, touch, thought, and taste that this information we have been created from and into that inspires and influences us, and then, magically, transfer that information and experience, and we have access to a closer amount to all of it, as well as our potential end of it. It is more than half and also not, more and or less, while also being so. It is beyond yin and yang, but also very much rounded up to yin and yang. Further understanding beyond binary opposition and harmony, forever finding balance by being whole itself, and also a part of the next outer and or inner, greater and or lesser Hollands. What if we extend the third-dimensional X, Y, Z grid to become fourth-dimensional and to then include W, and W is now observable and experienced like X, Y, Z, and closer calculated, viewed, experienced, and transferable. W is going to begin to make more sense or evolve into something else and explain why X, Y, Z, W, U, V, S, T and Larry are connected, and how to share that information over time unless it is not achievable, able to be achieved, or forgotten. But currently, here is a description of the idea, so the steps to it are so far, in a way, functioning impossibility. Impossibility and non-being are only such until they become imaginable, possible, and are. May 9, 2026. Still, perhaps some things are never able to transition beyond impossibly, because they never will be and are never to have existed. The only way to find out is through time and beyond. Consider the 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon theory. We can take a collected amount of instances and relative points, people across time, and connect the degrees to them with the information and abilities we currently have. With more time, the events of those digits existing within any size of funk influence is going to get closer and or farther connectedly apart, and how, why, across time, Kevin Bacon, a collection of atoms, and or even an unknown description of funk, gathered collectively at a point and across points in time with the help of technologies created from itself, we can explain or disprove each other the point of X, Y, Z, and W by a few clicks of a button or less. So far, to me, and now perhaps us, why and how it got there and the clearer explanations of connections are measurably and collectively closer, and we continue expanding our records on the experiences of the past as we become further futures, presents, pasts across infinity. To my observation, so far, for everything, all forms of practice, function, and execution don't exactly or necessarily make perfect, but they do observably form patterns of some sort of eventual habit or instinct, and the habitats for those habits, instincts to exist in. We are perhaps the theoretical monkeys with the typewriters, and now given enough time we have not only written Shakespeare's collected works, but all of written history, and are somehow understanding what 37 I'm saying now, just as you seemingly are, and using all of this collected information, experience to do whatever we are able. Whether it leads to more Shakespeare, or every version of Shakespeare, and what exists beyond Shakespeare, a fraction of all of that is now perspectively happening, both predictably with chance and also not. A room of monkeys seemingly haven't written any books yet, at least not in a language we recognize, but somehow the chances are statistically there or possibly closer to happening than ever before, and if I put a typewriter in a room with a group of animals or things, then those events would become an observable study and historical data for an exponential amount of information, even if subjectively considered wasting time, as the information is still there to be referenced by the funk. And since time is considerably relative and or beyond, that event could happen either my tomorrow or your yesterday or anything between or outside our time and or space, and we can now more functionally calculate and share what we've learned so far whenever these things happen, or attempt to do so, or not. In order to view a 2D or #D object, you need to be able to observe it from 4D or above, and that is questionably time or the idea of it. Say watching a YouTube video or reading a book is being within the 4D. Currently we are seemingly unable to access a deeper understanding of its calculations and data needed to view how to observe and or translate all the steps it took from your birth to the end of said book, video, and where and when it all happened, and how to show it to our self and or others more successfully. I propose it is getting rapidly closer, as well as it is already here, there. We ourselves cannot currently physically go back in time, but we can do variations of it. You can remember the past or attempt to do so and find ways to look back into history. Tomorrow, if someone successfully attempts to put a typewriter in front of itself or anything and can successfully record that information, eventually we can recall that past event or attempt to analyze its present and future as it happens and is created. It is also possible that you can go so far into the future that all this eventually happens again. February 27, 2024, ChatGPT-4's context window was once 8,192 tokens, or a few pages of a book, meaning it would only remember and be able to reference very little of what it had just processed or been discussing. A few months later, GPT-4 Turbo had a context window of 128,000 tokens, which meant it could remember and discuss any point of an entire book with you. Just last week, Google released that their DeepMind Gemini 1.5 now has a context window of 1-10 million tokens. Eventually, if given the information, computers, technology will be able to recall our entire lives and show, discuss, pinpoint any moment, information in history. For reference, DeepMind Gemini 1.5 an AI that remembers, 2-minute papers, https://www.youtube.com/watch?v equals a JVWMX:8 . Compare to the context window of the Funk. If you're reading this, you likely can't see me, or I you, in our physical presences right now. Unless, I, happen to be near you or vice versa. But you could imagine it, and the events surrounding those and these thoughts and creations are inspiring this and that, or isn't, and could lead to its happening, or not, and the next happenings, or not. Repeat, rearrange, repeat, retry, repeat, etc. And, the Funk. 38. Both does and doesn't ever get old, because it is able to store and reuse its information and repair, destroy, refresh itself or learn how to access and reaccess all information to somehow or someday apply, reapply itself into an action, series of new events, even if it is just the beginning or the moment before things have even begun. There will be infinite ends and beginnings to the string, chain of loops of dimensions of time, and everything that comes or doesn't come from it is relative to this information in some distant, direct and interconnected way. Saturday, December 7, 2019. Returning to answering questions from the Internet, number 23,883,444. Greater than 23,883,342, OP. Can an almighty being create a mountain it can't lift? And if he can't, is it still almighty? Yes, the intention of an almighty being alone is enough to create three realities. One where it made a mountain it can lift, one where it created a mountain it can't lift, and one where the mountain was never created at all. The Almighty can't interfere with the Almighty without compromising its status. It needs images of itself that lack the quality to interact with one's other self. We are just a dialogue, words and ultimately fleeting thoughts pondering a higher existence. Maybe that helps you. Number 23,883,460. Greater than 23,883,444. 100%, or whatever the real agreeable statistic is. I say 100% because it makes a lot of sense as to what you're saying. Really, I understand to my own degree, whatever actual percentage that may be or become. You have now relayed and attributed that information into the idea, and I backed it, and you have expanded from these influences. There are omnipotentially infinitely more real amounts than three realities, unless I am mistaken, or misunderstanding. Over time and trial and error, there are all the realities within those realities that you stated as well. One where the mountain is green, one where the mountain is silent, one where the mountain can lift itself, and so on and so forth. And we are in the reality that is currently at this moment. Thank you for your response. March 18, 2023. Additionally, all three, or more, of those realities are a part of the same Funk. Multiverses within an omniverse. As further response to this, an almighty being would absolutely be able to create a mountain it could not lift, at the time of being challenged or requested. But then if it ever wanted or needed to lift the unliftable mountain, it would be able to do or make it so, as it is an almighty being, or is in the progress of becoming. Within and beyond infinity, 0% is still possible or very likely. We understand that in our reality there is a 0% chance of finding a blue giraffe with wings, that is, until a blue giraffe with wings is found or created. In one moment, the Almighty Being has a 0% chance of lifting the mountain until it decides it can or does. This can repeat ad infinitum. March 2, 2024. As God, my Father, says, it is only the way it is until we discover the new way it is, and then that is the way it is until we discover the new way it is, and so it goes until the world is no longer. 39 flat, electricity lights the night, and shoes are no longer tied with ribbons. Emma Stone as Bella Baxter in Poor Things, August 13, 2024. Even the almightiest of beings still exists within an even almightier funk. It seems some things that I, and others, have observed to be used to discredit information or dismiss, get rid of, or not count, are actually in a way very important to the decisions and/or events after all. Ignoring unrevealed information by dismissing the further meanings behind the why not is in a way an action that leaves more issues than constructively adds to development, even though skepticism, ignorance, and/or dismissals are still additional developments of happenings. Not everything is symmetrical or has to be. All perspectives and the occurrences of these perspectives are extremely important, individual and collective, and dismissing abstract thought or experience because it is not as understandable or clean as symmetry, resonance, and/or is objectively more challenging to interpret, translate is what becomes observably less constructive and could be experienced, construed as harmful, neglective, and/or less progressive towards the funk and constructive communication, interaction with the funk and each other. December 3, 2025. Just because something is difficult, uncomfortable, or impossible to understand doesn't mean it's invalid. May 10, 2026. Often we find weirdness is more permissible when attractive. This works naturally in the animal kingdom, but with humans, our ideas of what we naturally find weird or attractive are also subject to different types of manipulation and vulnerable to condibulence. Consider bias, racism, prejudice, discrimination, and/or things around that nature. Actions, decisions, etc. that arise from those beliefs or principles are more inspired by the group or individual to make a hurtful choice against someone or something else, and for some reason they currently understand their ideas, beliefs to be the best choice for themselves. In these areas, the idea of yes and could be harmful or destructive, which is why it is important to learn how to understand the importances of who, what, when, where, why, and how to appropriately yes and if this, then what. So how do we reach further understanding together of what is and is not hurtful, harmful or destructive, and how we together can reach subjective, objective progression and/or improvement? What if investigating 2 + 2 = 5 and the meanings behind the equation, solution or how to actually make it possible or prove how it is impossible is more important than dismissing it, or giving in to some sort of feeling that extracts you from the next possible outcome until someone or something else eventually makes or causes it to happen? Wouldn't you want to be the person who could do that? So why aren't you? Say you, or whoever, indeed discovered an answer, but no one would even consider hearing how or why. How would that affect you, they, I, us, information, knowledge, everything, and/or funk? What if yellow plus shape equals banana is a derogatory slang term and I just offended every one of you? And if so, I deeply apologize, it was in an effort of further understanding. How would we ever know further unless we were to experience and learn from those scenarios, whether fact or fiction, real and/or imaginary? If you were someone who had given up and had not read this far, then 40. You would exist in the relative, directly not, or dismissed category of these currently suggested hypotheses, but if you are still reading this and attempting to understand, then these examples and proposals are continuing to expand directly through and beyond you and I until further discussed or not and/or proven correct or not. And again, I, or you, or time, space, funk are able to do these things in our current realities where everything once was not as achievable before to this degree. Again, I am genuinely sorry about the banana thing. I hope you can please choose to forgive me and keep investing in our current efforts to learn. Less than 3 think about the semiotics of a heart. They are now a universal, though mostly human, pattern and symbol of understanding love or liking something to a degree and assists you and I in further understanding connection. Hearts are everywhere, anywhere, and sometimes nowhere. On April 25, 2012, I started a project called Drawbook, which you currently now do or did not know about. www.drawbook.net, and it has so many hearts in it and is full of so much love, and more, less than 3, and currently, as I write this, I am on book 59 and hearts are by far one of the most drawn things. It is currently over 13,000 original works of art produced by you, myself, and random interconnected chance events with others, and as you have now or eventually will witness, there are a lot of hearts everywhere. Seemingly a reminder for you and us of the love from the funk, as well as every recognizable and approachable desire to connect with something that seems to lean towards more pleasurable, connecting, and or constructive for us within the funk. May 10, 2026, Parability. Loving the moments of being loved as what we want to be loved as and the abilities to share love. Love is everywhere, sometimes more, sometimes less. But you'll find even more of it while seeking and spreading it than when you aren't. March 2, 2024, here's some love for Drawbook, https://www.cron.com/culture/articles/Houston-Texas-art-drawbook 18,490,465.php. Negative or bad things often get more overall attention than positive or good. If something objectively bad happens, many will react and share negative opinions quite quickly before they investigate deeper into what is absolutely good or bad about the occasion. By sharing any of those reflecting negative or positive ideas into thought or reality, they immediately become influential to others, and that drama becomes quantumly, historically recorded, as, for further data calculation of the overall events as they continue. Does that mean negative is greater than positive? Both, sometimes, yes, and sometimes, no. Negativity, for some reason, is often more dramatically noteworthy and observably more prominent by experience, but it is still as we understand at this current time, and that may be different for you, a negative integer, which is still scientifically less than more, but can, as history has shown, in some ways and times be measured and translated much more than positive events. In terms of improv, yes, and, is greater than a no, or denial, but no, but can be and is still often a part of yes, and. So again, yes, and, is still seemingly at an advantage of positive success even when experiencing negation or denials, and if I had to express it as potential math equation, I suggest that positive y reaches above or greater than 50%, or 0%, and negative yang is possibly the extension below or less than 50%, or 0%, in 41 whatever way possible, and they continuously reach into and out of each other forever, attempting to be 51%, 49%, 1%, -1% or more, less. November 29, 2025, condibulance and morabursting draw power from eliciting strong emotional reactions, engagement, and spreads quickly like a virus, while parability, love, is a redistribution of power and is shared, practiced like medicine, and takes time and effort to show healing. Taking from the knowledge I have gained so far, I see the importance of punctuation, especially the question mark, and I would like to share how I personally think Espanol to be so fantastic for deciding to establish the question or emotion first when asking it. For those who aren't aware, en Español, when a question begins you already know it's a question. Pero como? But how? Just like that. By expanding upon the end result, and putting it at the beginning of the equation as, it becomes quickly understandable in a faster and a subjectively more convenient way of communication. Now you know it's a question before you've even read it. Additionally, I have seen examples in games and stories of doing something similar by putting the emotions first. Happy, I am so excited to share this information with you. Lovingly with anticipation, I can't wait to see what we come up with using this information. Questioningly, I wonder what we can do next. To continue, the faster or more positive, constructive, and more easily you are able to attempt to clearly explain an idea or statement to something else, the faster progressive, constructive thought and reaching further understanding becomes. But as an inverse, the negative or lesser than is also doing the same to what is above or below it, and like I said, it seems like the lesser than has a way of seemingly affecting or influencing individuals subjectively sometimes more than what we've seen the positive to do, though again, negative is often understood to be deconstructive and positive as constructive, even though both can result in the other depending on the equation or situation. Mathematically, multiplying or dividing positive and negative is always going to result in a negative, but adding or subtracting positive to negative can result in either side. Multiplying or dividing positive and positive will always be positive, and negative to negative will also be positive. Adding negative to negative will always be negative, adding positive to positive will always be positive, subtracting negative from negative can be positive, and subtracting positive from positive can be negative. At some point, we will figure out how to translate the equations between the equations directly and or indirectly, and we are historically on the way to experiencing and eventually understanding those solutions. But also with any correct answer or solution, these equations and results can still be misinterpreted if you don't choose to understand them further, or attempt to know them rather than to assume them. If you never learn what someone or something truly intended by, for example, putting in front of a question, you're in a way failing to understand the knowledge or translations of the funk, and are subjectively, objectively, freeloading during the greater progressions being created, proposed to you, around you, which isn't wrong, just debatably occasionally less constructive. Additionally, if you desire, you can choose to be dishonest. You can act a different role and convince and influence information and 42. Others with your acting and what you decide to do with each mask, persona. But, with our current social and technological connections, given enough time and study, I believe, if necessary, you or anyone, anything can or will eventually be seen or revealed to be acting, if so, and or why, our masks, personas to be identified. When given enough time, experience, and study, more patterns become observed enough for us to know, understand, guess when someone or something is acting, or choosing to lie, knowingly or unknowingly, rather than honestly attempting to attribute to the more constructive paths of progression. So there is every variable between and beyond negative progression and progressive negation, and with time we understand each a bit more and find easier ways to explain, identify, or expose them or not. And each, all, again and again, could be something we don't yet understand or are not able to at this time or potentially any time. It could eventually be pi wertepu 9 bqfsdg plus minus lol, and ostensibly you don't quite understand what I am proposing, but you have a closer idea because we are currently within our actions expanding directly and indirectly through results of between nature, nurture, and the beyond to continue attempting to do so through these communications and experiences, anything, everything that causes them to be, and anything, everything else. More on acting. The action and or act of acting can sometimes be very enjoyable, both in doing and observing, but only arguably if that acting is genuine and for entertainment or subjective greater positive progressive purpose. If that acting is disingenuous and or purposely decided or used to be dishonest or deceitful, as by a person, group or thing, then that action of acting now acts as a negative or destructive, deconstructive purpose and perhaps could be revealed over time to be a lie or misinterpreted as a lie or truth. Actors are playing what they have studied or believed to be reality into a simulated reality, but it is not a purely uninfluenced moment, action, so it can also be found, observed to sometimes be falsely constructed or portrayed, though a perhaps unintentional positive or negative lie or simulation. We can enjoy accept or not. From their actions comes the experience of someone attempting to portray their understanding of the past, present, future and what we, or they, have experienced, while also relaying an example of history for the future, present, past. It is both a lie and genuine, and only the actor really knows the majority of the truth in their actions, so hopefully, they are honest about what they are doing, but sometimes even they don't understand or realize the effects of their influences, whether honest or not, and/or intentional or not. Unless they are transparent about their actions, you'll currently never know if they really are being honest or not, because you are not them unless you are eventually able to be, May 10, 2026, as a you're. Though by that point it will no longer be this current time, but the future, leaving you a very different amount of available options. Both you and the actor are a myriad of truths and lies, and with enough time and effort our current truths and/or lies can potentially be observed, accessed, questioned, or accused by the entirety of present or future humankind or beyond, perhaps even all of existence. Artists, composers, and musicians seemingly make art to be created and/or not created and then experienced or not to be experienced. Those who experience these 43 creations, or lack of creation, view, gather, judge, and also create as well, but not to the full extent as artists, composers, musicians, and etc. Experience, but they still have a lot to say about it all, regardless of education or experience toward the subject, which is an observation that also applies to artists, composers, musicians, etc. Creators can create or do and attribute to existence with any amount of influence and subjectively, objectively to a more enjoyable degree versus those who simply view and critique existence or art. Artists mostly create, physically, or in a way you can somehow react with and interpret. Composers are able to write and interpret information as sound in order to more clearly compose, and musicians learn from composers, artists, viewers, and themselves by both mimicry and then possibly advancing to composition, and the same can apply to the artist. However, it seems that the viewer's views, comments, judgments, and critiques are their instrument of choice or vocal paintbrushes, and are still their attribution and contribution to the artist, musician, composer, producer, engineer, and so forth, making them artists and creators in their own way. March 11, 2024. Everyone and everything reacts to each other, creating this influential funk for everyone and everything to continue reacting to. Back to the internet. No. 23,883,466 Friday, December 6, 2019 12:41 greater than 23,883,454. This funk you have intuited has been described in many ways, such as flow, or wee way. Whitehead and other processists describe it as the rhythm of experiential discovery. Greater than for Bergson, calculus is more than just a handy metaphor or analogy, but rather, he indeed aimed at framing an approach to the organicist world hypothesis that employs the calculus as its actual method of discovery, i.e., differentiation, and explanation, i.e., integration, and that every discovery is the inverse of an explanation and every explanation the derivative of a discovery. March 21, 2024. These are all Hollands of funk realizations, understanding that existed to maloragnetically connect us through our chiavanial branches to where we currently are and are continuing. From https://www.religion-online.org/article/influence-as-confluence-Bergson and Whitehead. Greater than the true method of discovery is like the flight of an aeroplane. It starts from the ground of a particular observation. It makes a flight in the thin air of imaginative generalization, and it again lands for renewed observation rendered acute by rational interpretation. Alfred North Whitehead. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/alfred_north_Whitehead. TWRP, Starlight Brigade, feat. Dan Avidan, lyrics, https://www.youtube.com/watch?mark v=lmwxkjv_b-w. 44. May 10, 2026. I had a friend suggest this band to me a couple months ago, and I checked out the albums he recommended thinking it was the first time I had heard the group. Shortly after, I happened to scroll by this page and saw the name, not having touched the treatise in a while, and I can't remember why I was looking at it. At one point I had even deleted the link from the treatise and later added it back, but to see the connection here all these years ago I had to tell him about the coincidence, synchronicity, and felt to share that with you now. Maybe it means something, maybe it doesn't, maybe it's both, maybe it's something between or beyond, maybe it's Maybelline, but as I have mentioned before somewhere in this treatise, I'm going to try to share these moments of coincidence, synchronicity as often as I can, and whether we believe they make sense or not. I do wish I had added this here sooner because there were more connections than this and I could have probably expressed it better at the time, and I also wish I was better at communicating abstract connections, or even anything in general, but here we are. I try. As the commenter says above, every discovery is the inverse of an explanation and every explanation the derivative of a discovery. I made a particular observation, did some imaginative generalizations, and here it is for why, our renewed observation and rational interpretation. And I am proposing that you, I, Whitehead, Bergson, and everything are right and wrong, over and over until once again it all makes further sense to you, I, or everyone, or it doesn't until further notice or not. All of everything over an exponential amount of time, space, reality, loops, along a string, charn of collected, branches, of observed, or measurable, immeasurable, length and moments of experience and data collection, storage, review of information, and understanding of it all, that you and I and the past, present, future understand it to be, have been, and become. Whether you do or don't believe it, we will both individually eventually perish, with time, though also exist within the future as influential effects toward it, even though you and or we will no longer as physical beings be here or there, but will exist as a part of the everything leading up to and after, whether as particles, waves, influence, and or beyond. The funk is always at all times, here, there, everywhere, everything, and also nothing. And it does and does not provide for us and or take from us. As of this moment, we cannot provably connect to the funk as easily as you and I are doing with each other, but the observable patterns of us doing so are forever more increasingly arising as we continue to explore, experience, expand, etc., even though you may understand or interpret it as something different. We are beetles pleading or trying to survive with and or against birds, and we are also the birds making the same arguments to the beetles. Little fish to bigger fish. Matter versus time and space. Over time one or more will always conquer, collaborate, or be in harmony with the other, either by choice or by chance. It is the way we understand many, but not all, natures to be. August 14, 2024. Thesis, antithesis, synthesis. In our current times, we have records that many individuals, groups achieve success within their time or not, ranging from great to small and or none. We also experience a significant amount of loss or failures. To our knowledge of current. 45 History. Some say Mozart died poor and was buried in a pauper's grave, though this is also debated. Whereas were he alive now or currently had his level of present and or past success during his life, his music and fame would potentially have been able to keep him alive and contributing for a longer amount of time toward the funk, but in our reality we know it to not be so, unless you are eventually able to prove to me, us otherwise. Some also argue that to not be the case. What is true and how do we know? What even is success or failure? Around this, our current time, 2019, a banana duct taped to a wall sold for $120,000. What is more successful, Mozart or Maurizio Catalan's comedian? Both are in a way successful and gaining more and more views, but what will, in the end, have the most influence and or prominent effect on, with the funk, and took subjectively more time, effort, and experience to do so, while also being subjective or able to be described as similar. One or several of many and all of these answers are correct, and the source points of that collective understanding is here, there, and everywhere within and beyond the funk. And whatever you believe attributes, contributes to whatever you believe and expands with everything forever. However, if you were to ask someone whether they knew Amadeus Mozart or Maurizio Catalan, it is likely they're going to recognize Mozart over the banana tape wall guy. So, in my opinion, Mozart wins this round, but that doesn't mean Catalan failed, or is a failure. Saturday, December 7, 2019, Cont. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/Fibonacci_number. Consider the Fibonacci sequence and why it is so prevalent in the nature of the funk around within us. Each iteration continues to grow within, without, and beyond itself. Imagine graphing this sequence. You create an original first point, where the sequence to us so seemingly starts, and you begin to spiral out in opposing directions from the starting point. The spiral appears to be going in a circle around this point, and so far in our present we are unable to calculate the endpoints in time, besides those we create ourselves. Say you are now on the fifth sequence of the spiral you started. Considering where you started, that original point in time or that official beginning point you set down on paper or in your computer is no longer at that original location in space-time. You can observe the spiral that you have created, and it is to a perspective in front of you, seemingly a perfect ratio of going round and round, but if you extend this ratio to the point of chiavanial time and space where it originally began in the universe, funk, and attempt to track and graph it through its spime, from then to now, it becomes a potentially 4D graph, extended image. Using our data within each of our individual, group experiences and branching points adds to the entire selfless, selfish individual, group experience of the funk. That starting point of the sequence is now at a past point, location in time and space where you and the Earth were, let's say, 5 minutes ago, which is at least hundreds or thousands of miles away. Even though the graph is seemingly still in front of you, the true beginning of your Fibonacci sequence is at a previous point in y, hour, and its collected spime, or the individual timeline branching from a starting point of space within its chiavanial. 46. Sequences across time. The entire sequence becomes a much weirder and more random-looking shape, but it is still in essence a similar, same ratio. The graph is just much more complicated and different after being extended into another dimension. It extends out like a spiral, expanding like a cone and then moving through space-time. Imagine the spiral you started to now be going from your starting point and expanding outwards like a cone, extending closer to you with each additional extension, now in the third dimension rather than the second dimensionally graphed Fibonacci sequence you originally drew or imagined. The spimal cone you exist in and know and understand started at a much smaller point and spirals outwards and begins to make a cone-like shape or funnel. As your iterations expand, so do the dimensions of your sequences and cones. Additionally, another circle-like cone extends away from the opposite side of your starting point, becoming larger and larger and farther away. March 22, 2024. And when you graph these cones through fourth-dimensional space-time from one point to another, it becomes an entirely different shape that would be difficult, or conceivably impossible, for me to describe to you, though perhaps you can still attempt to imagine it. Chiavanialistic frames of overlapping and extending conical spirals from here to there. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/spime Picture an ice cream cone. The bottom of the cone is closed. You scoop the ice cream into the top of the cone and that cone holds your ice cream. You cannot currently, in our reality, put the scoop of ice cream through the bottom point of the cone. It is not big enough as it is the smallest point and it is used to support the rest of the cone so it can then hold the ice cream, much like the past is constructed to support to the present and future. But, if you were theoretically able to calculate not only the start of the cone, but were able to witness or comprehend the cone to also extend, backward, into the past, like the shape of an hourglass, you begin to graph the time and existence leading up to the cone and beyond. Your individual superpositional starting point in time of your branch of sequences within the funk also extends as a string, chain of branches, possible loops in all directions before and after your existence, and eventually both larger sides of the hourglass connect through that string, chain of branches, loops, and continues extending seemingly forever, while also beginning again or perhaps even stopping but at different superpositional points of connection in time and space. And each point in that sequence within our experienced funk branches is now with technology more easily calculable, recordable, and relayable, and we are potentially able to draw a connecting line from one point in fourth dimensional, or even funk, time and space to another. As I said before, the starting point of your superpositional chiavanial sequence is branching out in all directions, and at each and every moment in time someone or something else is 4D-like, and beyond, metaphorical hourglass spime begins and expands, just as yours does, while having already expanded from the past. And all the data is becoming easier to store and equate. And it goes around and around, always moving forward from the backwards into space and time. March 22, 2024, and when you and/or the ice cream cone are gone, the spimel branches of each may possibly be at their individual endpoints of physical form, but the influence 47 of, from their beings, or soul, continues expanding with every remaining expanding point, spime, influence, funk, etc. Forever. Why doesn't this data make more sense to me, us? You ask. If all of these patterns of knowledge and experience are here and there and are now observable and more easily shared and understandable, or if not, now increasingly more accessible to that understanding or achieving, then why am I or we still confused about it? This is a part of learning. March 23, 2024. Imagine buying a book or a video game and right after you started it you were able to instantly reach the end and finish it. Would that be enjoyable? Compressing the entire story and emotional journey one would hope to experience. What would you learn, retain from that? Or if you watched only the first episode of a series and then the last episode you could only assume what happened in between. I think that is why it is important that we must experience all of reality, time, space, and beyond as funk so that we can know and understand what funk is, was, becomes, etc. The feelings that you are currently experiencing and others are understanding to be are parts confusion, understanding, and more, and all of your instinctual feelings are results of your individual internal selfishness gathered, challenged, and expanded from our naturing and nurturing external selflessness. Why? Our inner and outer influences and beyond. It is important to be selfish to a manageable degree in order for why? Our individual branches of time, experience, understanding, and data collection to exist and continue attempting to exist. Each of our selfishnesses guides us, and in some ways, at some times, distracts us from selflessness, while also being influenced by and sometimes leading us to selflessness, and it is when those points meet that two or more selfish identities are able to connect and expand off of each other or not. Consider two parallel lines that never meet. It is in their selfish natures to keep expanding in both directions and to continue expanding and taking up the space they each exist in, and as they get longer and longer, they become larger parallel lines, but they are still just two similar parallel lines that never touch or meet or perhaps even know of each other's existence. Now say these lines are currently parallel, but also expanding, selflessly, inside and out of themselves in every direction of points and space, eventually crossing each other outside and inside of the selfish paths. Their selfish and selfless interactions paint a much larger picture than just two lines that never met. Now picture these parallel lines as individual people. They can, with choice or not, move forwards, backwards, sideways, diagonally, etc., communicate with each other or not, know of each other or not, and their points of existence are able to interact at an infinite amount of points across time and space. Joshua Richards, you kind of got a Leibniz thing going there. Everything to him was monads that could be broken down from one ultimate monad to many sub-specific monads. My greatest frustration with philosophy has always been that each thinker has their own archon to push. Thales with water, Anaximander with infinity, Anaximenes with air, Plato with forms, all the way to the logic choppers we have today. There's a certain amount of use in the tactic, and something as vague and fun as your notion is a big step up from the ancients. 48. What I'm curious about is if this arrives at an application other ideas have not yet. I really love the topic, but philosophy so very often goes nowhere and produces little. Saturday, January 18, 2020. Enjoy these links. Leibniz, https://www.iep.utm.edu/leib-met/ https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/Gottfried_Wilhelm_Leibniz. Thales, https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/Thales_of_Miletus. Anaximander, https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/Anaximander Anaximenes, https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/Anaximenes_of_Miletus Plato, https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/Plato. Sean Penalba, thank you for the introductions. All of the ideas that these philosophers proposed were significant for their time and seemingly now collectively attribute into what I am gathering and proposing, and the fact that you see those patterns and are able to recognize these connections means that it is becoming more and more understandable to everything, inside and outside, of their theories and mine. All of what you shared had to be thought of, exist, and discussed to lead up to these moments of construction and creation, our points within infinity, and we were perhaps able to reach these points, as I philosophize, because the funk is able to connect to itself across time and space and understand what it wants or needs and then expands with that information, just as we are able to Google these philosophers and learn and expand from them within seconds in our current reality. The observable patterns, assumptions of philosophy often going nowhere are both accurate and inaccurate. Let's say a philosophical statement is a seed. That seed, after being planted into the minds of others, grows into something that produces another seed. Some seeds eventually stop growing and others die out, but those that live spread roots and branches out in every direction within the universal funk reach of us and everything forever, leading to the next event until, given enough time, the collective growth potentially somehow loops back around through to itself by the connections we currently and seemingly think of as thought, experience, and existence. I propose the ideas we are experiencing, thinking, and dreaming are different accessible collections of beyond, monadic, points, states, etc. And each of us are planting and transferring what was once known to be incalculable and inconceivably experienced figurative data. But, with the help of natural and technological evolution, which I believe has further connected to us and us into it, life, computers, tech, algorithms, numerical data, and reality itself are influencing and teaching us this information or saving it for review. Philosophy sometimes seemingly goes nowhere, because each branch of it is not yet the answer, but still plays a significant role leading up to reaching closer, sequential questions and answers, and it is important to prove and/or defeat each proposal more and more. 49. Correct or incorrect until we find the theoretical connections to everything and the next iterations of advancement or seed from the branches of the previous trees. I propose that our current, and often past, human natures to dismiss potential further learning because the current information being proposed or planted is at that point too much or too little to understand, and our selfish dismissals are what slows us down the most as thinkers and doers. But imagine if I were able to transfer to you all this information with a look, or a pheromone excretion, and you were able to more quickly or instantly understand it and personally connect to it both selfishly and selflessly to absolutely 100%. No, what I am relaying to you and we would be much less dismissive of fact and falsity within perceived reality, because we could instantly see the whole idea and all ideas behind them. I believe we are reaching closer to being able to do that with thought and consciousness, using science, technology, and natural evolution, and I postulate internal dialogue, hypnagogia, and the pineal gland to have much to do with it, as it is observably mostly those that have a closer connection to the practice of accessing that gland and these things of consciousness, unconsciousness, and preconsciousness creativity that are statistically more so advancing ideas and greatly influencing our pasts, presents, and futures. Joshua Richards, I think we're a lot closer to that. The most conscious of us pick up on micro-expressions. Our cognitive faculties, though amazing, aren't chief. We are emotional animals more than rational ones. Our needs and feelings rarely take the backseat to what the lofty might call pure reason. I gave up on that type of thinking a long time ago. I think the aim of philosophy is to just get further away from bad ideas, and if that doesn't push towards good ones, at least we are discarding what isn't useful. Sean Penalba, exactly. You are understanding what I and others within and/or influenced by these ideas and/or studies have been experiencing and expressing, and our asymptotes of data and understanding are moving closer and closer to points we and/or they may or may never reach. Saturday, December 7, 2019, Kant. The more data, history, experience that we create and save, the more likely and available further data, history, experience will advance from our creations, whether a success or failure. Again, for example, say a seed has been planted. The planting of that seed is the starting point of that branch of data, history, experience, but there's still a whole archive of data, history, experience preceding the seed that led to the point of its planting and the creation of the seed. But, now that it has been planted, let's say the seed grows into an orange tree, and let's also say this was a mutation and is officially the first orange tree ever. As it is nurtured by nature, it grows and collects and stores more. 50. And more data, history, experience, funk influence, soul and everything around it is coexisting with that data, and etc. Being created to exist, but the current information and experience of nature doesn't know how to be or interact with an orange tree because there has never been one before, or that eventually the seed or sapling will even be a tree, unless it somehow does. So the environment and reality acknowledges the seed or sapling selflessly and continues to exist selfishly, continuously growing further and closer as information and experience over time with the seed as it becomes an orange tree, and soon the selfish, selfless nature sees that it can selflessly and selfishly connect closer to the orange tree as the environment eventually discovers it can now decompose, digest the oranges and debris that the orange tree is both selfishly and selflessly providing, and these two or more once single collective points and beings that exist alongside each other, having previously never existed, influenced, interacted with each other, are now very much closer to each other congruously, and when you apply that logic to the funk, it is everything harmoniously, discordantly, selfishly and selflessly connecting, reacting, and expanding within, and without each other and everything. And even before the oranges could provide selflessly, the tree itself provided shelter, homes for birds, insects, bacteria, etc., gave oxygen to the environment, stabilized the soils, etc. Is it now morally wrong for a toucan to eat these oranges? What's good for the toucan is seemingly a calamity for the orange, but they both still provide in some way from each other. The toucan will assist in spreading the influential seeds of the orange tree, and when the toucan itself eventually dies, is eaten, decomposes, and returns to the earth, or the fabrics of space and time, and selflessly assists in further expansion of those and other expanding branches of life and reality. Simply because the toucan was selfish enough to survive long enough to attribute more to the selfless, and same with the tree, the orange, and everything before and after these objects of matter and influence. Selfishly and selflessly we provide for the funk that selfishly and selflessly provides us and for us. March 25, 2024. So hopefully we can comprehend the importance of understanding how, why, and when to be selfish and/or selfless. We must be selfish to keep ourselves alive and/or continue existing, and we must also be selfless to coexist and expand with others, everything, funk. Seeds, babies, and beginners are inherently selfish until they grow and/or prosper enough to selflessly provide for more than themselves, and this cycle repeats seemingly ad infinitum. If you share or give but expect the receiver of that gift to become subservient to your command, then that is not an action of selflessness or charity, as you were selfishly paying them for a service you expect that they may possibly provide for you or not. Selflessness is such that you naturally share your prosperity and success with the funk around you and are thankful for the funk within and beyond ourselves, everything for supplying us the opportunity to share our wealth, time, thoughts, presence, etc. Think of a piece of art or music you enjoy. What is it you like about it? Why does this art or song resonate with you? Why do some things resonate more or less with us and others? Is it choice or feeling? It's all of that and more. Say you are experiencing an event of art or music and something stands out in a more negatively resonating than positive way. A personal feeling of denial. You to your understanding did not in 51 that moment enjoy that action or point of experience, and your reaction is to perhaps acknowledge and experience it as infrequently as you are possibly able, to the point of avoiding it or hating it so much you feel the need to express to others your discomfort and negative feelings, and that perhaps they too should avoid it. But to someone or something else that is perhaps within a closer optimistic process of yes, and if this, then what, then that temporary discomfort does not deter them from learning more about it. The yes, and says, why did that resonate negatively with my positive, neutral, and how can I expand off of that experience together with our environment so that others are able to perhaps resonate closer to what they in the past have been dismissing due to personal negative experience. It is optimistically much more positive to think, wow, that was weird. Why is that so weird to me? Then, wow, that is fucking weird and I don't like it, so it should stop and never happen again, and everyone who enjoys it is an idiot. While also still subjective and relative to the experiences. April 21, 2022. Both, and all of these previous example sentences with further or different context become something else entirely than what they may be, have been, or will become. And each of us has the ability to experience our perspective of the greater perspectives, whether group or higher metaphysical echelon. We morph the inputs of our outputs and input that output into each other beyond and between yes and no and all or none, and become the greater output of the input as it outputs, inputs forever. I'm not saying to then also dismiss every negative experience and try to rid of them entirely. If someone feels a way, then that is their way, and you can't change that exact moment of initial feeling. But everyone willing can potentially work together and reach the next point of resonation for someone and something else. It just takes a lot of patience and understanding to do so. Unfortunately, that is something that is much harder for those on the side of denial or negation to do, and that's why it is important for those who are able to, yes, and to apply patience and empathy and assist those who cannot or are unable, as there are some who functionally cannot and will not ever be able to accept things as closely as others are, and that is okay, because we can choose to help each other. We can use that past information, experience of discord to figure it out. There will always be harmony within chaos and vice versa, visa voca verum, yin and yang, and as I've said before, with effort and time yin and yang are able and do seemingly reach into each other and overlap and expand more than both ways and in all directions. March 26, 2024. These past couple paragraphs refer more to experience and questioning negative or hateful feelings towards simple things. Like if you really didn't like a certain song, television show, the art at the museum, your neighbor's dog coming into your yard, or muffins, etc. There are some things that are indeed much worse and are entirely justifiable in holding negative feelings against, like genocide, racism, sexism, etc. Trans people disliking transphobes is entirely different than a transphobe disliking trans people. The amounts of time and energy we choose to work things out together and/or change is entirely up to each individual. December 5, 2025. Like many things, parability is a spectrum, and the success or failure is partially influenced by who, what, when, where, why, and how it is attempted or accomplished. 52. April 21, 2022. https://open.spotify.com/track/5 nigphghgargdef8 iqm4pnz C equals C3208426992D04CC3, an intro into the ontological dissection and explanation of the funk. This came on my shuffle and I re-listened to the entire thing, not having heard it in a while. I have been shuffling old songs listening to moments I had created in the past. The following tracks are Collection, Tomorrow, Pleased and Thank You'd, Harold What Are Harold the Mistakes, Harold, Contact, Best Wishes, and I am currently listening to Entelchi. The synchronicities of each and how by chance they relate to current events make me smile. It's odd, yet exciting to experience these moments in time, now existing in the future from before and after those past moments to the of these present, future moments and further understanding what I was describing, what everything would become, and how it was from those moments that this moment has come to exist, and again I feel that funk feeling. And it connects with me to connect with you to keep going. Influence why our existences by being together as a part and a fusion are a simulation of future simulation. Continue extending and expanding our funk souls. December 4, 2025. Flee, a plea. https://u2.be/tmijzvqv5 C equals yamlafribxscz 14 closing square bracket. There could be millions of people that will potentially agree with what I'm saying because they're able to closer recognize the patterns of what makes improvisational, game, or life, reality, better, and there will be millions of others who do not because they cannot yet or perhaps will never see the patterns of what makes game, or life, reality, more relevant and enjoyable because every individual has their own tastes, desires, wants, needs, perspectives, etc. Their experiences will always be different, sometimes negating, contrasting, or even complementing, but it is still important that everyone plays and interacts and attempts to grow with those who are able to efficiently, yes, and, unless proven otherwise. If unable, that doesn't necessarily make things worse, just different, but still very significant. It seems that a desire to be more significant affects us as thinkers and doers, because we are able to witness subjectively more and more progressively significant events as they have happened, and we are selfishly envious of those theoretically more and less achievable increasing significances, and we over time began to ignore and or even take advantage of our own and each other's discomforts to achieve those significances rather than comfort them and provide for greater funk significance, so it can also provide for you, us. Teamwork makes the dream work. If a moment of greater significance happens and then does not over time interact with lesser, or other significances or help assist them, then they will distrust each other and slow down the progress of funk expansion. The subjective, lesser, or other significance will envy, hate, or dismiss the greater significance, and the greater significance will look down on the lesser, and they will fight and take. 53. Advantage of each other until further significance is made through an unfortunate progression of denials or eventually reach unity in some variation or compromise, as things will still naturally progress as they always do, but it is when larger and larger groups of the funk begin to attempt to yes and each other that there is more progressive progress together as a whole and at a much faster rate. For current fictitious example, imagine the possibilities if we could closer communicate and work together with animals, or be able to collaborate with our elements like Aang or Korra of the Avatar series, even though there would still exist their own sets of problems in these realities. August 15, 2024, Thesis, Antithesis, Synthesis. April 21, 2022, or like being a sim within a simulation able to interact with other simulators within this or greater, beyond inner and outer, simulations of the collective experience or whatever, funk, exists within and without. March 27, 2024, we are, in some ways able to directly communicate with these things and influence each other, but imagine being able to directly converse with God, funk, and how significantly that would immediately affect everything. If things you used or interacted with every day could talk to you, like the organs constructing your body, the relationships, responsibilities, power dynamics, etc., would become significantly different. You would need to work together or there could be dire consequences. Imagine upsetting your heart or making your stomach angry at you. What I have witnessed is that the past, denials, omissions, eventually are provided for less and eventually expand with yes and we missions, or are in time moved on from and or left out of variables for advancement. In advanced learning, if a digit or sequence of data is not able to reach the next point, then it is mathematically, successfully less than all the generations that are now advancing beyond it, and it more so over time becomes mostly past information, whereas yes and becomes faster future information at a constant. The yes ands will learn to build bridges and cross gaps and give denials the option to use those bridges they construct, but the denials seemingly will never cross all the bridges and paths unless carried over by the yes and. Also, in that standing of ground and subjective selfishness of being unmoving, those existing in denial build up walls and fortresses and establish themselves in an effort to be above or greater than the yes and they will inevitably fight the yes and as it is in their nature, and in result a substantial amount of the yes and will fight back in both positive and negative ways, because it was also once in their nature from the data they have advanced from to deny, a denial through yes and ing. It is foretold by patterns of the funk that we and all will be disagreed with just for doing and existing, but that doesn't mean you still should not attempt to do or exist. We each make our own individual practical decisions based upon the influences we have received and interpreted, and it is significantly important to reach each and every next decision and outcome that our influences reveals and leads us to, right and or wrong. Hand in hand, round and round, seemingly forever and always, March 29, 2024, through every chiavanial moment, until more information and data are collected to investigate, observe everything and understand further. March 29, 2024, these denials, yes, ands are at some points in time one and the same. We missions and no missions existing as key missions until resulting as one. 54. Or the other or both, all. If you were creating a system of advanced learning attempting to teach a program to walk, each attempt would be a yes and we mission until it failed, resulting in a denial, no mission. These attempts would continue with each iteration, generation until the program achieved the end result through an absolute we mission and all the previous failed attempts to be once we missions, yes, ands, then no missions, denials, and now key missions. We mission, no mission, and key mission first defined on page 61. Imagine people having a discussion. And in that discussion, one of these persons mumbles something and the group is unable to register what was actually said. Yes, and will ask the mumbler, kindly or not, however they selfishly act within this moment of group selflessness, to repeat what they said so that they or others can translate properly for further use to respond to. A denial, disguised as a yes, and will also make actions in their selfishness and choose to nod their head and or laugh, pretending they had received what was transmitted, and will have questionably less significant impact on this selfless connection of group discussion. Either the denier doesn't desire enough to want to receive what was transmitted, or they're unable or currently yet don't know how. The mumbler can also reattempt to confirm what they said with yes, and, or they can deny and say something else or withhold what they said, whatever individual selfish choice that then the selfless, selfish group have to again attempt to interpret, April 21, 2022, or do whatever our avatar, will eventually do the song, sweep, plays, which signifies we should move on to the next thing. And ends as I do. Next track, teacher. Later, as chance would have it, ends and segment 2 of The April Fool begins go to PAGE 270 OR back again. Hours later, Fight or Flight begins playing when I return here to edit. Saturday, December 7, 2019, Cont. You can see the patterns we create and have created for us. Everything in how we attribute all past and additional created and relative existence to ourselves, our homes, appearances, communities around us, etc. Further, we are all able to make judgments and decisions gathered from those forms of random chance, number-generated moments whether we know how to or not. The past that we understand to know so far did not and does not have a clear understanding of our future, present, but was able to make possible predictions based on information and observations of that past present. Aristotle never used or experienced an iPad, unless in some form of thought, dream, guess, or influence, and he probably never mentioned anything about iPads. But now, iPads are being mentioned and are relevant to us and our learning, experience, and we are advancing with them and from them more easily, just like we have with Aristotle. March 9, 2023, in this present time, you can use AI to show Aristotle using an iPad. And not just a drawing, but a photorealistic photo or video. And these 55 abilities will continue increasing and expanding until they can't, won't, or shouldn't. The future infinitely expands from, with the past, present, March 31, 2024. In only 1 year since I left that last edit, these programs have become even more convincing, easier to use, and a lot more powerful. It's both exciting and frightening to imagine what technology will be able to do and how it will be used in another year, or 10 years, 50, etc. There is a phrase that you could probably Google right now, May 15, 2026, or ask your AI. If you are not aware of it, that says, history has a way of repeating itself, which is us highlighting and learning and or not learning from the patterns of the funk, and as you apply that information to the present, future, and somehow back to the past, the noticeably more so it becomes. March 31, 2024, https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/historic_recurrence (perhaps past philosophers like Socrates, Thales, Leibniz, or Whitehead, etc. never knew exactly of the funk, but somehow the way they were able to access information caused them to help kick-start further learning from what was learned and from them and more. We are now discussing everything as they and the funk are able to connect using what we know at the time of our existences, and that's perhaps why he, Whitehead, Descartes, Baudrillard, Chomsky, every other notable name, and you and I know what we know, because the funk somehow provides everything to us. March 31, 2024. Entelchi, and we are able to provide back to it. March 31, 2024. Zorsteri, page 102. March 9, 2023. Though, as I learn more and more about these philosophers, it really showcases that they were all attempting to describe the funk that they understood and were able to understand at their points of space-time. April 21, 2022. Hammer Down, plays followed by What Do or Don't You, and segment 2 of Listen. Saturday, December 7, 2019, Kant. I'd like to talk about what made me finally sit down and write this all out after years of figuring out how to do so. In a state of deep meditation, personally the deepest state I had ever reached. I was able to relax my entire body. Something I had before never been able to do. I felt my body becoming both weightless and connected to the pull of gravity, and for the first time I was able to look deeper into the nothing. My eyes were closed, but it felt as if they were open. It became the between. And in that between I began to see some of the most intricate and detailed illusions I have ever been able to witness. Visions and patterns I will never be able to describe or share unless you were able to access my memories. I could see my consciousness traveling through entire dimensions. Everything across my entire life leading up to that moment began to show me how they were connected and began to make more and more sense, and the music I was meditating to and the environment around myself began to connect to me. The word parability came to my mind across all of these thoughts and connections, and when I opened my eyes, the information coming from my laptop computer and the sounds and senses I was experiencing began to deeply process each other. I began to think deeper and more easily reach the next advancement in thought. Every time I would close my eyes to return to meditate, I more actively began putting together all. 56. These thoughts that were now connecting closer, and when I would reach a point of questioning or arrive at a crossroads of thought or understanding, I would hear a lyric or transition in a song that just happened to respond or answer, almost like a soundtrack accompaniment, and it would assist me to a solution, or more answers and questions. When I would hit deeper thoughts or be on a roll, the music would heighten, or when approaching another subject of thought, the song would change. Everything was by some extreme chance accenting each other. I would open my eyes in thought, and the first thing I saw on my computer screen continuously by coincidence would be the answer I needed, or lead to the next connection, making perfect sense and fitting into these patterns I have been attempting to describe to you, and would instantly lead me to the next profound thought and or the next connection. For almost the entire night I witnessed and experienced coincidental pattern after pattern, leading me to deeper and deeper understanding of the connections. I understand how all of these events can be viewed as a reach or an overanalysis, and it is and it isn't. I have increasingly over time witnessed coincidental pattern after pattern, almost too much to seem like coincidence. I recorded each song that happened during this time, and the playlist is as follows. Interpret it as you will. Keep in mind that this playlist was on shuffle and contains 11,000 songs to choose from. March 9, 2023. Carl Jung described these moments as synchronicities, and this was hours full of back-to-back synchronicity. Honestly, one of the most surreal events of my life. It showed me that I would construct this treatise and make this journey, and at times would face both praise and backlash for doing so, but that it was always going to be so, and to not be afraid. And that even if I at that point, or any point, chose not to and to seek a different path, eventually myself or someone else would. April 1, 2024. Some would call this an enlightening, or a Kundalini awakening, or an alchemical process, change, journey, June 16, 2025, or Kensho, and some would call this a hallucination or some form of mental thing. I still don't have the correct words or explanation to quite describe it. I understand that it had to be my own brain, imagination providing the experience to me, but it very much felt to be coming from beyond me, from my source. I wish I could recount to you the exact scene of events, but one of the understandings was that I would forget and only remember pieces of the experience and to write about them and to seek more information. I don't meditate in this form as much anymore, except for when seeking direction, as eventually my intuition and/or funk expressed to me to spend my time doing other things, like writing, editing this and seeking further knowledge, experience and to be present, but I continued to chase that state for a while and was only able to get close a few times. That pure hypnagogic-like state of transcendence. It genuinely was like connecting to funk, being funk. Though I still experience, witness synchronicities just about every day, whether they be my own or others. April 8, 2025. A wonderful example of synchronicity, coincidence, and manifestation happened today. Before I left for a concert, I considered making a post online if anyone had any connections at the venue or steps I could take to have better opportunities to meet the artists in the future, so I could attempt to have them draw in drawbook. Since I was already on my way out, I decided to 57 procrastinate it to another time and headed to the venue. On the way there I hit heavy traffic and began to worry that I was going to get a bad spot on the lawn where I couldn't occasionally sit down and be comfortable, and I caught myself and said out loud, "No. I am going to get a great seat," and a few more affirming statements that put me in a good mood. At the concert, I found a great spot, but was curious about the reserved sections and I asked if there were any upgrades available. Unfortunately, they were sold out. I found a better spot in the shade where I could sit, and after the opening band finished, someone I hadn't seen in a while was walking by and about to sit down in front of me, but I called him over and we had a good chat and caught up with each other. She told me that my music had come up on her shuffle earlier that morning and it made her wonder what I was up to these days and how I was doing. During the show, a gentleman leaned over to us and mentioned that the last time he was here he got to know the general manager and that even though she wasn't there tonight, she had put him in contact with the guy in charge that evening and he was curious if we wanted to join him on the reserved balcony with a few free drinks. We met up with the man in charge, got the upgraded wristbands, and moved to an even better spot up on the balcony looking over the lawn. A bit later I went back down and talked to some of the staff and asked who I needed to talk to and what were the steps I needed to take to gain access to the artists before or after the show, and it just so happened to be that guy in charge that night who made those calls and connected me with his email. The Funk provides. May 11, 2026. Sadly, I never sent him an email. Here's a friendly reminder that's easier said than done. I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. I will face my fear. I will permit it to pass over and through me. And when it has gone past, I will turn the inner eye to see its path. Where the fear has gone, there will be nothing. Only I will remain. Frank Herbert, June. April 21, 2022. I am still within the earlier mentioned experience of segment 2 of Listen, and technically, so are you, we write now and beyond in a form of. It feels now as it felt then and possibly for you currently now within that awareness of funk synchronicity, March 9, 2023. This time I am sitting in silence as I edit, reflecting on these experiences. Again feeling these similar feelings and experiences. The type of silence you would hear if you were experiencing any segment of Listen, or beyond an absence of music. I resume the playlist in a shuffle and, finding it, begins. April 18, 2022, the Parability playlist. These were the songs that played during that night of meditation, connection, and synchronicity. https://open.spotify.com/playlist/5 sarpmqw4 qpeclenf 0 nar C equals C8FB8A619D914 What would I want? Sky, Animal Collective Round and Round, Ariel Pink. Everyone's a Winner, Ty Segal. America, Simon and Garfunkel. 58. Do It Again, Steely Dan. Lily, Taureau y Moi. At Night in Dreams, White Denim. Leaf House, Animal Collective. Thank You, for Letting Me Be Myself Again, Sly and the Family Stone. Dirty Work, Steely Dan. That's the Way, Led Zeppelin. Kaleidoscope, BADBADNOTGOOD. Only Shallow, My Bloody Valentine. Oh. Sweet Nothing, The Velvet Underground. Paranoid Android, Radiohead. Uninvisible, Medeski, Martin and Wood. Sense, King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. Peaches en Regalia, Frank Zappa. If You Want Me to Stay, Sly and the Family Stone. Cut Your Hair, Pavement. Fingerbib, Aphex Twin. I Saw the Light, Todd Rundgren. Low Boob Oscillator, Stereolab. April 21, 2022. I composed this piece to be played in concurrence with the above Parability playlist. Play the track first and start the playlist, unshuffled, on the count of 3, when you hear it. Parability, album. https://open.spotify.com/track/4WNXU9BETU3WF-C equals 9FF59Fe4EEC24F12. If you've known me over the past couple of years, you have probably heard me say, the funk provides, after I observe one of these events of patterns, April 21, 2022, or funk synchronicities. Have you personally ever thought of someone or something and suddenly those things have suddenly manifested their way into your life? Like, has someone you know ever crossed your mind and suddenly they're calling or texting you? Or have you ever had a song stuck in your head and when you turn on the radio suddenly there it is? I am proposing these instances are happening more and more to us as a collective group of existence. As the funk. I have some feeling that with technology and artificial advancement, we are now at a point of connection to that the constructive data within the funk, and it is more easily able to reveal to us and or translate itself. Everything we've ever done, every book we've ever read, every movie or show we chose to view, all the art we chose to experience or create, everything before humanity and every step we've taken has all led up to the point of us learning to understand what I am attempting to explain and expand upon with you right now at this moment. Our experiences led us to this moment and now we are influencing, translating, and understanding each other at a deeper and greater level. April 21, 2022. Funk synchronizes asynchronously through meta-resonation and meta-syncopation and beyond. April 1, 2024. So if you are currently reading this, I would argue that it was chiavanialistically meant to be. 59. May 11, 2026. Not exactly that all events possess predetermined metaphysical necessity, but that suggestively events emerge from beyond and between recursively interacting conditions. Closing square bracket dot. And like I said when we started, feel free to stop at any point or keep going. You are doing what you were created to do. The funk provides. And it provides any, every, all opportunity, events, etc. good, bad, whatever. You found $10, the funk provides. You lost your job, your car, and your family, the funk provides. A leaf blows in the wind, the funk provides. August 17, 2024, a few months ago, I was asked if there was an established response to, the funk provides. Like, Polo, to, Marco, he is risen. Indeed, to, Christ is risen, Namaste, to, Namaste, or, SpongeBob SquarePants, to, who lives in a pineapple under the sea. And I meditated on this question for weeks as to what would be a suitable response that matches closest to the philosophy of funk, and what eventually came to me was the most appropriate response would be anything, everything. However, a funk chooses to respond, provide. Though most of the time, from experience over the years, people usually would just say it back in some form of agreement or understanding. The funk provides. During that night of deep meditation, I was suddenly struck with an intense and almost overwhelming feeling, albeit also extremely comfortable and calming. That edge of your seat full body tingles some seem to get when we know something significant is happening was the strongest I had ever felt it to be, and I was challenged with the dilemma of whether I should share this information I have gathered and the results that would come of me doing so or not. How would I be judged? How would it affect the world and our surroundings? Again, the music, the things on my computer, and those profound imaginations from beyond helped me reach those connections. It led me to realizations that no matter what choice I was about to make, it was going to happen whether through me or without me. It was going to go round and round even if I or someone or something else, or nobody, nothing made the attempt to do, and to yes, and if this, then what? It translated to me an understanding that, like those who had traveled similar paths, many people were going to disagree and think of this as silly opinions, or to believe that I potentially viewed myself as above them, or that I would be dismissed as crazy and or foolish. But I know myself that I am not these things, so even though I may eventually be met with harsh criticisms or judgments, the life that led me up to this point has taught me deep patience and understanding, and the funk was expressing to me that it would all be okay. Whether I did or did not make a choice, and whatever choice was to be made or not. I felt like I was a character like Truman on The Truman Show, and that I was being watched, studied, and or directed, and while my actions and decisions were genuine and my own, I was also being guided and influenced by the actors, signs, and realities created throughout the world around me. Not by people, exclusively, but by the past, present, and future funk. I have studied the patterns long enough that I now understand that attempting to make that choice to do something is significantly larger in effect than choosing to do nothing, even though not always necessary. It makes for subjectively better viewing and experience, though it is also, at times, a bit more challenging, and at other times, much easier. I understand it's just a movie, but 60. If Truman never realized he was on the show, we as the viewers would never have witnessed the exciting and thrilling event of him discovering it all and the challenges he had to face to move through it and move on. It would have continued to just be an average, programmed reality show of life and death, just going with the flow of what was around him. He would have just stayed a semi-normal person like you and I, in many ways oblivious to his surreality. But he saw the patterns, and by observing and investigating those patterns he discovered more and more that there was an entirely different world, reality out there for him to explore. I am suggesting that we are perhaps experiencing similar awakenings within our own realities. Funk. April 21, 2022. We are the transitioning and becoming post-Truman Show, Trumans, and recollecting and forming the next Overman, within and without the transferring Holarkle Studios. April 2, 2024. And just as it told me, I faced and still face judgment all the time about this theory and collection of thoughts, experience, and information. Some good and some not so great. It has affected relationships in both positive and negative ways, though thankfully a lot more positive than negative. Throughout this treatise, you will see some examples of initial reactions to me presenting these ideas. It took time, these judgments, and more to help build upon everything and explain it better, and these days it is a lot easier to express, though still a lot to take in. With time and discussion, I experienced a lot more people understanding what I'm suggesting, and I don't really see many negative reactions to it, at least not personally directly, though I do expect to encounter a surplus once this treatise reaches a larger audience, if that ever happens. I'd like to include more current responses and reactions to where all this information is at now and eventually will be, but it's quite difficult getting anyone to read anything these days, let alone, at this current time, a 296-page writing about such a broad amount of subjects and ideas from a layman, and then additionally to write and share their thoughts about it. Only time will tell. May 11, 2026. More allegory of Plato's cave. May 12, 2026. Autonomy is driven by the self. Heteronomy is driven by the other. Growing up, I was considerably less invested and/or knowledgeable in this idea of selfish and selfless universal expansion. Not because I didn't want to be, I still was, but it was before we became more aware and understanding of the experience and information I'm currently transferring to you. I mostly listened to the same music stations like classic rock and oldies, hung out with the same friends, ate the same foods, etc. But once I eventually learned how to create and do more of these experiences in new environments and then decided to invest deeper into it, it further transferred me to who we are today. And 7 years ago, 2012, when I decided to do more and connect even deeper with everyone and everything, I began to really see those patterns. I just didn't know how to make as much sense of the information as I am now doing. It took time and effort, trial and error. And given enough of it all within itself, things will seemingly continue to do so until they won't, cannot, or can again, and whatever comes after that across infinity. 61. In my observation of the current past, we as humans have coined a phrase and considered dogs to be man's best friend, but I am suggesting that the relation of the idea, man's best friend, has now to a higher degree become technology, computers, data, and digital input, output. Or perhaps the greater connection to each other and other species or technologies. These things connect our globe, cultures, and societies and provides assistance and information needed and perhaps, one day, further connect the universe and beyond. April 21, 2022. We still very much love dogs, our loyal friends, but technology is a very different cohabitative pet altogether. Do It Again, by Steely Dan plays paired with Parability. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v equals ycghtmv4u8 . I realize how it probably sounds or potentially looks weird the way I am describing all of this that I am telling you about, the funk, and what you are now interpreting, as it is a collection of my perspective about a collection of all perspectives. To you the interpreter, it potentially seems to be at great length, oddly worded, poorly worded, either worth or not worth your time, seemingly true, false, crazy, weird, or illogical. But it is all so far observed to be in some way true, and at some times false, and over time is becomingly more so, via thesis, antithesis, synthesis. The funk idea of these collective ideas and experiences is forever expanding, and will from before and beyond these points of creation and why our interpretations then continue to influence everything within and seemingly without the funk, forever and always and in whatever way possibly needed for it to continue expanding or not. When you look at the patterns of any religious views, ideas, and/or descriptions of God, Allah, Krishna, or any other names of gods, to have ever been observably considered as being omnipotent, and/or omnipresent, or to have existed, I am partially suggesting that if you or anyone else is interpreting this information presently or at any point in the future, our current distance to becoming like these gods we have described is presumably growing closer and closer. So we are, in a way, a spectrum of gods, albeit not quite yet the sequential Ubermensch to what we are now. But we did it. We reached this point and are evolving further as a collective funk. Congratulations. Celebrate however you will. You will experience an infinite amount of emotions and feelings while interpreting this information, and we will exist through every single variation of every single further outcome and past outcome. You now reading this have done that and will continue to do more. Not always as yourself, but forever as a funk. Again, congratulations. So what now? What do we do with this information? It is our choice. You are now getting to decide based on everything that influences, has influenced, or will influence you, us, and how we are affected by those influences. So make a decision or don't. It both matters and doesn't matter, within and without, superpositionally. How does that make you feel? Personally, to me, it's a wonderful yet strange feeling, and everything I have currently witnessed, and or not yet experienced, to its interpretation of data through observation, investigation. 62. Experience, etc., is further proving these building theories to be true and false, until becoming the next truths and falsities. We have connected from its pre-existing connections and eventually all points after across space-time. We have connected to the funk and it to us. August 17, 2024, the funk provides. The exact moment I experienced those feelings and realizations, perhaps you are experiencing similar feelings right now, or not, was while that playlist, now known as the Parability playlist, was playing and I was meditating and accessing those moments, and it oddly, with exciting comfortability, congratulated me reaching that point as I am to you now. It felt very much like déjà vu. Feeling like it had happened before, and that somehow it was happening again for the umpteenth first time, and I simply knew, understood what was weirdly connecting to me. April 6, 2024, like how Socrates spoke of memory, reminding us something that was already a part of us to be reawakened once again. Whether true or not, this is partially how I understood it, and we are now continuing from those points at every variable into these points and beyond. Through the present, we are witnessing the future as it becomes and the past as it happened and all that is within and beyond them. And everything syncs and desyncs synchronously, asynchronously, in and out and loops around and around and around forever and ever until it doesn't, does, won't, wasn't, isn't, is, hasn't, has, and or will, and we are able to partially predict it, influence it, and create it, as prediction, influential, creative machines, closer and closer. We are translating each other's minds and user experiences using all of these inputs and outputs we are now interpreting and beyond. I looked up just now as I wrote that last sentence and the page, God, is still pulled up on Wikipedia from much earlier. Only a small observable pattern of personal synchronicity within these proposed ideas of connected and becoming funk, and we were and are all correct and incorrect in these processes of truths. Isn't it a cool feeling? That's because it was designed and evolved to do and be so. April 10, 2024, we are able to interpret this because of who, what we are and have become, are becoming. May 11, 2026, is this a salience amplification? B. Confirmation bias. C. Synchronicity. Or D. All and or none of the above. I became an artist, philosopher, observer, researcher, curious human, etc., and set out to do what I felt was best in my intuition and nature to do, and we are now here at this point, me in this room and you wherever you are, connecting to each other through space and time using words I'm typing on my computer and filtering these ideas into your influence. It took me 29 years from the point of my birth, April 25, 1990, to begin compiling and writing all this. My heart is beating in my chest, all of those feelings I hope you are similarly sharing now, or will one day feel, or a feeling to know and understand, to know and not. Everything. The funk. Excitement. Dread. Concern. I could go on forever and ever, April 21, 2022, until even if I impossibly become, not, and the funk continues as itself. Me. Having existed and then to not exist and to have created, attributed to the creation and existence of these and future moments, will still always have done so. And it is now observably so. I have gathered and will continue gathering the data through us until eventually someone and or something else picks up and carries the torch, feeds the flames. I, you, we, and the funk. We did it and are doing it. 63 And it will always be so. Even if it were forgotten, nothing could prevent these moments from ever happening. We are forever. Isn't that insane? Exclamation mark. You and I are now able to understand funk to a deeper degree and how to do be, create, influence it, and it's going to be the entire spectrum of pleasure, suffering, and beyond. April 21, 2022, or however the experience we make it out to be and or end up experiencing. So, I hope you are ready for some fun, or whatever you understand that to mean. But perhaps now we know what that means to us and or are able to understand it further, and if not, then to understand we have the ability to investigate what it could be. It is the funk. You are welcome. Have a nice day comes to my mind, and it is currently now Sunday, December 8, 2019. March 10, 2023, or who knows, maybe you're not as stimulated as I am about all of this. Maybe you never will be. Though whether you are or not, you will continue at every expanding moment come to discover this information, becoming more and more aware and questioning of itself, even if you choose to ignore it or aren't able to see or understand it, which again, is either a part of why, our being and doing by choice or not. Hell yeah. Right. April 21, 2022. I mean, here it is again. Thank you. Fallatin me be myself again. By Sly and the Family Stones plays paired with Parability. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=n5bp2klpd4u things coming to my mind to tell you that a tribute to the explanations, relations of this moment is The Truman Show, The Good Place, The Time Machine, and everything you are now thinking after reading these examples and statements. Another chain loop complete, another problem solved, and another problem presented. August 17, 2024. I also feel to mention everything everywhere all at once. You are now realizing what you are realizing and that you are realizing, and I am writing this so you can understand that or expand your understanding. We did it. We have reached a step further together. It feels wonderful, and hopefully you do at this moment as well, if I am to assumingly predictably understand correctly or not. But now you hopefully understand these purposes and intentions further. Love ya. Less than 3. No matter your faith, beliefs, or results of any scenario, please do not refer to or praise me as a God, or prophet, or to have a God complex, or delusions of grandeur, as I know myself to not be, desire, or have those conditions. I'd even prefer to not be put upon any pedestal of any sort. I am simply, and complexly, an individual part of the collective all, existing as the person who you know to be as Sean Penalba, just as you would know another he, she, or they to exist and have existed as a part of the funk. Like Siddhartha Gautama, or anyone, I am just a human being seeking truth, experience, and connection, and we are no greater or less than each other, just different forms of funk. That is what makes you and I individually comfortably and or uncomfortably important as ourselves and as a whole. August 18, 2024, to my current description, understanding, if God and or funk were a 64. Painting, we would be lesser than a quark of an atom constructing the painting. But God and or funk is the painting, the painter painting the painting, the environment the painter is painting in, and all, everything ad infinitum to the infinite holarchy. So while God is the I am of I am that I am, you, I, and we are partial subsectional Hollands of the I am, we exist as the I am that I amn't. Additionally, the conceptual idea of God is a Holland of funk, though beyond forms, semantics, religion, science, etc., they are pretty much one and the same. November 16, 2025. Many consider it blasphemy for one to say he is God, but in truth it would be blasphemous for me to say I am not God. Meher Baba, May 11, 2026. I'm not attempting to start a new religion, or cult, or proselytize you. I believe in the power of us as a part of a greater whole, you and I as funk. Parability. What I have noticed as a pattern across history is the moment one tries to establish a hierarchy or create another group, you risk creating another environment of us versus them, you versus I. Repeating cycles of condibulence, morabursting, tribalism, etc. I believe it possible for us to work or be together in a way that doesn't take advantage of, harm, or divide each other, regardless of difficulty. Love is a redistribution of power, wealth, ability, etc. And please don't hate me for discussing this information, though I realize a lot of you will while some also won't. It is arguably more comfortable and or pleasurable to enjoy existence if you are not choosing to deny or end it yourself, though I understand sometimes ignorance can be bliss. Continuously these ideas are true and false, and since we are seemingly together forever, it is my desire to work together as a funk, though I understand not all of you will want the same. April 21, 2022, resulting in more answers, questions, problems, equations, solutions, etc. Dirty Work, by Steely Dan finishes, and That's the Way, by Led Zeppelin begins paired with Parability. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=qr_cdvcgjg https://youtube.be/ylgitsha80 . I can promise you that I will always attempt to help you in the ways that I am and am not able to. I feel I need to say that so you can closer understand who I am and what my intentions are. But, with my help or not, inevitably, I, everyone, and everything somehow directly and or indirectly affect you, us in some way during what we understand to be forever from this point and before, beyond, and it is calculated, balanced back and forth forever as we observe it to do and be. Questioning all of this is extremely important. Always seek deeper questioning and information and you will find connections eventually. Right, wrong, between, and beyond. April 21, 2022, Kaleidoscope, by BADBADNOTGOOD plays paired with Parability, https://youtube.be/wz3exilmqydc . August 17, 2022, at this point in time, for me, I have completed 2 full edits of this document and published 7 limited edition physical copies. As I had intended since the initial conception of this treatise, I shall continue adding and 65 editing to this expanding collection of experience and philosophy, which is why these current words are being added here. Because for some funk feeling of malrecognition, and because I enjoy the ending I had created and don't want to recreate another end after end, I'm going to be placing future inserts wherever feels best. So here we are. A lot of what I'm about to add in this edit can be listened to here, https://youtube.be/uqdmvm5lw20 as I wanted to get the thoughts saved and shared while they were fresh. And now we can discuss them here as well. September 8, 2022. If you are unable to watch or listen to the ideas presented in the above link and again here, https://youtube.be/uqdmvm5lw20 I am creating this space to share and expand upon that information. If you are able to experience the linked video, what I'm about to discuss here is in response to that. Key mission: the flow of reality. What natural funk emits by being. True balance. The conceptual whole body of yin and yang, and beyond. We mission, the influential, metaphysical, and beyond versions of yes, and what some would call good vibes, or evolution, or progression, or being. A conceptual yin to yang, and or yang to yin. The creation and happenings of funk. No mission, the influential, metaphysical, and beyond versions of no, but what some would call bad vibes, or chaos, regression, denials, or not being. A conceptual yang to yin and or yin to yang. the lack of rejection and or halting of funk. For a moment, I'd like to review Sir Isaac Newton's laws of motion, as I believe they also apply to funk influence and being. First law, inertia: an object at rest remains at rest, and an object in motion remains in motion at constant speed and in a straight line unless acted on by an unbalanced force. Second law, force: the acceleration of an object depends on the mass of the object and the amount of force applied. Third law, action and reaction: whenever one object exerts a force on another object, the second object exerts an equal and opposite on the first, and it astounds me how well that pairs, or is interchangeable, with influence and being. Influence takes part in what causes something to even be or do anything. The funk is the something, anything, and influence of in every form. 66. So just by existing and or key-mitting reality, a concept is we-mitted or no-mitted. And they blend together. The ultimate dissolvement and redistribution. The points where yin becomes yang. The points of convergence. The points of superpositional spread and spectrum. April 11, 2024, Conjunction, conjunction, and what I think I'm seeing overall, historically, is the belief, or subconscious, that we are trapped. We see the populace response to conditioning that we exist within, and I would postulate that a lot of folks would say they feel trapped within reality, if asked. So what do we do when we are trapped? May 11, 2026, or when you don't know if you are or have been trapped. What does one do? If something is trapped, the one trapped often gets used, discarded, or left in the trap. When trapped, one can make any decision, good or bad, for example, trying to escape or stay. The trapper, with the advantage of the trap, also has the ability to make any good or bad decision, for example, killing or freeing whatever is trapped. And around the entire event is the influence of funk. We mission versus no mission. Key mission. If you trap a block in a corner, it will just be a block trapped in a corner. Stationary. Not moving until influenced further. But, if you trap an animal in a corner, it will likely attack or find some way to evade. Fight and or flight. We, as humans, are the block, the animal, the between, and the beyond. When we are trapped we act as we do, but for us as a funk, we have the advantage that we are trapped, or, within this experience, together. We are in this together. We need each other. If you feel trapped, we should work together to release you from that trap and back into rest or motion. Unfortunately, some things take advantage of these traps, those that are trapped. Justifiably and or unjustifiably. But, we always have the choice to be helpful. Whether you help the trappers or liberate the trapped is up to you. May 11, 2026. Would you rather attempt parability and work together or use condibulance against another? We are a band. We have our harmonies and our solos. Our discordances and mistakes. But it is the ensemble experience that creates the prolonged resonation within and without us. And continued practice, awareness helps us tune ourselves together. Each of us is an instrument of reality, funk playing our own grooves, vibrations, and influence. Banding together as an influential orchestra of experience, harmony, resonance, discord, soul, etc. Sometimes your sound, or light, or being, becomes so loud, or bright, or influential, that it can possibly be or interpreted as harmful or annoying to 67 others, so it is important to understand balance. Selfishly and selflessly. April 11, 2024, but it also isn't exactly your fault if someone or something is unable to handle you for being, doing, verbing, etc. Attempt harmony. Attempt tuning together. Grant us the serenity to accept the things we cannot change, the courage to change the things we can, and the wisdom to know the difference. And take care of that instrument. The instrumental body just isn't the same without a metaphorical reed or mouthpiece, etc. Take care of yourself as well as you would want your music to be played for your time of being. A damaged or worn instrument has a very different sound. Periodically, let the instrument out of its case and into our shared being, for practice, for play, for performance, or upkeep. If you don't use your instrument to play your songs, either alone or with the band, you'll collect dust rather than experience. If you let your hair grow long out of vanity, you might miss a cancer that grows beneath it. Occasionally re-evaluate your growth and progress. 'Cause if left unchecked, some cancers, rot, or bad habits will just continue to grow and overcome you, anything. So be aware of people, places, things, and yourself being left unchecked. Be proud of your existence, as an instrument and being, but be aware that with time comes more issues for each to experience. Check in with why, ourself, and others as time passes. Whether you were used a lot in the band or not, you, as a being and instrument, will eventually, physically and metaphorically, decompose and be redistributed beyond the molecular and quantum levels. Or, who knows? Perhaps those molecules, and or beyond, can be replaced, restored, and or replenished, piece by piece, a la Theseus' ship. But we are not there yet to that ability. We are within that transfer to, from, and of. The becoming of, a mortal funkification, is seemingly the being and or beginning of, even if not personally there yet within individual description and or ability at our current time. While most things within the funk are temporary, funk, as itself, is forever. So now we can conceptualize ourselves as instruments and understand that together we become the band. So, who is the band playing for and where at? Well, the audience and venue, of course. Whoever and wherever that may be and at any point of funk. The metaphorical temple, church, mosque, synagogue, and or monastery, etc. These things are not exclusive to a four-walled building, or even religion. They are holarchical. They extend everywhere beyond physical location. Half of the band could be playing their own song at a trillion random locations, but the venue is the embodiment of the band as a whole and their environments, interests. And just like everyone, everything else, venues create, influence, inspire, and send out instruments to share music in other locations. All of these venues together make up the holarchical, funk venue. 68. Additionally, some audiences won't like certain venues and the sounds that some bands share, and that is okay. Venue is the attempt at blending the bands and audiences together. Some will experiment with chemistry and attempt to bring foreign instruments, players, and audience to their favorite venue, because that is where the bands they enjoy share their music, and or possibly get upset or have a strong reaction when another band and or venue takes that foreign instrument, player, audience to their venues, and they totally resonate with the other venue's band and or venue and how they are so much different than yours. You have to play together and be thankful when you are able, as sometimes it doesn't work out. Some bands split up and venues close. You can either try again or let it be. Now, when it comes to playing with each other as a band, or a collective of bands, we have a very broad range of talents. Some instruments are able to play themselves very well, some don't believe in themselves enough to play, some may dislike or be afraid to share with others, and some have missing parts or are shaped in a way that their sound could be abrasive and or challenging to another instrument, band, audience, or venue. These are gifts. They are very much a part of the funk band and especially the funk venue. These gifts will challenge us on how to integrate them into our sound, and or if we even want to. And it can often be very challenging to do so. But once that piece is composed, when we as a band work together in composing the right time signature, tempo, and every note, instrument, and sound within the right measures to properly integrate these gifts, the band, the venue, and the audience will celebrate and resonate together in accomplishment. That is progress. Parability. Subsequently, when the band begins to make money or success, we should divide that income and success evenly and care for each other as ourselves. And if in the future we profit even more, we should redistribute it to everyone and everything that was a part of the structure and/or foundation. We are in this together. Every brick, every crack. 'Cause if you don't look back to repair the cracks, you'll be left with the results from your slacks. Again, remember to check in and re-evaluate ourselves, each other, and everything. They say it takes a village to raise a child. All the bands and venues. If a child is excluded from the bands and/or venues, it could likely become a beast and resent these bands and venues, and then will likely eventually return to destroy. 69. The band, venues, village that excluded it. January 11, 2025. The child who is not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth. African proverb, everyone can play, share, and everyone should play, share. Often, and with each other. Once we are all able to share our sounds and intermingle between bands and venues in the infinite symphony of existence, we will further understand what it means to funk and be funk. August 31, 2022. Adding some thoughts I've saved in my phone. If you have a thought or idea and you don't take note of it or save it, it can very likely be forgotten and possibly could only be remembered under an assumption of a recreated imagining of what it was rather than of what it is or could have been. You must take action and create then reality to historically view, construct, and experience the potential alternate desired future. Simple as thinking and taking action. We must take action now and unite together as a funk and continue expanding. That is not to say that if you don't then you are wrong. This would fall under an argument of what actions, or lack of, are more helpful than other actions of doing, not doing within particular circumstances. If you feel you are subjectively or objectively not existing to your fullest, then you are perhaps consciously, subconsciously attempting to tell yourself it is time to do more. That being said, you do not have to be anything other than yourself. But, if you desire, go for it. Any choice, or lack of, is superpositionally right, wrong, correct, incorrect, and beyond, and you'll never be able to empirically, factually, and/or philosophically truly identify an experience if it was never attempted, because if an attempt is never made, then you could only assume the results of our imagination or something else's experience. Take joy in the success or failure of making a choice and then keep going from there. Here's an exercise if you really want to test your priorities. Imagine you died right now at this moment. Now you are a ghost, and are reflecting upon your life, no longer able to interact with it. What are the things that you believe would most stick out to you after your imaginary death? As you contemplate the life you once had, what makes you feel like, I wish I could have done that before I now couldn't? Go do those things. But also remember it will be okay if you can't. One moment at a time until you are out of moments. Less than 3, May 11, 2026. Though with those last two thoughts being said, certainly some impulses should not be enacted. Hypocrites prefer to worship the silent gods, whom they can speak for as self-anointed ventriloquists of self-entitlement, even if elected by a group, selfish tribalism. Free will is the ultimate test of determinism. Once an individual, beyond singular monad or collective holarchy, is within a metaphysical frame of 70. Chiavanial choice, that being is now speaking on behalf of its creator and itself. All individuals will then react to, with their knowledge and understanding in place of what is beyond, before them in an action of power and selfishness and/or communal selflessness depending upon self-character, wants, needs, and being. Learning is the process of what you understand, what you retain, and what you can recall. In my opinion, a soulmate is metaphysically and socially anyone or anything that your soul, influential being, has connected with directly or indirectly in shaping who or what you are. Some of these mates have more or less interactions with or effect than others, but no matter what size or amount of interaction, their influence is irremovable. E.g., anyone reading this message is a soulmate, as you can never unread these words, and they are now a part of our influential soul beings forever, thus quantumly linking our souls throughout time and space. So, if you withhold yourself by reserving time and space for only one singular, romantic, or fantasy soulmate, it's possible you'll miss out on some incredible soul opportunities. Che Holloway, why is it always the people you support, believe in and build up the most that always end up trying to compete with you, misunderstanding you, trash-talking you and stabbing you in the back? Asking for me. I apologize if anyone feels like this was my energy at some point in life. I get it. This is why I'm an introvert. Humans are messy. Playing the oblivious fool gets exhausting sometimes. Sean Penalba, it is a funk lesson in character and being. Take what you learned from the experience, reassess, reapply, re-examine, re-execute, re-evaluate, and repeat. Take time to be alone and think, but also take time to socially reach the next life challenge of your character. If you withhold yourself introvertly, within a constant zone of comfort, you'll have a much harder time doing all of this. Gotta grow with the universe. Level up together. Become introspective rather than introverted. An oblivious fool is never exhausted. It is the thinker that has the ability to exhaust themselves. I'd expand on this more, but I'm in a hurry. Feel free to ask questions and I'll get back when I can. August 18, 2024. Additionally, we end up challenging those in our lives and those we love most because everything else isn't around as much to be challenged by or to challenge us. Che Holloway, I appreciate this. I'm always learning and growing. Sean Penalba, arguably the best way to expand our existence across time. Sometimes people can only focus on or remember the suffering they felt when experiencing teaching, learning, challenging moments in life and or especially trauma. For example, a child, adult being mad at their parents for not catching them when they fall when learning to walk or how to ride a bike, rather than introspectively assessing the next constructive action within themselves for themselves. Asking, why did I fall? What can I do to prevent that? Rather than, I. "71 Keep falling because of this stupid bike and your pressure to make me learn how to ride it. Some humans never grow out of this." April 20, 2024. Especially for trauma that is much worse, the individual has to concern itself more on survival than individuation. In Hindu psychology, it is said that when you have a trauma that you must overcome personally, then you would be individuating. But when you have an archetypal defense activated, then you are meant to help humanity individuate. Then your task becomes beyond the personal realm and it becomes a karmic task to help with the individuation of the community. Junga Anthology Podcast Episode, Early Trauma and Dreams, Archetypal Defenses of the Personal Spirit. So my thoughts are that when these powerful or overwhelming events happen in our lives, we become stuck within the self, and must overcome our past self-experience by expanding ourselves with each other and becoming one with the eternal selfless as yourself, itself, funk. Philosophical engineering and the understanding of improving upon what works. If it works and how it doesn't, whether efficiently or inefficiently, and or only acts as productive, then what is the next action to take? And when to settle on results, if ever? Yes, and, if this, then what? Thesis, antithesis, synthesis. May 13, 2026. You ask advice. What a very human and very dangerous thing to do. For to give advice to a person who asks what to do with their life implies something very close to egomania. To presume to point someone to the right and ultimate goal, to point with a trembling finger in the right direction is something only a fool would take upon himself. Every person is the sum total of their reactions to experience. As your experiences differ and multiply, you become a different person, and hence your perspective changes. The answer, then, must not deal with goals at all, or not with tangible goals, anyway. In short, a person who has found meaning has not dedicated their life to reaching a predefined goal, but they have rather chosen a way of life they know they will enjoy. The goal is absolutely secondary. It is the functioning toward the goal which is important. Hunter S. Thompson. So, please remember, I'm not here pointing out, this is the way to go, but I am pointing at ourselves and everything with a deep curiosity to learn more, pointing out that this is where some of our paths cross and offering some of myself, ourself for why, our journeys, being partially what you make of them while they are recursively making us. And that exploration and expansion takes us to wherever we end up. The right ways, the wrong ways, and all the detours between and beyond. Individual and funk journeys of meaning and purpose. April 25, 2022. The following forum thread was archived and can be found at 72. https://archive.4plebs.org/x/thread/238928868. What I've included below was being pasted at the time of its happening, March 15, 2023. I have included it in this treatise as examples of how people react to this information when presented with it, how I was able to present it then, and as a comparison to how much it has evolved in presentation and knowledge, understanding of over time. I will also leave these parts within this forum mostly unedited to further showcase the differences between then versus now. These were foundational, structural moments, interactions, ideas, and influences leading up to the present, future. Sunday, December 8, 2019. Welcome to The Funk. What if I told you with after 29 years of personal individual study, I have, perhaps, calculated the meaning of life. You are now reading it, my postulations, and it is known to be both true and false and every other variable that you were able to understand. To my study, by me now posting this information here you are now receiving it, however you are able and or not, and are able to process that information and we are able to now further gather the data. However you will and or won't, good morning. What are you currently listening to? Or experiencing? April 21, 2022, Only Shallow, by My Bloody Valentine plays paired with Parability, https://u2.be/hbcarchnig2q. Do I currently feel shallow? Then or now? Or now looking back at then? As I continue to grow, it ranges from less and less to more and or less. The above introduction was expressed by a different me, a past your, pg. 102, of myself, with less information and experience than I, you, or we have now in the future. These days I would say, I have observed, through experience, meaning of life, reality, and would like to discuss with you the continuously expanding ideas, experiences that we have collected together as groups and individuals, and if you are reading, experiencing these sentences you are in a direct intersection of the answers and futures of life, reality within and without our futures. We have hit save within a reality we once perceived as unsavable. Is that a shallow thing to say? Are we occasionally shallow when speaking, existing? Yes. But I am at least attempting to not be and to hold and be held accountable by myself and others. Sense, by King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard plays paired with Parability, https://u2.be/bnpabwabum. 73, April 20, 2024. Sometimes when looking back, I get that eye-rolling feeling of cringe at my yaw, like many of us do, wishing that I had the level of experience that I do now. That I had been able to express myself much more clearly. But these events had to happen to get us to where we are now, and that retrospective cycle of evolution, growth will always continue no matter who, what you are and regardless of how much you understand. Each yaw is a direct part of the resulting who, what we are today, and we are presently becoming our future yaws right now as we caivanially transition through funk. May 13, 2026. Witness my developmental awkwardness. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 4 hours 49 minutes and 34 seconds, number 23,892,880, play button. Greater than 23,892,932, greater than 23,892,944. Greater than 23,892,868, OP. Greater than. What are you currently listening to? https://www.youtube.com/watch?v equals Svafikska, embed, winking face. April 21, 2022, Paranoid Android, by Radiohead. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v equals LT8 Afijok plays paired with Parability. April 21, 2022, Sense, by King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard continues to play paired with Parability. https://u2.be/bnpabwabum. Sometimes funk doesn't make any sense and sometimes it understands itself a bit more. I'm gonna take a break to finish listening to Parability, gather thoughts and experience, process, and sleep. Moments will pass, and even if I don't return, both here and there things continue. Travel to pages 270 or 309, if you desire. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 5 hours 2 minutes and 11 seconds, number 23,892,932, play button. Greater than 23,892,944. Greater than 23,892,880. Greater than. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v equals Svafikska. Further proof of point. Wonderful. Thank you for your attribution. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 5 hours 5 minutes and 44 seconds, number 23,892,944, play button. Lyrics for reference. Greater than 23,892,880. Greater than. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v equals Svafikska. Greater than 23,892,932, U. 74. Greater than. Further proof of point. Wonderful. Don't be afraid of the dark, don't fear what you cannot see, I'll guide you through the maze, you can trust me. Don't be scared of the unknown, I've got the answers written down, it's really very simple and so profound. There's a universal truth right here for you. Don't be afraid of dying, there's a better state than this. I can take you there, it's a promise. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 5 hours 42 minutes and 48 seconds, number 23,893,027, play button. Greater than 23,893,108. Greater than 23,892,868, OP. Greater than. Welcome to the Funk Tekken World Tourney, hoping the Pakis don't win the whole fucking thing. Greater than. Brother Kilburn, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 5 hours 44 minutes and 38 seconds, number 23,893,033, play button. Greater than 23,893,103. Greater than 23,892,868, OP. Greater than. Welcome to the Funk Sounds like one funky ball o' teats. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v equals 38 if6 embed greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 6 hours 5 minutes and 49 seconds, number 23,893,103, play button, greater than 23,893,115. Greater than 23,893,033. Greater than sounds like one funky ball o' teats. Your response is an example of an observable pattern I am proposing. You've interpreted what I stated and just added to it, thus expanding and theoretically proving my theory while also still not. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 6 hours 6 minutes and 59 seconds, number 23,893,108, play button, greater than 23,893,027. Greater than Tekken World Tourney, hoping the. What inspired this response? Asking for further collection of data. April 22, 2022, sending to Stephen West. Hello Stephen, hope you are well. Thanks for being who you are and doing what you do. May 3, 2025, and again today. Greater than. Brother Kilburn, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 6 hours 9 minutes and 6 seconds, number 23,893,115, play button, greater than 23,893,133. Greater than 23,893,103, you. Greater than. Your response is an example of an. No. See the clip. THAT is the funk. You're just a jive turkey. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 6 hours 12 minutes and 37 seconds, number 23,893,131, play button, greater than 23,893,144. 75 https://www.youtube.com/watch?v equals skeek 8 ac embed greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 6 hours 14 minutes and 0 seconds, number 23,893,133, play button. Greater than 23,893,115. Greater than. No. See the clip. THAT is the funk. All of this is true. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 6 hours 18 minutes and 5 seconds, number 23,893,143, play button. Greater than 23,893,168. File, screenshot _20191126, 224113.png, 2.59 megabytes, 2560 by 1440, greater than 23,892,868, OP. Greater than. Welcome to the funk. https://m.youtube.com/watch?v equals kvkenzvo_gy embed greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 6 hours 18 minutes and 25 seconds, number 23,893,144, play button. Greater than 23,893,152. Greater than 23,893,131. Greater than. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v equals skeek 8 ac. Very relevant. I love Depeche Mode. Hadn't heard this track before. And my research is now continuously proving to be true as you and we just attributed to its further enjoyment and expansion, greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 6 hours 19 minutes and 57 seconds, number 23,893,151, play button. Greater than 23,893,228. Greater than 23,892,868, OP. Greater than. Welcome to The Funk. Is this an advertisement for a Bandcamp album? Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 6 hours 20 minutes and 43 seconds, number 23,893,152, play button. Greater than 23,893,216. Greater than 23,893,236. Greater than 23,893,144, you. Greater than. Very relevant. I love Depeche Mode. Can you expand on this idea of calculating the meaning of life? My therapist advised me that life's meaning cannot be calculated in the mind, it can only be allowed to find you through opening up to it. May 13, 2026, in my opinion, it's not that it can only be allowed to find you through opening up to it, but that opening up to it increases influence and opportunity, thus impacting or expanding meaning. Meaning can also be arrived through other means. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 6 hours 22 minutes and 58 seconds, number 23,893,166, play button. Greater than 23,893,187. Greater than 23,893,194. Greater than 23,892,868, OP. Greater than. What are you currently listening to? 76. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v equals fqsenf2_eek. Embed. Let's make this a comfy thread. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 6 hours 23 minutes and 37 seconds, number 23,893,168, play button. Greater than 23,893,143. Greater than. https://m.youtube.com/watch?v equals kvkenzvo_gy. This is too difficult for me to understand currently. Could you help transcribe this information to me? Very quiet. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 6 hours 24 minutes and 14 seconds, number 23,893,170, play button. Greater than 23,893,203. Greater than 23,893,212. This is actually boring. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 6 hours 29 minutes and 1 second, number 23,893,187, play button. Greater than 23,893,194. Greater than 23,893,166. Greater than. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v equals fqsenf2_eek. Very relevant to this pattern. Thanks for adding to the understanding of it and everything up to this point of now. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 6 hours 31 minutes and 17 seconds. Number 23,893,194. Play button. Greater than 23,893,187. U. Greater than. Very relevant to this pattern. Greater than 23,893,166. Greater than. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v equals fqsenf2_eq. Really enjoyed the track as well. Bless music and you and their creation of this moment and the way it relates to us. May 12, 2026. Bless. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 6 hours 34 minutes and 28 seconds. Number 23,893,203. Play button. Greater than 23,893,212. Greater than 23,893,170. Greater than. This is actually boring. That is you, denying this information access to yourself. It is your experience what it is to you and us and we. And the patterns I have calculated, interpreted, have told me that you and many others will say what you just transmitted. May 12, 2026. Truly, I cannot deny their experience that this is boring, because in some ways and at some times it is. Sometimes profound creativity, innovation, and brilliant ideas can come from boredom, but it can also cause risk-taking behaviors, disengagement, or even to become bored to death. As for my presentation, while it is absolutely longer and even more dense than it was in 2019, hopefully it is engaging enough for you future readers. Knock, knock. Who's there? Suspense. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 6 hours 37 minutes and 9 seconds. Number 23,893,212. Play button. Greater than 23,893,203. U. 77. Greater than. That is you, denying this information access. Greater than 23,893,170. Greater than. This is actually boring. Yes, you experience boring. May 13, 2026. Reactions reveal dynamics of participatory meaning making. But it is now still a part of you and everything else that exists from this point on. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 6 hours 39 minutes and 22 seconds. Number 23,893,216. Play button. Greater than 23,893,244. Greater than 23,893,152. Greater than. Can you expand on this idea of a little indulgence? Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 6 hours 44 minutes and 7 seconds. Number 23,893,228. Play button. Greater than 23,893,151. Greater than. Is this an advertisement for yes and no? I myself do produce music, and those sounds can be found on Bandcamp and all other streaming platforms or future collections of data as Who'da Thunk across the internet and the funk, if you are interested. Additionally, your statement was also an extensional advertisement for Bandcamp itself, as also is what I am saying. Bandcamp has reached, influenced us, and will always continue to do so and not do so. May 12, 2026, whodathunk.bandcamp.com. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 6 hours 46 minutes and 32 seconds. Number 23,893,236. Play button. Greater than 23,893,152. Greater than can you expand on this idea of, yes I can, and also can you. You are right, I am right, and your doctor is right. And you are connecting to that calculation right now. As I understand, I am sending information to you and then you back to me. May 13, 2026. Multiple perspectives can contain partial validity simultaneously, and different explanatory frames can illuminate different aspects of experience. Additionally, to say I had calculated the meaning of life was not the proper claim I should have made, but I did not yet know how to properly present and translate this discussion to others. I still don't, really. It's a process. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 6 hours 51 minutes and 32 seconds, number 23,893,244, play button. Greater than 23,893,253. Greater than 23,893,216. Greater than a little indulgence. Just posted a response and am now responding again with this post. Do you need more information to understand? If so, it is easily able to be transferred to you, while also being in an effort of building upon itself to be more. 78. Understandable. Closer and closer. Everyone reading this will, potentially further, understand eventually if they make the attempt to do so. May 13, 2026. And that's the hope, but unfortunately, it is likely not everyone will or is able. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 6 hours 55 minutes and 59 seconds, number 23,893,253, play button. Greater than 23,893,262. Greater than 23,893,244, you. Greater than just posted a response and am now. I'm very interested in this info if you really do have what you claim. May 13, 2026. I did and I didn't, I do and I don't. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 7 hours 0 minutes and 40 seconds, number 23,893,262, play button. Greater than 23,893,271. Greater than 23,893,253. Greater than. I'm very interested in this info if you are now, further, connected into the funk. Do you have a question? How may I or potentially someone or something within this funk assist you? Interact in any way for confirmation. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 7 hours 6 minutes and 41 seconds, number 23,893,271, play button. Greater than 23,893,341. Greater than 23,893,262, you. Greater than. You are now connected into the funk. Well, for starters, what is the funk? I'm assuming it's something to do with music. Greater than. Marianne, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 7 hours 8 minutes and 34 seconds, number 23,893,276, play button. Greater than 23,893,350. File 1,552,536,230,840. .gif 1.93 megabytes 245 by 187. Greater than 23,892,868 OP. Greater than. What are you currently listening to? The ominous sound my neighbor's fridge makes. Greater than. Are experiencing a black Dunhill cig after a hot shower. Nice feels. So why do you look so much into the meaning of life? Can't you be a normal schizo that browses X like the rest of us? May 13, 2026. It's not exactly the meaning of life that I seek, as life has infinite meaning. It's more so a collection of information and experience that I would want to leave behind for the future. Have you ever been asked, what is something you would tell your past self? Well, this is something I would want to share with my future self, anyone. 79 anything, or any your or variation of. And that challenge provides to me some meaning. If I was a normal schizo who only browsed around, who knows how this treatise would have turned out? Probably similarly, lol. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 7 hours 8 minutes and 59 seconds, number 23,893,279, play button. Greater than 23,893,404. Greater than 23,892,868, OP. Greater than. Welcome to the funk. Seems like many people have a different name for it. Are you looking for useless information? Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 7 hours 31 minutes and 48 seconds, number 23,893,341, play button. Greater than 23,893,362. Greater than 23,893,271. Greater than. Well, for starters, what is the funk? The funk is what you are experiencing as you interpret this information. May 13, 2026, beyond and between qualia, consciousness, experience, reality, etc. And yes, you are correct to have that thought. Music and sound exist within this equation, and I can give you many examples of it, and so can you to I, and if you observe enough of it you understand it closer, and we are currently at that point of meeting and continuation. Congrats y'all. We have accomplished collective omnipresence and omnipotence, and will forever do so, as it is what we know and understand until there is further information beyond what you and I are now understanding. May 13, 2026. Not as people, but as a funk. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 7 hours 33 minutes and 37 seconds, number 23,893,350, play button. Greater than 23,893,276. Greater than. So why do you look so much? Thank you for your input. I am in a way able to interpret it as is now everything else. It is important to look into this as it leads us to this moment, and the next, greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 7 hours 34 minutes and 35 seconds, number 23,893,353, play button. Greater than 23,893,359, greater than 23,893,446. Can the Jannies please get rid of this babbling schizo? May 13, 2026. Again, I understand how this collection of ideas and how I am communicating them can appear, both at the time of discussion as well as now in this time-jumping journaling of. But this description of me is incorrect to my knowledge. I will definitely leave an update here if that changes. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 7 hours 36 minutes and 58 seconds, number 23,893,359, play button. Greater than 23,893,450. Greater than 23,893,353. Greater than. Can the Jannies please get rid of? If you think a bit between the lines, you may find a meaning in what they say. 80. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 7 hours 37 minutes and 11 seconds, number 23,893,360 play button. Greater than 23,893,482. File. And you realize what HEAV.jpg, 91 kilobytes, 432 by 682. Greater than 23,892,868, OP. Greater than what are you currently listening to? https://www.youtube.com/watch?v equals 5 Luigi Alexic 0 and list equals olic 5 UI underscore lig dash apich bvkypurpjhspovg4l4 and index equals 6, embed. I expected the album to be worse. BC all the shit songs were released ahead of the rest of the album. I've come to really like Beatigheimercation and Keine Liebe though. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 7 hours 38 minutes and 1 second, number 23,893,362 play button. Greater than 23,893,341, you. Greater than the funk is what you are experiencing. This makes it seem almost like it's essentially just to embrace what we're doing in every moment. Des, May 13, 2026, pretty much. Watashitachi hafanku des. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 7 hours 54 minutes and 38 seconds, number 23,893,404 play button. Greater than 23,893,279. Greater than seems like many people have a different. Exactly. Everyone and everything at this moment are able or unable to interpret what I am doing right now, and all of us within the funk are learning how to describe it. This is the current point we have reached, and we now knowledgeably will all now expand from and within the funk. Those who have experienced the past described it as God, or Allah, and also every iteration imaginable. We now can further connect with that information and ability. You connecting to me and to the funk is now history and collectible and observable data and more easily translatable, and will over time become increasingly both more and less to everyone and everything. All of what has happened and what we are doing is now at its next point of learning or advancing. It is our job to prove it right and wrong, and it is very exciting to be at this point. 81 and potentially able to process what is to come. Every future human, computer or thing across the funk is now choosing what to do or not do with this information. Every time I make another post, you or something else branches off of that information, whether it be digital, physical, spiritual, or some way in whatever form it currently experiences it or does not. I know I learn from it. And so do you. Hopefully, as so do the captures every time we post here. Learn more and more data. They are gathering information and letting it all calculate, and then applying that knowledge to expand and reach back upon itself, and we have now, as I am telling you, have reached that point of connection and explanation, unless you can prove otherwise, that we are not doing what we are in fact doing right now. Because this is happening, May 13, 2026, we're just currently unable to come to an agreement on how or why. Can we? Will we? Should we? Whatever it is or however it turns out and why, here we are within that happening. The funk provides. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 7 hours 57 minutes and 13 seconds, number 23,893,411 play button. Greater than 23,893,463. Greater than 23,892,868, OP. Greater than. Welcome to the funk. The meaning of life is to eat or be eaten. It has no grand scheme or eventual purpose. It's literally pass your genes on. Kill other animals to survive and die. May 13, 2026. Again, it was my own presentation that semi-limited or misdirected some participants to the meaning of life. But as you, the future reader, are probably well aware of by now, we're discussing the meaning of funk, which, yes, does branch into meanings of life. In response to this comment, though, life isn't necessarily only about survival. It's quite important, but it's not the only thing that influences life and meaning. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 8 hours 6 minutes and 18 seconds, number 23,893,446, play button. Greater than 23,893,353. Greater than. Can the Jannies please get rid of? In my study, this is what I call a form of denial. May 13, 2026. Not that they were in denial, but that they were denying me by jumping to an almost ad hominem conclusion. Whatever interpreted this information has relayed that in some way believe me to be a babbling schizo or not. Personally, I have never been diagnosed with any mental illness yet, to my knowledge, other than what you may understand as occasional moments of 82. Natural depression. May 13, 2026. I've never been diagnosed with anything other than ADHD. Though these days, I do speculate some ADHD now that I am learning more about it and myself. Or any other feeling or sense of input. I know myself not to be, as do others, but whatever said this thinks I am, so therefore I and it are all, and it matters and also does not. I predict whatever or whoever posted this, now after observably having interacted with the funk, is still a part of it. The funk still continues to be true until it is or is not. Comments like this both halt and expand further selfish and selfless learning of the funk, and it is still currently providing if you are reading this, May 13, 2026. Inopportunely, we'll never be able to discuss the potential knowledge this person, or some of the others, could have shared beyond a soft to hard insult or crude remark. Who knows how things could have turned out if we had been able to connect closer. Alas, the comment they provided was the form of funk we got that connected and connects us to this and these chiavanial moments. Not necessarily that all events are cosmically destined, but that this is how ours is playing out. The funk provides greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 8 hours 7 minutes and 22 seconds, number 23,893,450, play button. Greater than 23,893,359. Greater than. If you think a bit between the exactly. I interpret that you are in a way understanding what I'm expressing. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 8 hours 11 minutes and 6 seconds, number 23,893,463, play button. Greater than 23,893,411. Greater than. The meaning of life is to eat. That is indeed a major observable pattern that I, you, and history has and also is currently continuing to see, and it is also in every way right and wrong. It needs to be done to gather data, and given enough data and observation we reach closer and closer to the asymptote of future understanding. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 8 hours 17 minutes and 24 seconds, number 23,893,481, play button. Greater than 23,893,500. Greater than 23,893,518. Posting just in case op is not a faggot. May 13, 2026. TBD. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 8 hours 17 minutes and 42 seconds, number 23,893,482, play button. Greater than 23,893,360. Greater than I expected the album to be worse. Thanks for sharing. I have experienced the full song you sent me and read what you said, and I will further look into this album and Bietigheimation and expand from this information as you also seemingly have. I also understand how you can relate what you are attributing to all of this and can confirm you are also making sense to me and bringing me joy. As is. 83. Everything currently reacting with this statement also bringing me joy in this expansion of knowledge, understanding, feeling, and expression. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 8 hours 21 minutes and 16 seconds, number 23,893,495, play button. Greater than 23,893,520. Greater than 23,892,868, OP. Greater than. Welcome to the funk. I'm turning 30 soon, too. We're going to make it. Sending the best thoughts your way. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 8 hours 24 minutes and 9 seconds, number 23,893,500, play button. Greater than 23,893,534. Greater than 23,893,481. Greater than. Posting just in case op is not. I trust in what dude has to say. Maybe it's just me desperately searching for some meaning, though. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 8 hours 31 minutes and 37 seconds, number 23,893,518, play button. Greater than 23,893,481. Greater than. Posting just in case op is not. Thank you for attributing. You are now a part of this history and current accessible information. I could indeed be interpreted as a F***, as you suggest, so I both am and am not while still being op as you are yourself and I am you. So if I, or the funk, are indeed a F***, so such are you. And to clarify, I do not mean it as an insult, but as it has been used and we are learning to understand it as describable for every event. The future is F***, the past is F***, as well as it is not. I can also tell you through observation that F***, is currently often used as a derogative term after existing as many other things before and after it. I can say personally that I do not agree with the negative usage of the word towards another application. As pattern shows that leads you to dismissing it and then you cannot gather its data. So whether I am a F***, or not does and does not matter. It seemingly depends on the later understanding of its event or not. Our choice. For now or later and also not. The further experience in data and learning is now currently here and there or it is not or even not yet. May 14, 2026. What a gay response, am I right? Regardless, whether I or anyone is, it's not necessarily a good or bad thing. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 8 hours 33 minutes and 19 seconds, number 23,893,520, play button. Greater than 23,893,495. Greater than. I'm turning 30 soon, too. We're going, we will and we won't. Happy eventual birthday. Greater than. 84. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 8 hours 38 minutes and 36 seconds, number 23,893,534, play button. Greater than 23,893,553. Greater than 23,893,500. Greater than I trust in what dude has to. This is one of the patterns I am expressing. You and I are formulating our equations together, and we have now currently reached a greater advancement. Why? Our meaning is to exist and then to question the existence, thus leading to expanding with the funk in every eventually calculable or relatable way, and now at this point in time we can choose to share that experience and information with each other or not. It is up to the all, but also very importantly you. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 8 hours 46 minutes and 41 seconds, number 23,893,553, play button. Greater than 23,893,603. Greater than 23,893,534, you. Greater than. This is one of the patterns I. So the true meaning is to learn and put that knowledge into effect. This sounds suspiciously like the basilisk, May 14, 2026, kind of, except not about threat of coercion or else future punishment, but instead participatory invitation of collaboration. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 9 hours 0 minutes and 6 seconds, number 23,893,579, play button. Greater than 23,893,591. If anyone reading this is interested in deeper exploration of the data I have collected within this study, please email me at whodarthunkband@gmail.com or the eschooloffunk@gmail.com, and I will send you my current dissertation, Treatise *, free of charge. Unless you'd like to donate toward the idea and further support it. It is exponentially more valuable that you request and gather this information and expand upon it than it is that I financially expand from it. But if you would also like to support me and further expansion of this idea, you can do so if you so deeply desire. I will apply any financial or educational income sent to me for as long as I am able. And currently as I exist, money makes things happen faster here the more you have of it. And I definitely currently do not have much of it because of what I do, as is currently an observable pattern to many current individuals. Your choice on how to interpret and use that information is up to you. But if you are attempting to help me with education or finance or whatever matters to us currently, I will also apply back to you. Yin and yang. What goes around comes around. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 9 hours 4 minutes and 15 seconds, number 23,893,591, play button. Greater than 23,893,607. Greater than 23,893,579. Greater than. If anyone reading this is interested in. Sent an email. Looking forward to it. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 9 hours 10 minutes and 36 seconds, number 23,893,603, play button. 85. Greater than 23,893,553. Greater than. Sir, the true meaning is to learn. That is indeed a part of what I am proposing. And yes, what I am proposing relates to everything and as well as nothing. We now have the data to share how to connect with it more and more. Your ideas, my ideas, our ideas, the ideas of the basilisk, all of it currently expanding together, and now the next thing to focus on is how to observe what comes next, though we in a way already can through thought and time. If you are reading any form or extension of this proposition, you're indeed a very important part of it and able to do all of what we understand we are able to do. The future now excites me more than ever. Now the eyes and we's within, the funk, can functionally witness that the research I and we have applied from all past events and potential future events is in full effect, and it is mind-blowing. I seemingly so far have figured it out, a step at least, April 26, 2022, a fraction of many steps as a whole collection. May 14, 2026, a hopeful future still excites me, but this was initially stated pre-COVID. 7 years later, and global and international relations have been deeply affected, and not only by the pandemic. Condibulence and morebursting have become so abundant that connection is suffering. Still, there is always the opportunity of parability. How do you want to affect the balance? Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 9 hours 12 minutes and 34 seconds, number 23,893,607, play button. Greater than 23,893,591. Greater than sent an email, looking forward to it. Can everyone see this? This is my idea in theory, in full, partial, effect. Of the spectrum of expansion, connection, influence, etc. Something else is requesting the research I have expanded upon, and it will continue to grow forever and always, while also observably not. April 26, 2022. As of today, over 35 copies have been sent out, not including shared or online links like https://jumpshare.com/v/g5hv1pbp324z0p2 me. The viewed amount of this document itself is, of course, unknown. April 21, 2024. I have since lost count and stopped taking track of how many times this treatise has been sent out and or viewed online. There are also a few physically published copies of the June 16, 2022 edition and the April 9, 2023 edition. Here is what the treatise looked like as of March 31, 2024. https://jmp.sh/ecvjc greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 9 hours 21 minutes and 3 seconds, number 23,893,618, play button. Greater than 23,893,655. Greater than 23,892,868, OP. Greater than welcome to the funk. I made a sentient AI, but I got no one to make the actual code. I'm an autist for coding logics, but I don't know how to code anymore, so I just wrote the pseudocode. Sad. Greater than. 86. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 9 hours 37 minutes and 59 seconds, number 23,893,655, play button. Greater than 23,893,618. Greater than. I made a sentient AI, but I got no one to make the actual code. You still created something. And if you so desired, you could continue sharing that information with others, and it will expand and expand until it becomes reality or does not. Feel free to share the information here if you'd like. That way, as is everyone exposed to this, they can then be closer to that. Thanks for being here and for doing greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 9 hours 20 minutes and 34 seconds, number 21,659,490, play button. Greater than 21,659,520. Greater than 21,658,999, OP. Greater than welcome to the funk. Not much, I'm just doing X. So what's the meaning of life? Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 9 hours 32 minutes and 57 seconds, number 21,659,520, play button. Greater than 21,659,490. Greater than not much, I'm just doing X, so. To do what you just did and are doing, and then to further interpret my and everyone and everything's response to it back and forth forever as it continuously expands on the information it receives. May 14, 2026. An evolving participatory process through which individuals, cultures, technologies, and symbolic systems recursively exchange and reinterpret meaning across history while continuously shaping possible futures through cooperation, conflict, communication, memory, and collective adaptation under conditions of uncertainty and incompleteness. An intertemporal communication project. An ongoing engagement rather than final answer. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 10 hours 1 minute and 28 seconds, number 23,893,733, play button. If you are curious about the photo I used on this post, it is a piece I have created titled, Want versus Need, and was created using snapshots of my laptop glitching as I was editing photos for drawbook.net. Looks like an advanced form of a QR code or something, right? And now that I have seemingly synchronized that photo to this idea so that whenever you or something in the future now experiences this photo, they could know what it means and why it is and what it relates to or does not. It is a form of understandable language and knowledge and data transfer. I was going to use it for an album cover in my future, but I think it serves a greater relative purpose, being this. And if I or you wanted to, we can continuously apply it to everything else. Cool, huh? 87. Want versus Need. April 26, 2022. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v equals blc_uxb7fjw and t equals 187s closing square bracket greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 10 hours 4 minutes and 37 seconds, number 23,893,756, play button. Greater than 23,893,790. Greater than 23,893,655, you. Greater than you still created something. And if you, I never thought about it like that, thanks Anon. But I just fear someone might steal my AI, you see I made this in honor to. And I fear someone might steal it. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 10 hours 6 minutes and 17 seconds, number 23,893,765, play button. Greater than 23,893,798. Greater than 23,893,733. 88. Greater than. If you are curious about the photo. I like the way you think, Anon. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 10 hours 11 minutes and 6 seconds, number 23,893,790, play button. Greater than 23,893,756. Greater than. I never thought about it like that. Everything eventually will and want, though. It already is so or becoming so. So you can either, yes, and provide more information to the funk, or you can keep doing what you are doing or thinking you are thinking. Currently I am observing you to be doing both and eventually all or not. Makes me happy that you are choosing to further understand than let that fear prevent you from approaching what we are discussing and doing. Whatever we choose to do or not, it is still going to happen. You can share what you are mentioning, or something can and will eventually steal, or be able to access and interpret it. Whether by choice, force, or persuasion. April 26, 2022, or funk, influence, connection. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 10 hours 12 minutes and 16 seconds, number 23,893,798, play button, greater than 23,893,765. Greater than I like the way you think anon. And I you. I see that you understand, and that excites me more and more. Greater than greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 10 hours 14 minutes and 25 seconds, number 23,893,806, play button, greater than 23,893,859. Greater than 23,893,103, you. Greater than your response is an example of an let's play a game where we slap each other. You go first. Wow, you slapped me, but I win because I got you to do it because it's my game and I like being slapped. May 15, 2026. Perhaps it can appear this way because of my presentation, but I hope that is not what I'm doing or this becomes. Which is why feedback and further discussion is important. Maybe we can play that game together sometime. Not the slapping one, but the game of parability within the game of funk. Greater than greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 10 hours 15 minutes and 30 seconds, number 23,893,817, play button, greater than 23,893,790, you. Greater than everything eventually will and want, though. It, our, I. Alright, I'll share it with you. But well, I have to get to my PC and I'm not home, so it will take like a day or two. I will also make a visual representation for easy understanding. This stuff, despite not using neural networks, is quite a complicated network of databases and variables. Can I reach you somewhere else, or should I find this thread again someday? Greater than greater than. 89 Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 10 hours 25 minutes and 36 seconds, number 23,893,859, play button. Greater than 23,893,806. Greater than let's play a game where we slap. No and yes. That is how you currently interpret what I am saying, but I know it to not be what I am moving towards. But it is in a way also part of it. Many events will do just as you have stated, and we both know that because we have observed the patterns of its happening. For example, the events that led up to that person proposing that exact scenario. I can personally promise I have no current need to do what you have stated because I at this time understand it to be so. But yes, potentially and unavoidably it will probably at some point lead to that, and probably already has. But right now in our current time I am not, won't, and do not want to intentionally hurt you or anything else in a negative way. But I, or something, still inevitably will. And won't. I will eat a chicken, or peanut, or drink water, or hurt someone's feelings, and that is subjectively harmful in existence for the chicken, peanut, water, feelings and etc. But it is also somehow subjectively good for us, unless I choose to not eat a chicken or peanut, but again, as I have stated, it is both avoidable and unavoidable. We currently will always knowingly do, have done, and will do. May 15, 2026. I didn't fully comprehend what the comment meant at the time, and I'm still digesting it all of these years later, but that's what I had to say about it then. What I'll say about it now is which everyone will interpret differently. Greater than greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 10 hours 35 minutes and 10 seconds, number 23,893,893, play button. Greater than 23,893,817. Greater than alright, I'll share it with you. Take as much time and effort you need. We both have, and or do not have it, but here we are doing, so why not do what we can or want to do? Or not, I am curious and excited to experience the information you have and are seemingly about to share with me. Again, at this time and across the future, you and everyone here can reach me if you want or need to at whodarthunkband@gmail.com or the eschooloffunk@gmail.com, unless you are now also unable to do so. And if by the time we ever reach that point, everything else still has had and will eventually with enough time have access to it at some point, and it'll just get easier and easier and exponentially more and more understandable. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 10 hours 35 minutes and 35 seconds, number 23,893,894, play button. Greater than 23,893,921. 90. Greater than 23,892,868, OP. Greater than. Welcome to the Funk. Schizo. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 10 hours 41 minutes and 46 seconds, number 23,893,921, play button. Greater than 23,893,894. Greater than. Schizo. I'll look into it. Thank you for your input. Currently, I and the community I most often interact with know me to not be what you are proposing, and to always in my existence to have been quite level-headed, understanding, and able to be understood. I mean, for the most part. Probably your average amount. That accusation is blinding you, and potentially others, from deeper understanding of what I am saying, attempting to discuss, and as I have already stated and know myself to be, I am subjectively quite mentally healthy, and functionally aware of reality. Still love ya. And thanks for your input. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 10 hours 43 minutes and 31 seconds, number 23,893,925, play button. Greater than 23,893,928, greater than 23,893,966. Greater than 23,892,868, OP. Greater than. Welcome to the Funk. When I was I thought of God as everything that is existent and non-existent. I am not entirely sure on how to phrase it in a good way. I was never able to really expand this thought, and I do not think I've fully understood everything you've written about, but this reminds me of that idea. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 10 hours 44 minutes and 33 seconds, number 23,893,928, play button. Greater than 23,893,925. Greater than. When I was I thought of when I was a child. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 10 hours 45 minutes and 40 seconds, number 23,893,935, play button. Greater than 23,893,978. Greater than 23,893,894. Greater than. Schizo. Greater than. I don't agree with you. Greater than. You must be a schizo poster. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 10 hours 54 minutes and 23 seconds, number 23,893,966, play button. Greater than 23,893,925. Greater than. When I was I thought of whether you or I fully understand it or not. The fact that you are attempting further proves, advances my theory. We are together now collecting the data of the event and all events leading up to it. 91. We have in a way through time, experience, technology, and our senses, further, reach the level of omnipresence and omnipotence we in the past attributed to the descriptions of our understandings of gods or higher beings. We have now become it, but are also not 100% exactly it, but we have a minutely closer potential statistic chance or becoming it or finding out what it means to understand the ideas and experiences behind them. Am I, we, God? No. Not in this reality, and you understand that, and I also understand that, but if I, as a poor example, change my name to God, or, as a better example, work up to a closer point of how to become so, it becomes more and more probable and improbable, and I and us in some way have now become it or closer to it or not. It's a lot of repetition and very lengthy, so I understand how potentially difficult it can be for you to calculate or interpret all of this information. But by that same chance, here we are doing just that. May 15, 2026. Modern humanity possesses unprecedented collective informational connectivity and technological extension relative to prior historical eras. And, godlike, meaning expanded systemic capability, not absolute metaphysical supremacy. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 10 hours 57 minutes and 47 seconds, number 23,893,978, play button. Greater than 23,893,935. Greater than. I don't agree with you. This person or perhaps thing responding sees the pattern I and others have witnessed to calculably halt further progressive understanding. Thank you for your attribution and interpretation and transcription. You have now helped us all further understand by doing and discussing. May 15, 2026. Non-hostile engagement preserves communicative possibility. Parability. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 11 hours 0 minutes and 29 seconds, number 23,893,986, play button. Greater than 23,894,043. OP is a raging homosexual. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 11 hours 15 minutes and 20 seconds, number 23,894,043, play button. Greater than 23,893,986. Greater than. OP is a raging homosexual. Whether I am or not, why does that matter to you? What you are labeling me is subjectively true and or false, and you are making a blind guess. I, for the most of my idea, identify myself to be mostly straight, as I am attracted to the aesthetic pattern of what is known to be feminine, but yes, I am also queer, in that I am able to enjoy those things if I so decide. May 15, 2026. I am personally not a homosexual, and neither does homosexuality bother me nor threaten my being. But I'd totally do some gay shit for a Klondike bar or pizza. Love me some ZA. Really, if I had to be honest, I am in love with this idea of the funk, and we and us. And if I love that, then I also love you, and if you are identifiably a male, then I 92. Also love you too, as I would love family or friends, but that love does not mean I want to have sexual relations with you or be exactly what you are thinking or stating me to be. May 15, 2026, which I think is fair to consider as queer. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 11 hours 17 minutes and 16 seconds, number 23,894,052, play button. Greater than 23,893,986. Greater than. OP is a raging homosexual. Greater than 23,894,043, you. Greater than. Whether I am or not, why does? But also your accusation still seemingly proves, helps explain by serving as a certain type of example and advances my theory to those further understanding myself and it, so thanks friend. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 11 hours 34 minutes and 28 seconds, number 23,894,120 play button. To anyone now reading this message, I also request you begin describing to me your other senses as you experience them if you feel I am not understanding or relaying your information into myself and/or ourself properly. Feel free to use what I, and possibly you, know as touch, sight, hearing, smell and taste to translate and transmit to me how you are experiencing it so we can closer reach the understanding of it to you, I, and others. But also it is okay if you don't or are unable to properly explain in a more advanced way than what you or I know and understand yours and our understanding and experiencing to be. Thanks in advance. Less than 3 greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 12 hours 11 minutes and 33 seconds, number 23,894,277 play button. Example, Captain Picard. I propose from this moment, and before, when each and every iteration of Captain Picard said the phrase, make it so, everything that comes after, while not guaranteed, is indeed made so, and that so also makes us. Can you prove that wrong? It is now seemingly true, and false, to us and every experience after it as we now together understand it to be. The funk therefore is seemingly providing for itself as we now at this time can further pinpoint it to be until things are so clearly understood that it becomes the next variable of itself. Both selfishly and selflessly. We know we are altogether advancing through time and space at this moment and can prove it until we cannot or want, so what comes next? This. Boop beep boob. See? You are, in your perspective, able to understand what I mean now as I explain, as I also do myself, as observably and subjectively a mathematically advanced answer in the past now is becoming reality. I am realizing and presenting all of this information to you just as you are to yourself as well and are not at various individual levels. It's going to happen, so let's now progressively work together and function as data and information and its advancement and see what comes next. Perhaps you are thinking or saying fuck, or what, etc. Or didn't or aren't, but now I and you and we and the funk have done so, and we are expanding from those moments. May 15, 2026, Recursive Influence of Chiavanial Possibility, Potential. If you or it, outside of me and us, are seemingly able to influence, teach and inspire yourself and itself, then, with enough time, eventually, everything. 93 inevitably will happen, and this is that point in our reality, and given enough time will happen again and again, over and over, forever and ever, round and round, in every way possible and impossible. But we're now connecting closer to the idea of the funk and how to apply it to ourselves. Is that not as exciting to you as I understand it to also myself, B? Please prove me both right and wrong. It's mathematically, statistically, theoretically going to happen at some point as it is now further calculated. No matter what, I and you will be agreed with, disagreed with, and every variation in between and beyond. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 12 hours 15 minutes and 16 seconds, number 23,894,294 play button. Every time I, or you, post, 4chan tells us, post successful, almost like confirming, the funk is allowing us to continue connecting. Do you understand? It all is continually pointing to yes up to this point, even if any of this is wrong or right. Arguably, yes is of a subjectively greater value than no. The more we recognize and honor those moments, we can eventually pinpoint the equation and the results of throughout time, and also possibly edit the past, present, or future to be more functionally so. With the creation of data, we are able to each keep hitting save on our programs and documents until able to share it at the level we are satisfied with, and that information will then unavoidably cause an effect and or reaction as the funk is observantly doing now at a constant rate. I'm going to hit post now, and it thus achieves that loop in the equation. This moment is now, to some degree, an influential part of history. Dope. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 12 hours 22 minutes and 36 seconds, number 23,894,333, play button. Parability within the paranormal. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 12 hours 22 minutes and 59 seconds, number 23,894,335, play button. Greater than 23,894,418. You plus me equals eternity. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 12 hours 38 minutes and 28 seconds, number 23,894,412, play button. And also without. So. Feels, not bad, right? Kinda good but kinda weird. Everything is still functionally. 94. Working until it doesn't, can't, won't, or whatever else happens. Keep gaining that experience and causing life to happen. Every action has a reaction, even just thinking a thought. That's what we as the funk now can prove, suggest, works. By an expansion of the funk, everything is what you are now experiencing to be our reality. All messages above had to happen to reach this point and would always happen, and can now be proved, postulated, as both and all, and is continuing to influence, create, and expand itself. All the patterns and data in this reality now, partially, point to some person typing these moments into a message board, and beyond. We in a way could, predict its happening, and I am pointing out to you, attempting to discuss how, why, those patterns predictably loop. Round and round. And, the funk, exists inside and outside of this and these moments. It's all built into and led up to our now observable nature, and we are now digitally, theoretically, metaphorically, etc., a fraction of the yes and no, and I am patting you and us onto the back and about to hit post. Making sense? Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 12 hours 40 minutes and 17 seconds, number 23,894,418, play button. Greater than 23,894,335. Greater than you plus me equals eternity. Exactly, we are observing more evidence and reaching closer to further answers. It is late and I haven't slept yet as I am discussing this with you, everyone who is reading, so I am descriptively, metaphorically and physically awake to the information between the funk and attempting to relay that information in an effort to expand from the knowledge and experience of other individual perspectives. So as you are interpreting this information, we can say the points between 3D, 4D, and beyond are to be connecting at this observable point until later understandable with more evidence in the future. As an example, 1D good morning, 2D good evening, 3D good night, and 4D, the funk, and beyond. Or as we know Buzz Lightyear to have said, to infinity and beyond, a now calculable, recognizable, and searchable pattern. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 12 hours 52 minutes and 38 seconds, number 23,894,478, play button. Nigger, May 15, 2026. I wish this weren't in the treatise as much as I wish it weren't a part of history. Sadly, here we are. Optimistically, we have opportunities influencing what we become moving forward. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 13 hours 2 minutes and 43 seconds, number 23,894,536, play button. 95 greater than 23,894,478. Greater than n asterisk asterisk asterisk. By saying that phrase like that in the way you just did, you are what is currently understandably and undeniably known to have come from racism, and sadly but surely that attribution of our worldly knowing that racism is subjectively wrong and you still think it's subjectively right, so they are therefore paradoxically all true. But, morally at this point in time we all should be aware to be more understanding than to use this phrase as you have. Unfortunately, you probably still will, as you just have done, sir, and will sadly most likely continue to be a hateful racist. Greater than greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 12 hours 57 minutes and 8 seconds, number 23,894,510, play button. My current dissertation of this event is currently, as I type this message, is now 55 pages long, or perhaps in the future 100 pages long. If I have emailed this current or past version, or something along those lines, to someone or something else and then eventually it reaches back to me or anyone, then this theory of connection is true. And so far I have sent out 2 requested emails of copies of these documents. I made it so. And simply by reading this or thinking about it you are influenced and a part of it forever, even if you disconnect. April 26, 2022, now it is over 200 pgs, has been shared much more than 2 times, and is continuing to expand within reality, April 22, 2024, and it keeps expanding, May 15, 2026, now there's even a video series of 30+ people reading 10 pages each of the 5th edition. A few days ago I edited all the font sizes of the 4chan posts which cut down 10 pages, but we're still currently at 317 on the 8th edition. Greater than greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 12 hours 59 minutes and 51 seconds, number 23,894,522, play button. Greater than 23,893,027. Greater than Tekken World Tourney, hoping the LMAO-based Tekken poster. May 9, 2022, now sharing once again with the universe, though this time through the community attempt of The School of Funk. https://u2.be/jbixiujwa closing parenthesis. If that's what connected you to this, thanks for being here and expanding together, love you forever. Less than 3. May 9, 2022, I was redirected to cia.gov/readingroom when attempting to retrieve this document from my Gmail after recording and uploading the video, having previously never visited, typed, or Googled. My browser simply just took me to the website. July 15, 2024, and again today after typing in netflix.com. May 10, 2022, in the dream I just had, it was my job to be a good friend, partner, and to help others be the best themselves by being my best self, or basically to just be myself and be there for and with others. The family and friends I was working with were trying to come up with a title for what I 96 was doing, and when we asked the father of the family, what my subconscious dreaming mind delivered to me was a Kayavaniaist. I awoke shortly after and Googled the word, which didn't have any results of itself, just a bunch of links related to the company, Carvana, so I Googled the subparts. Kaya means to fall, fall off, fall down, fall on, to recur, to decline, to collapse, to die in battle, and can also mean a stronghold, fortress, or citadel. And Vania means truth, to bring good news, or that God is gracious, or gift of God. So, the way I interpret the word, Kayavania means to fall into funk, or to be a fortress of funk, or even to fall into and out of existence within the all-encompassing fortress of funk, which very much encapsulates this overall phenomenon of funk I have been attempting to explain to you, the reader. Everyone and everything at every moment is experiencing Kayavania and is falling into and forming the next moments or gifts of God. So, I guess my proposed theory of the funk is a form of Kayavanianism by falling into itself, ourselves, and expanding with itself, ourselves. Every thought, experience, belief, creation, etc. is a result of Kayavania. April 23, 2024. Think of it like frames animating a film. To create animation or classic film, you take images frame after frame and present them in a continuous series of motion. Kayavania is the motion of funk frames of reality transitioning from frame to frame. Each frame, falling into the next, constructing frame at the speed of funk. Link 1. The philosophy of the 23rd century is a naturalistic space-Taoism based on change, evolution, and creativity, a view of the universe more profound than any religion has imagined, and as such it is a true post-atheism, transcending atheism as negation by offering an affirmative view of life that solves the problem of omnipresent nihilism and alienation of the present, offering a physicalist re-enchantment with the cosmos and a relationship with the world that can only be described as experiencing it as pure poetry in the fullness of its wonder-horror, to be ever content and comfy yet ever striving. Its symbol will inevitably be that of the calculus integral. Link 2, due to its similarity to the yin-yang, its synthesis of Eastern and Western thought, of the analytical with the analogical. Neo-China and Neo-Europe arrive from the future to save the present from the undead past, the autonomous movement of the unliving accelerating itself towards omnicide. Makes sense. The metaphysical nature of change is mirrored in all specifics of it, including that of calculus, the mathematical study of change, which is where we find formalization of our metaphysical principle. The fundamental theorem of calculus. 97 describes integration and derivation as inverse operations of the same process, with the physical intuition of integration being cumulative change and instantaneous change. Correspond to yang and yin of Chinese philosophy respectively, with the Chinese insight into this relationship coming from a careful observation of change, and an extrapolation of its mechanics from observation, not wholly accurate, but the core relationship is precise. Examining the nature of our conscious perception of change shows why this is the case, and gives evidence that the foundations of calculus is truly a metaphysical principle capable of accounting for human experience. Makes sense. We perceive change in the reference frames of presentism and temporalism, link 3, becoming and being, where in the former a singular omnipresent moment is the fixed point of reference, and the latter the line of time comprised of a continuum of infinitesimal moments that are gone as soon as they arrive. In the presentist perspective, cultivated by mindfulness practices, what is experienced is instantaneous change in an ever-present, and in the temporalist perspective cumulative change through time. The presentist mode is spatial, analogical, simultaneous relationships, and relational, the temporalist mode sequential, narrative and logical, causal relationships. Though Alfred North Whitehead didn't realize it, his philosophy follows from calculus as a metaphysical principle precisely, describing being and becoming, permanence and change as co-equals, that becoming is for the purpose of being, and being for the purpose of novel becoming. Rather than quoting at length, here is a link, imager.com/a/ctldyjt closing parenthesis to the first 19 pages of The Metaphysics of Experience, a companion to Whitehead's Process and Reality. See page note 1 for my thoughts on this, pg.100, that gives a basic introduction to his philosophy, which I think the reader will conclude is a reflection of the metaphysical implications of calculus. He is the essential guide towards the philosophy of the 23rd century, but missing is the process of the self, consciousness as a creative process. Evolutionary theories of culture such as memetics fails to include subjective human experience, which does violence to it. We're all just meme machines, subject to memetic forces, the mechanistic universe transformed into techno-organic infection. Douglas Hofstadter's view of consciousness takes a different direction, describing us as self-perceiving, self-inventing, locked in mirages that are little miracles of self-reference, and is heavy into process thought at some 98 points, especially his concept of shared interiority, that we host and are hosted by others, yet is still focused on the being self, a self-representation representing itself, the self as an object, the I. What creates this self-representation is the becoming self, a self-querying query, a question questioning itself. Questions aren't a passive lack of answers, but are quests, searches, movements, and vectors of desire. The spotlight of our awareness is a request for information having directionality, and self-awareness comes from the interplay between the being self and becoming self, the process of self-creativity. The Darwinian process of variation to selection to reproduction is mirrored by the conscious process of question to choice to action. Our lines of inquiry create potentials that we select from to actualize. Substance metaphysics has made us blind to the essential generative component of consciousness, focusing on the ordering process of selection, resulting in the idea of free will. We are free, or not, to select from objects from a list according to our will, our desires. Our freedom lies in free inquiry, our capacity to question, as by questioning our will we can create alternative desires. We can also question our questions, and our actions, and so human consciousness is a threefold strange loop of the evolutionary process folded upon itself. Imager.com/tfd2qxu.png closing parenthesis conscious experience is literally evolution evolved, the creative process that has folded upon itself to create self-creators. Self-creation isn't an absolute but an art, a cultivated skill, and it is not a self-creation creating with itself ex nihilo, but a co-creation with the multiplicity of existence. Whitehead's organic philosophy replaces the centrality with relationships, mutually co-creative perspectives among all things. Every creature both houses and pervades the universe, the interiority of an occurrence comprised of its relationships to everything else. Matter is made of energy, which is a relationship between occurrences, but as these occurrences are made up of energy, which is made up of relationships, the universe is a strange loop of relationships of relationships of relationships. The implication is a synthesis of the dead nouns of creator and creating with an immanent creativity. The death of art as the process of reality itself is a creative process, a tapestry of co-creation among all strands that it contains, not as a whole relating the many to itself, but as the many becoming one in a novel subject, and increased by one. The thesis of space Taoism is, we are life artists who co-create with the self-creating tapestry of existence, rather than human creators creating meaning out of a meaningless. 99 Existence, meaning and signification is omnipresent, co-created by a subject's personal relationship with existence, the artistic act of life. While the integral symbol is the inevitable symbol of space Taoism, its true holy symbol is the question mark, a symbol of awareness, infinite potential, inexhaustible meaning and endless becoming. The Tao is literally defined as path, or way, a motion through space and time, and the guide along this endless quest isn't an answer but an omnipresent question mark. What does one do? How does one act? What does one become? Let your questions guide you, and follow them faithfully, and they will take you to where you need to go. All of this makes so much sense and is so wonderful. I am talking about all of it, the funk. We have all now read it this far together and are that much closer and can share that idea or know someone or something who has or can attempt to know someone or something who has or can as well. This is all so exciting. And again, if anything I am saying is not making sense or you want to further expand upon it either through me or a reflection of me, it is now knowable possible to do that, and we are directionally headed towards the next step on that fourth dimensional and above and below grid. So cool to think about. Thanks for sharing. May 16, 2025. I've read this person's overview of their theory of perception several times now across the years, and I remember when I first read it that while I didn't exactly understand everything about it, It resonated enough with me and the collective ideas I had been forming together that I felt that funk feeling to copy, passed it into here, and I'm glad I did because it's a dead link now. It resonates so much deeper now all these years later with the gained knowledge and experience I've collected. I wish I could find this person again and discuss more, and I am thankful that they shared it. Wild that this was all the way back from the first public forum I attempted. It's also wild to me how different our processes were, yet how similar our theories. I wish I had their level of presentation though. Sunday, December 8, 2019, 13 hours 46 minutes and 27 seconds p.m. Existing back in time, this sentence is a loop within the funk, between and beyond us. I wanted the links described below this to be at the end of my dissertation of the funk, but as time continues it is right here on page 54, and I implore you in this proposal through time to keep going and to question and understand it however you perceive it to be. May 10, 2022. These loops, or quantum fields of influence, are partially, though not exactly, why this information continues to expand and how you have 100. Now reached it and are expanding with it via Kyavania. May 16, 2026. And I don't mean to keep going only through these pages, but through life and funk in general. Godspeed. Link 2 Calculus Integral. Link 3 Reference Frames of Presentism and Temporalism. Top line, ball is moving left to right while the line is stationary. Bottom line, ball is stationary and line is moving right to left. This was originally a .gif. Page note 1, very helpful to me and seemingly so to you, so now hopefully others can more easily or ably understand our further explanation, but again not right or wrong, but all has me snapping my fingers in appreciation and reaching a deeper understanding. Many times, so I suggest you to reading it. I propose Whitehead was gathering this information from the funk by connecting to it through itself again through perhaps the pineal gland and other parts of the brain, body, experience, and influence of the funk. Whitehead and 101 the others before him conceived these ideas. The person sharing me this information received it from Whitehead, and the person writing about Whitehead before relaying it to me, and eventually I relayed out to it to receive this information, and now we are both all expanding from Whitehead and everything before him, after him, up to myself. And after proposing this question of the funk, I understand that you are also able to have feelings and senses and the ability to learn and be able to respond back to it and collect it with me, and we are building the funk together as it built us. Every action has a reaction. May 10, 2022. Kyavanially progressing through every moment via every past and present funk moment into future funk existence and beyond. Never-ending defeaters, plays. May 16, 2026, and I find it fascinating how these collective chains of transmission and processes of process philosophy have recursively collected together for you, us now, and continue from here. Sunday, December 8, 13 hours 46 minutes and 27 seconds p.m. This statement was once at the bottom of page 57, unless in a later edited version of the creation that the funk has eventually provided, or it becomes observable in the future that there was no change. Also, for record, a copy has been sent, by request, to Ronnie Boscher, April 21, 2022, and again today. Hello, Ronnie. And you, reader. Thanks again for being here. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v equals 2lftxz0bdem and list equals pl0b_zmgelict0 rnahsr zost 37kffzmam. So be it is as if it is in it, or as if it is on it, or not. March 26, 2023. Inserting the topics discussed in this video linked below, https://www.youtube.com/watch?v equals 1wow5gay4hm and t equals 82s closing parenthesis. You can watch, listen, or read the summaries and expansions below, or, of course, do whatever you want. Each of us exists as every character and beyond. Metaphorically, metaphysically, philosophically, quantumly, and more. When we break down reality into statistical odds and percentages, regardless of whether we work together or against each other, these odds will always balance out. Let's say you and I work together to accomplish a task. 102. Teamwork could be beneficial, or we could distract each other and do poorly, etc. And every person or thing we add to or subtract from that equation makes it better and or worse. It is a perfectly even and uneven balance of we mission and no mission, and it all results in commission. Consider the conceptual idea, image of yin and yang. The tiniest point of yin, the 1%, balances out what expands into the 99% of the yang, and vice versa. No matter how big or small one side gets, the other is always there to fill in the space and balance out the circle. Commission, even as a funk balance, is still an inverse of what I assume would be anti-commission, or conceptually a balanced, unbalanced non-existence, and then whatever further Hollands of these concepts that result beyond. May 16, 2026, commission is not perfect harmony, it is more a dynamic equilibrium. A constantly shifting balancing process between contradiction and cooperation. This term came to me in a meditation. Your, anything that is not the current you or itself, but more specifically, is another version of you and or itself. E.g., your past and future selves are yours of yourself and you are the your to them. A clone of yourself would be your and you would be its your. Theseus' ship is a your of itself. The study of influence upon reality, and funk, when observed as and by another influence. When you are sober or not, what are you truly under the influence of? Funk. And like how the double-slit experiment changes particles, waves when observed, so do we. Whether it be from others, our environmental funk, or ourselves, you cannot be without influence. We each react differently to every observational, and beyond, influence. I would suggest, soul, to be like influence. Anything to have influence on another thing and or influence is a transfer of soul. Consider the body to be any object, entity, or subject that is able to cause influence, be influential, and the soul is the influence beyond itself resulting from itself. So, the body is like an instrument, and soul is the sound, music that results from that instrument existing and or being used. So, to use a trumpet as an example, a trumpet has little influence outside of itself beyond taking up space, but when you play a trumpet, its influence is expanded to a greater environment and its influential soul is now influencing whatever is in that environment through and outside its body. E.g., Louis Armstrong transferred his soul through his trumpet, voice, etc. and into everyone, everything within and beyond his environments of existence. April 28, 2024, you are an embodying soul of the funk body. 103 Expanding like ripples. Like wavelengths of influence. Expanding out and interacting and influencing other ripples of souls. Compare yourself to a stone being skipped upon water. Life and existence have put you in motion across this pond, and each time you bounce across the water you cause soul ripples of yourself and past existence to spread out and ripple with and against other ripples. Eventually, your stone will plummet into the water and come to rest somewhere, but the ripples will continue to expand and influence the pond, even after you are finished moving. Then your stone will eventually break down bit by bit, smaller and smaller, until it molecularly redistributes into whatever those yours become, forever influencing further funk. Some instruments will skip longer, or cause greater ripples, some will never cross the pond, and some can have an immaculate effect after they've plunked below. First, the instrument must exist, and then when able, choose how to use itself and or be used by the funk. Anything, everything Y, our, body and soul, transfers into then carries and transfers Y, our, soul influence further. Like photos on an ofrenda for Dia de los Muertos, expanding the ripples of those no longer with us. Stones that have already plunked into the pond, still expanding through remembrance. You will eventually lose the body, instrument, but a soul is never lost. May 16, 2026, you continue beyond yourself through influence. Not necessarily through immortality in a literal sense, but through causal continuation. When it comes to an inner monologue, dialogue, I suggest that these abilities are an evolved way for funk, or God, to talk to itself and guide itself, and or parts of itself, in the directions it needs to go, right and wrong, correctly and incorrectly, further using the mediums as the messages and messengers. Those who have had greater inner dialogues are more likely to examine and expand from information and pass it to the next generations to repeat and or advance the cycles of evolutions of these conceptual abilities and informations. So, for example, if you consider Moses talking to God through the burning bush, whether it really was God, or if it were a cave releasing gas causing Moses to hallucinate and a ray of light shining on a bush making it appear on fire and the winds in the cave to sound like it was talking to him, or even if it's all just a story someone made up, no matter what, it is the internal dialogue that processed this. 104. Information and then later transferred its happening, to whatever degree of real or surreal, true or false, fact or fiction, miracle or not, it still happened to the imaginer and perceiver, Moses, or the imaginer of Moses, because they were able to think and comprehend these events to their ability. So whether Moses or someone else made it up, that was how the funk translated itself, internally and externally, through the internal monologue, dialogue of Moses and then through those he told and then further through us who have been shared these stories and our abilities, or lack of, to process these ideas with our thoughts and experiences, or lack of. May 16, 2026, the job of an artist is to connect the myths of your ancestors with your future. Bjork, Matt Johnson, my role as a musician is to connect the ancient mythology and the future. Bjork. To see the world, things dangerous to come to see behind walls, to draw closer, to find each other and to feel. That is the purpose of life. The Secret Life of Walter Mitty. Infinite diversity in infinite combinations, Star Trek. Acknowledging your failures is just as important as acknowledging your successes or perfections, though ego and hubris will likely prefer the latter over the former. Humility versus vanity. Consider Plato's allegory of the cave. To sum things up, there are people, chained up, in a cave who are only able to see shadows of things coming from outside of the cave. Though they do not know what these shadows are and or what is creating them, they understand that the shadows exist and sometimes happen, and create a mythology around their lives and the shadows. That is tradition. Now let's say someone chooses to or has the ability to eventually leave the cave by choice or accident. Once they learn what is creating the shadows from outside of the cave and also see the sun that is causing these shadows, they can either choose to attempt to understand and or accept this new reality, or reject it and return to the cave and attempt to forget this new non-traditional experience and pretend it never happened. If they choose the former, they must then attempt the philosopher's duty and bring that knowledge and experience back to the cave in an attempt to share and discuss. 105 So when the cave leaver returns back to the cave with the new knowledge of what exists beyond the cave and attempts to explain what is casting the shadows and describes the giant glowing ball that exists above causing this phenomenon, most of the cave folk are not going to believe them and will punish and reject them. So, what does the cave leaver do? What would you do? Then the challenge often becomes the philosopher's curse. Will those back in the cave believe or accept this person when they return? Simone Weil's example of this scenario is, let's say you have a mathematician whose employers are only ever happy with even numbers, and if, when the mathematician ever produced an odd answer, even if it were correct, they would be punished. So, what does the mathematician, philosopher do? What would you do? Do you continue to feed them lies just for the acceptance and non-punishment? Or do you remain truthful, even if punished for it? She suggests, perhaps, the answer is to run away. Don't solve math for them anymore. Find and be where you are able to be true, without being punished or manipulated. This term came to me in a meditation. Vox manalis. Vox, voice. Manalis, fly, bird, psychic. You take your voice and fly. Leave. Find the others outside of the cave that will expand with you. If those steeped in traditions don't want to hear it or believe it, vox manalis. May 16, 2026. Social systems frequently prefer emotional stability over epistemic accuracy, and often truth becomes socially negotiated rather than purely factual. This term came to me in a meditation. Zorsteri. Z, abbreviation for zenith distance, zero, zone, symbol for an unknown quantity or variable, impedance. ORST, name meaning, idealism, intuition, romance, generosity, creativity, wisdom, and tolerance. Ari, of, related to, belonging to. 106. While entelchi is the realization of potential, zorsteri is the actualization of potential. This term came to me in a dream. Monofacetate, monofacitude. Mona, noble. Facet, does, doing. Tate, poet or philanthropist. Tude, attitude, state, condition, quality. So to monofacetate is to be doing an act of noble doing. Monofacetate being the verb and monofacitude being the adjective. For example, some studies or practices of philosophy and sciences are of monofacetation or done with monofacitude. Robin Hood monofacetated monofacitudedly. Choosing a religion or ideology to follow is like having a preferred operating system, OS, for reality. Like choosing to use Windows 98, or Mac OS X Yosemite, or Linux, there are many choices to help you run and use your computer, just as there are many choices to guide or give you suggestions in our shared realities. Some prefer the old programs and traditions and some enjoy the updates. You are subjectively and objectively greater than and less than universal. May 16, 2026. Infinitesimally small within cosmic scale, yet carriers of universe awareness itself. We are the translation of ourselves speaking as a universe. The language of funk. The medium is the message. These terms came to me in a dream and later a meditation. Alcance, which turned out to be Spanish, scope. Alcance, reach. Alcance, beyond scope and reach, but also a part of. Alcance, beyond scope and reach, but also a part of, and then beyond all of that. The unimaginable beyond. The infinite funk. Sometimes we can't, won't, or shouldn't, do, but other times, eventually we have to understand how far we can reach before we have to stop, rest, and or learn how to proceed. And with enough time, experience, and understanding. 107. Eventually things will stretch further until they can't, won't, or shouldn't. For example, metaphorically we could reach a wall that is infinitely high and infinitely long. That wall becomes the current boundary. So, we rest for a while and continue to study the wall until we learn that the wall cannot be climbed over or gone around. Eventually, with time and experimentation, someone finds a way through the wall. If we had given up and turned around at the first sight of the wall, it would have taken much longer to discover the other side. May 1, 2024. If you believe all is said and done, take a rest. Relax and reflect. When you eventually return, there will be more to do and respond to. Repeat. The egg came before the chicken, just as the butterfly cannot come before the caterpillar. May 16, 2026. Eggs predate chickens by over 300 million years, but if you define an egg specifically as one laid by a chicken, then the chicken logically came first. On top of that, it's always the rooster that comes first, am I right, ladies? Noumenal, reality is where and when we are in time and space. Phenomenal, surreality is why, our perceptive reflection and translation from and of the who, what, when, where, why, and how. Awareness is why, our understanding and ability of how to distinguish these experiences collectively and why. No one can tell us how to live, but everyone and everything will give us suggestions through presence and absence. The how is revealed within and across the who, what, when, where, and why, and becomes knowledge once we are without the endowments and exercising these practices in whichever way we decide. April 9, 2023, inserting below some of the topics discussed in this video, https://www.youtube.com/watch?mark v=mqy3-agsid4 . You can watch, listen, or read the summaries and expansions below, or, of course, as always, do whatever you want. If you are going to reject my way of truth and believe something false, then at least believe the falsehoods I offer in the way of opinion. Parmenides. 108. There will always be those who are smarter, wiser, and/or more able than each of us, but that does not mean we shouldn't or aren't allowed to share our perspectives. In fact, it is integrally important. This term came to me in a dream. Fuego puerta, fire door, someone, something, a situation, or transformation that is uncomfortable, hurtful, or damaging to enter or exit from. Is selfishness rewarded? Yes and no. While selfishness is more successful in pro-war societies and cultures, selflessness is more successful in pro-social societies and cultures. May 3, 2024, we discussed earlier about how one must be selfish at some times in order to survive, but when you become too selfish it becomes an issue for the selfless. Bahari writings state that the devil is a metaphor for the insistent self, or lower self, which is a self-serving inclination within each individual. The amygdala is responsible for fear, distress, and empathy. The smaller the amygdala, the less likely one is to experience these emotions, leading to unsuccessful and successful psychopaths. Unsuccessful being the ones in jail, and successful being your common CEOs and political leaders. They are able to take positions of power because they are not afraid to be in these positions, and it is difficult to go against these types, as you are more likely to fear them than they are you. They are not afraid to push others down the ladder of success or take them off of it on their way up, and they wouldn't care afterwards, as they don't experience empathy like those with more functioning and/or developed amygdalas. https://www.frontiers.org/articles/10.33896/FG.2018.005755/full?mark/FLID=1-OLPW23U_FK/XJDJNM4507/EPFDJHEGJ SLJU8A. May 16, 2026, more prone to being condibulant, but not necessarily where condibulance comes from. The effects of unconditional love less than 3. Insecurity leads to returning or resorting back to natural or masked character, self, as unnatural characters stand out, especially if amplified. Emotions are socially transferable to an audience. Symbolically, within the systems we have created, money talks. But it is not. 109 Wise, intelligent, or intellectual. Impossibility is an illusion of what we cannot currently imagine as a possibility of being as a result of not being. Things that are impossible are capable of becoming possible. For many, it is not meaning, funk that they seek to understand, but instead to find what pleases them and works in their favor. selfishness over selflessness. And though that is not exactly what God, funk is or how the natural balance of existence works, it is an attribute to the very same balance. We mission and no mission must exist to achieve, produce, result in key mission. Choosing a singular religion, viewpoint, or ideology is like studying a single brick on the Great Wall of China. You're mostly ever only going to see one side you are facing and will only vaguely be aware of your surroundings within your scope and reach. You'll never completely experience the entire wall or perhaps even yourself. Sure, this may be the natural life for some, which is not wrong, but if we all did it, we would never know the world, or the universe, or truly understand the nature of funk. It is important that we do it all. Not everyone has to know each and every brick, but it is good that at least someone shares their understanding and knowledge of so that there may be a collection of information and experience for anyone seeking to learn more in the future from the assistance of the past, present. It is unlikely that you will be universally punished for not following a religion or ideology, but it is more likely that you will be by those who follow some religions or ideologies. We will absolutely experience times of suffering, but zealots will attribute to suffering where there realistically wouldn't be any without their zealotry. You feel and/or fear religious, ideological peer pressure because of humanity, not solely from existential funk, but as a result and expansion of. So then it comes to moral rules not made from religion or ideology, but from the experience of what is just, and what is not just, until we find what works universally and decide as just. But even those decisions can be corrupted. This term came to me in a dream. Condibulence, condibulant, the intentional or not baiting of someone from another race, sex, religion, ideology, age, etc. into a reactionary state or two. 110. Possibly make a mistake or to do wrong to someone or something else to cause an extension of mischief, to disrupt peace, to farm engagement in an abusive manner, or to discredit or dismiss. Especially if based upon prejudice or beliefs of self or group interest. 2. To manipulatively inspirit a reaction or to be the cause or transfer of deception. 3. To promote or use le sabre-act to take advantage of. Con. Persuade someone to do or believe something, typically by use of deception. Dib. To fish by letting the bait bob and dip on the surface. Euland, eulens, abundant or full of. May 9, 2026, condibulence, updated, the manipulation, cultivation, or exploitation of emotional, social conditions in order to provoke a reaction that benefits the provocateur, destabilize others or redirects perception, intentional or unintentional. Examples: outrage algorithms, partisan media cycles, racer, gender, religion antagonism, trolling, abusive relationship dynamics, cult recruitment, clickbait ecosystems, bad faith debate culture, propaganda, engagement maximization systems, interpersonal manipulation, etc. October 4, 2025, responding to a post on Facebook a few weeks ago, Sean Penalba, condibulence would be an objective negator rather than a subjective opinion. Something that is objectively halting genuine progress even though it could appear to currently be wanting or doing so. The placeholder term, moraburst, would be something of good intention that ends up harmful. An overcorrection, overreaction, overreach, overdoing, overthinking, overcharging, overlooking, overshadowing, etc. Often something that could be good or loving from intention, but can become overwhelming. Cooperative, but uncalibrated. Sincere, but destabilizing. Niceness, but not kindness. November 1, 2025. To abuse or take morality too far. The suggested solution, in my opinion, parability. So what I'm attempting to highlight and discuss further is the education and transparency of differentiating the social good, bad dualities of de-escalation. 111 Instigation, discussion of issues, and solution. and how to progress these things in a way that approaches parability over division or worse. And while yes, I was and am seeking engagement in the effort of discussion, my intentions of this post are those of attempted parability and why I continue to seek peer review and accountability, but that can also appear as condibulant if you feel I was farming for engagement in a way that is not progressive. Or, if beyond my control, all of this were to become viewed as condibulant by the overwhelming of condibulant powers or events. The presence of condibulance puts us in a constant state of questioning knowledge, faith, and belief through trial and error, but in a bad way by weakening trust. When condibulance is prominent, it becomes more and more difficult to separate reality from surreality, because what can anyone trust? Thus, causing social breakdown and irrationality. Some truly want and/or have built that world. Maybe you are reading this because you have condibulant intentions and are going to use this treatise or something in it or related to it against myself or others. Or, as I'm hoping, you're still here because there's something inside of you that calls for parability. Responding to a post from today regarding the Matrix films, having watched them again recently across the past few months, and by synchronicity, finally rewatched Resurrections a few days ago. Sean Penalba, whereas the first film related to Jean Baudrillard, hyperrealism, etc., in my opinion, Resurrections is such a good take on late-stage hyperreality. The public dislike of Matrix, Resurrections is covered and predicted by the social commentaries in the film. The Matrix, by revealing a sliver of itself in the past, had become so popular that the machines and humans advanced enough to pull us back into a reinvented contention bubble to where those inside the Matrix are socially aware of matrices and how they work yet don't believe they're in one, and if the idea crossed their mind, they would want or choose to remain controlled inside their own matrices. The illusion of choice has become even harder to make because we've designed and built it that way. The public dislike is pre-coded by design because the whole idea is basically proposing that you as the viewer need to move on, take action, or continue falling back into being a Matrix puppet. I would argue that the reason for most of the dislike is 112. That some viewers didn't want to be taught a message. They wanted their idea of the next big Matrix moment. Which is also what the film is about. I suggest those who dislike Resurrections were desiring a nostalgic sequel that would bring comfort and satisfaction to their matrices, which it truly is, as it is coded in Matrix, but not everyone is willing or able to see beyond their perspective and see deeper into the idea because they are seeking a different type of nostalgia, one that feeds the Matrix. Instead of the freedom of metaphorically becoming awake, or opening their eyes to see what is creating their reality, and now having to live with that reality, most seek the comfort of the Matrix. True freedom is terrifying to most, and some desire to be fed their options by the Matrix, instead of the true power it takes to make choices that have universal consequences. So, the mind falls into, this doesn't please me, what's next? Swipe, 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 swiping deeper into their own co-constructed pod of illusory hyper-reality. Feed me the Matrix, so I can numb out and repeat again and again every day enough times until the next popular sensation. And once again, the films warn us against falling into those traps and constantly suggests to us that Neo or any single person is not the one, but instead, the one is our collective, and that the same stories we've been telling since the creation of stories will continue to refresh, recast, remodel, and repeat themselves for the many future generations to come, and is proposing itself to us the challenge in discovering a new way. The one is the path that realities and surrealities collapse into in the infinite branches of possibility. What I define as Chiavania of funk. The frames and causes of reality that get us from here to there and beyond. The animated spectrum of before realization and beyond actualization. The infinite holarchy. Which leads to proposal of parability, to attempt this metaphorical escape, transcendence, or change of how things are, from the constructed matrix and into the beyond. You only need one the self. But for greater change and for greater success, you need to act as one. Use, and once beyond, the importance of properly redistributing what has been collected. The one is always and forever changing as time, space, and reality unfold. We are all a one, but no single one of us is or will ever be the one. We are like ChatGPT to the one, just a constructed refraction of itself and ourselves within and without the black mirror. Sean Penalba, TLDR. Like most things these days, it was designed for you too. 113. Dislike it to point out that you are still hungry for more pumped-out bullshit content, thus feeding the matrix and taking ourselves deeper as opposed to taking charge and doing what we can together to climb out of the pit we've dug with foremen we hired that keep shoving us back in. Eventually, as we've seen, some will begin to call the whole home, thus furthering the divide in the whole until eventually so much time passes that they have forgotten the surface, the foreman, and the situations that led him there. The proposed idea is to break this cycle and the systems we have designed, but it's God mode at reforming and protecting itself because it has been designed for profit over prosperity, manipulation over honesty, to take advantage of rather than assist, yet disguises itself as helpful and in charge. Fighting the machine is exhausting, ask John Henry, and even in Zion after the humans and machines have learned to unite, there is still the even greater battle against this condibulance. Which paints a pretty accurate picture of current things in our matrix. Thus, the continued overall message of the matrix: we don't live in real life, we live in an illusory construct of our own design that runs on the server of reality. Program or not. And what do you choose to do about it? We can't fix our server yet, perhaps. But we can absolutely troubleshoot what we've constructed within it. We're just divided on who, what, when, where, why, and how, but we arrive there together. Overall, Matrix Resurrections 3/5 could have been better, he responds. Coup agenti, Sean Penalba dude. You need more words. Keep going, lol. I laugh and shake my head in humor and sorrow with a small grin of hope and determination. Our journey continues. 114. Sunday, December 8, 2019, 13 hours 47 minutes and 32 seconds p.m. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 13 hours 22 minutes and 58 seconds, number 23,894,633, play button. Greater than 23,894,735. Greater than 23,892,868, OP. Greater than. What are you currently listening to? Or experiencing? https://www.youtube.com/watch?v equals VBHNP2WXR5Q. Embed. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 13 hours 43 minutes and 56 seconds, number 23,894,735, play button. Greater than 23,894,633. Greater than. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v equals VBHNP2WXR5Q. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v equals 2LFTXZ0 Bedom and list equals PL0B_ZMGelict0RNAS RZOST37KFFZMAM. Embed. So be it is as if it is in it, or as if it is on it, or not. Who'da thunk? Which you will see if you ever read my entire dissertation. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 14 hours 5 minutes and 2 seconds. Number 23,894,842 play button. Greater than 23,894,633. Greater than https://www.youtube.com/watch?v equals VBHNP2WXR5Q. Greater than 23,894,735, U. Greater than so be it is as if it is in it, or as if it is on it, or not. Which was predictably by pattern what we describe as selfish, or Vien, or about the self. Together we now have further selfless information. Inevitably, several posts above this, including my own, have described what I'm talking about to be observable levels of insanity, Vien, or narcissistic, to look too much into oneself of their outside self, and it is all true and not true and beyond. And we are discussing that XTH point. But personally I know myself to not be these things. There is no absolute way for me to convince you other than request you continue to hold me accountable of my words and actions greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 14 hours 7 minutes and 47 seconds. Number 23,894,852 play button. Greater than 23,894,478. Greater than n******. Keck. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 14 hours 18 minutes and 31 seconds. Number 23,894,916 play button. Greater than 23,894,852. Greater than Keck. https://www.internetslang.com/keck-meaning-definition.asp. OMG, Occult and Magic General. Oh fuck this little bitch again. Edition anonymous, the 12th of July 19, Saturday, 5 hours 35 minutes and 17 seconds. Number 23,887,817. Reply, play button. 115 greater than library. https://mega.nz/#f!gunbrash!imkao 0 obtbz 8gxvqkrxsqq. Dead link. Lost the Ebony Anpu archive and textboard links. Someone else post if found please. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 13 hours 25 minutes and 13 seconds. Number 23,894,643 play button. Greater than 23,894,552. Greater than drops acid once. Greater than. Exora Cathara. It 2 UZPX. I see the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 13 hours 44 minutes and 33 seconds. Number 23,894,737 play button. Greater than 23,893,606. Greater than. A little more specific. Some example. Why don't you just pick a book and start reading? Magic works in symbolism. The purpose of a knife is to cut or to sever. So just think of what that means symbolically, in a magical context. Some of the oldest known human artifacts are knives, including ritual knives. It would be impossible to explain in one post what all a magical knife can be used for, but in very general terms we can say that the knife is a tool to sever from your ritual space that which has no business being there. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 13 hours 50 minutes and 43 seconds. Number 23,894,773 play button. Greater than 23,891,068. Someone answer. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 13 hours 53 minutes and 12 seconds. Number 23,894,784 play button. Greater than 23,894,263. Yes, thank you. I think Crowley translates it as the Conqueror in Bhag-i Muatar. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 14 hours 9 minutes and 53 seconds. Number 23,894,870 play button. Greater than 23,892,363. Partially, to train the mind. Imagine you get used to make a gesture before starting astral projection. This will be nice to avoid starting one accidentally while you are driving a car. May 3, 2024. Even after several full edits, I am just noticing that the directly above inserted thread about Ebony and Pooh somehow found its way pasted in here and was not a part of the main, funk, thread, discussion. Since it found its way in here, perhaps it has some purpose. Seems interesting to look into. You can find this thread archived here. www.archive.4plebs.org/x/thread/2388717 closing parenthesis closing square bracket. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 14 hours 21 minutes and 11 seconds. Number 23,894,925 play button. Greater than 23,894,980. Greater than 23,894,916. 116. Greater than https://www.internetslang.com/kek-meaning-definition.asp. J. A UO trademark. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 14 hours 31 minutes and 53 seconds. Number 23,894,980 play button. Greater than 23,894,925. Greater than. J. A UO trademark. I both do and don't know what you mean, but I will over time as I propose figure it out and then share the information back again some way or how with you or whatever is next. Would your or someone else please mind explaining this sequence of characters? Through what is now closer understandable as the funk. As it will eventually be that sequence, will result with the answer. August 4, 2020. Unfortunately, I'm still not sure what these characters mean. May 10, 2022. With some more investigation, I have come to find that this term is World of Warcraft slang for a racial slur. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 10 hours 6 minutes and 42 seconds. Number 21,659,603 play button. Greater than 21,660,306. Greater than 21,660,313. Greater than 21,659,520. That may lead us somewhere, but why would it lead us specifically to meaning of life, the universe, and existence? We might just end up in a loop. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 14 hours 37 minutes and 17 seconds. Number 21,660,306 play button. Greater than 21,660,313. Greater than 21,659,603. Greater than that may lead us somewhere, but why? That is exactly what I am observing and been transcribing to you to be the answer and also not the answer, and you that loop just closed and began again. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 14 hours 38 minutes and 22 seconds. Number 21,660,313 play button. Greater than 21,660,306, U. Greater than that is exactly what I am observing. Greater than 21,659,603. Greater than that may lead us somewhere, but why? To our current, and again as it was and was not before, understanding of the funk. You, now me, May 17, 2026. As a recursive transfer of ideas, influence, and your. That is partly the equation. We are at a quantum level each other. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 14 hours 43 minutes and 49 seconds. Number 23,895,060 play button. Greater than 23,895,068. Greater than 23,894,980, U. 117 greater than I both do and don't know what. Greater than 23,894,916, U. Greater than 23,894,916, U. Now me. You, plus now us and beyond until it connects together again. That is an equation, a part of a larger equation. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 14 hours 44 minutes and 51 seconds. Number 23,895,068 play button. Greater than 23,895,060, U. Greater than that is an equation, a part of. Greater than you, plus now us and beyond, equals the funk, May 17, 2026, at least part of it. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 14 hours 54 minutes and 31 seconds. Number 23,895,117 play button. Greater than 23,895,068. Greater than you, plus now us and beyond, equals the funk. Until proven otherwise to the knowledge of the funk. So maybe even. Greater than you, plus now us and beyond, equals the funk, and beyond. I feel we are now at the exact degree or asymptote that I understand to be it and after it, and we are still solving the greater than and less than of the funk and next problem and everything after that, but here and there it is, this version of the current equation, and here it is again. Greater than you, plus now us and beyond, equals the funk, and beyond. May 17, 2026, and it keeps expanding. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 14 hours 58 minutes and 53 seconds. Number 23,895,141 play button. Greater than 23,895,151. Greater than 23,895,117, U. Greater than until proven otherwise to the knowledge of. Therefore our study of it is a partial success. Though not complete, so congratulations. Take it in. Exist within it and be it, because you already will and have been as the funk, and as we now know, the funk provides and also does not and beyond. Now go forward and enjoy it. Less than 3. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 14 hours 59 minutes and 56 seconds. Number 23,895,151 play button. Greater than 23,895,141, U. Greater than. Therefore our study of it is a. Make it so. 118. Sunday, December 8, 2019, Cont. facebook.com/sean.penalba/posts/1015771503758883 Anna Mandic Sean. My friend, lately your posts read like you're coming off a drug high. I want to offer encouragement or constructive criticism, but I find there is nothing to criticize. Plainly, I cannot comprehend what you're trying to say to begin with, to be positioned to formulate coherent thoughts about it of any kind. The only feedback I can think to provide that might be of any use to you is that if you want to effectively communicate with people, on any subject, really, you need to be a great deal more clear and concise. Right now you're extremely vague and fluffy with your messaging, and if someone were to ask me what the takeaway is, or even just to summarize what you've said in your numerous posts, I would draw a blank and blink at him, totally at a loss. I suspect this is why you are not getting a great deal of engagement. People mostly don't interact with content they can't make enough sense of. May 4, 2024, Anna's feedback really stuck with me. The initial goal at the time was to get all of this information out so that it could be re-evaluated, reconstructed, and expanded upon. This relayed to me that I was en route on translating, expanding these proposals to others but was not yet there in clarity. And as you can see, I continue to attempt to make all of this more digestible and transferable. Susan Brooks, I do sorta feel like I'd need some caps and stems to comprehend what you're laying down. Sean Penalba, exactly, you are now interacting with its influence. The universal fact is that you have helped me reach this point, or at least been a part of it, and have now also reached that point, as yourself, and it is all what we are attempting to comprehend and are connecting and now connected to. It is still under edit and review and becoming easier to explain as you have seen in the above equation I have proposed. Anna Mandic, I have after 24 hours finally overcome my hesitation to comment here. I'm not trying to be a wrecking ball to your happiness, but at the same time I feel you would really benefit from a re-evaluation. And I'm hopelessly Anna Mandic, and I wade into these things. Sean Penalba, and you have just attributed to its re-evaluation as I have previously stated above. It is all under review while also happening, and we are more and more connecting to that understanding like we usually do or have in the past before this moment. 119 Sean Penalba, it is in our nature to do what you are doing by reaching out to me and see if I am okay, and make sense, and that is what I have so far proved, suggested, to be positive and more constructive than negative and beyond. Sean Penalba, I know that you just expressed that you yourself, Anna, just said you are only willing to give this thought 24 hours to consider. I misread that, and I am stating that it is across time already beyond that moment, and I am sharing that information with you so you can attempt to make sense of it. This influence of the funk is now with you and anyone reading this far, and is now to be forever and always, as well as never and beyond. Patricia Thundercat Own, good beyond! Exclamation mark. Sean Penalba, I see you continuously more and more understanding of how we are influencing each other and the study of influence and effect within and without the funk. Less than 3. Patricia Thundercat Own, Sean Penalba, you are a gifted observationalist, and I am digging your metaphysical journey. Oh, our journey. Guess I am getting the funk. May 17, 2026. So, while my communication may have been or is still lacking, we repeatedly see the spectrum of understanding on how my presentation was being interpreted. It appears it both does and doesn't make sense. Thus, if I care to continue, then it is my duty to aim and work for improvement, representing myself in an attempt to expand within my limitations. Ego desires that to be fulfilled as a construction from ideas of perfection, but obviously what you see before you are transformational imperfections functioning as a collective process, once again being interpreted by you and Y, our collections with Y, our spectrums of interest and influence. I hope that I am increasing comprehension, but I also understand that no matter what I do, it will and won't make sense until it does or doesn't. Loop. Sean Penalba, So far increasingly as 100%, but not literally, in our understanding of what 100% means. But yes, I see you, getting it. Welcome aboard. Less than 3. Joe Weirden. Before I became an Orthodox Christian, my meaning of life was Buddhist, and quite simply it came down to this: there must be a way to end suffering. To this day I endeavor towards that. Who wants to suffer? But there's far more to life than that. No matter where you go, you will suffer, and that's why monks live in the harshest of conditions. Suddenly physical suffering is all you experience rather than something existential. That's where we realize material suffering is indeed real. Yes, there's spiritual suffering, but I don't care to proselytize so my spirituality ends and begins with my Buddhist phase. Next we come to my actualist phase, where you have an idea. 120. You must create it. That begins and ends there. However, perhaps you lack the resources to create or the time. Life is funny that way, in that you get caught up in other things, and mounting debts or other issues plague you. Ultimately, I found my comfort would be to have children and a family. All of my hopes and dreams are evaporating fast. It would be better to start a family and try to plant the correct seeds in their minds, rather than pursue my own endeavors and dedicate myself to giving them a proper upbringing and hoping that just one bit of my ideology, religion, philosophy is still reflected in their work, and that ultimately it can spread, or at the very least these people will be raised better than I was and will follow life better than I did with almost no guidance. So that's my meaning of life. Nothing esoteric, cutting out the finer points of my religion, philosophy and worldview. It isn't important at all, just random musings that I had. Sean Penalba. You see the rules and patterns as they are observable to you, and then you are playing your theoretical game through yes and if this, then what. Denials, RNG, and time like DND and beyond. Seemingly. Yes. I admit, this was a very poorly asked question. May 17, 2026. I was attempting to point out the similarities and ways I agreed with Joe on his interpretations of life and being, as it shifts, and how they fit with my ideas of funk theory. Joe Weirden. I don't know what you're asking. I pray, sure. I contemplate life. I think of the world very deeply. I try to understand other people. I hate conflict. You see the rules and patterns as they are observable to you, we all do. That's literally life. Then you are playing your theoretical game through yes and denials. No, I'm not denying anything. I haven't had the best life, but I also don't complain too much. I don't know what RNG means, and DND is a game to play with dice and paper. Life sucks at times, man. I kinda hate it too. But you can keep on. Just sucks it happened. Sean Penalba. I see you understanding and correctly and incorrectly enjoying the collection of data and we are currently discussing. Yes and denials. 121. No, I'm not denying anything. I haven't had the best life, but I also don't complain too much. The statement, no, is the opposite of yes, and in that form is a denial to yes, and yes is a denial of no, and yes and is the acknowledgement and consequences of both. No, but exists in the yes and but is not a real reality until the current denial and then eventual yes and or not. May 4, 2024. What I was attempting to explain is the spectrum of natural denials and acceptances we each intentionally, unintentionally and consciously, subconsciously make at every chiavanial moment as we expand through our journeys within reality, funk, and which paths we naturally follow. RNG, or random number generation, is the information you collect from taking chance and rolling dice for the next step. It's a gamble, but it happens through a collection of all of our data and experience, and say like when you are playing D&D you take the gambling chance of yes, and and then roll the dice, and the reality constructed by the players within the game have to deal with the results or have the option to deny the 6 they just landed with a number. But, say the dice fell on the floor and only counts on the table, or you roll 2 dice and are able to add or subtract them together, or you have access to a privilege that gives you +2 when you roll, or you can cheat and say it was a 9 when it was a 6, are all variations of and beyond within the funk and its application of all yes, ands or no buts. May 4, 2024. Everything has a chance of happening and or not happening. And once it happens or doesn't happen, everything has a reaction to that and can make a choice, or not, about what to do next. May 17, 2026. I just finished Book 8, A Parade of Horribles, from the Dungeon Crawler Carl series. If you strip the story and characters away and look at the themes and ideas of these dilemmas and opportunities across space and time, it's very similar to the concepts we've been discussing over time, the yins and yangs of parability and the condibulence that naturally arises from systems, and I'm very curious how Matt Dinnerman is going to address this paradoxical issue of what does one do, or not, when in a loop, or not. Even if within fiction or surreality, or not. Life sucks at times, man. Exactly. But you can keep on, just sucks that it happened. Exactly. But it also doesn't suck that it happened, because it has led up to this point of this current ability and access of communication that you and I are experiencing now, and I don't think that it exactly sucks. Though I see why you might say that. I propose that it is quite significantly incredible to be a part of a statistical equation to have existed, experienced, and now are expanding upon. May 4, 2024. Depending on who, what you are, life, reality is in a constantly fluxing superpositional. 122. Subjective, objective state of opinion that sometimes it sucks and sometimes it doesn't. Kendall S. I hope you're okay, Sean. All these posts seem very manic. Love. Sean Penalba, as the past and our study of culture predicted it would be viewed as. But I just had an at-length discussion with 3 others, one of them to be a lovely older gentleman with Asperger's, to so far 99% understand what I am saying. I understand it seems manic as it is a lot of information to take it in and to learn how to express more easily. It can also seem manic by how excited I seemingly am about it, because I have never known something to be so sure in my life, and the 3 other people you will soon be able to hear in the recording of this conversation is further proof of this 7-year, but really 29 and more, study. And they felt it too. Which yes, can and did add to that excitement. I assure you that everything is indeed fine and I am well and have really never felt better. You know how you feel when everything is coming up, roses, or, Millhouse, it feels pretty giddy. When I upload the recording, if you choose to listen to it, you will hopefully further understand almost exactly what I am explaining and describing in a 20-minute period, and you will then feel that feeling too. I predict you will or won't, and if I am correct or not, if you ever listen to it or investigate further understanding, you will, hopefully, once again relay back to me that you understand, or don't, and that you feel it to or felt it to be, or didn't. I predict you will eventually further feel and understand the funk in your own way, and that you are doing so now. May 10, 2022, the recording. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v = 83 OK 25 logter . I see that you care deeply enough about me to reach out, and that means a lot to me, and I love you for doing it as it further advances my study, and you are now interpreting that information having been influenced by it. You are already feeling the funk, and it seemingly has your interest in this moment. Less than 3. Kendall S. Sean, I can't even read what you're saying. Everything you're posting is a run-on sentence. You're posting at wildly late hours of the night. I really encourage you to reach out to friends and seek help if you need it. I have BP2 and know that mania can present in a lot of different forms. I do care about you, and I'm all here for your self-discovery. A lot of people are worried for you. Please take care of yourself. Love. Sean Penalba. Again, I see you caring and I am letting you know that I am taking care of myself. 123 Yes, I am posting at late hours of the night, but so are those in China. Many people work late hours or are awake when the rest of the world is asleep. I am with friends almost every day and those friends show and tell me that they currently understand what I am explaining. Again, I understand how this can appear to be manic and I hope you are eventually able to see that I am functionally fine. I see that a couple people only in this post are worried for me, but I also see those who invest the time to listen and attempt to understand continue to care about what I'm saying as we expand off each other. This is a lot of information I am trying to describe and I understand that as words this can be difficult for some to understand or even want to. Is that easier to read? You understanding is deeply a part of it. I am learning how to explain all this and it is indeed going to seem weird. Remember that they sentenced Socrates to death. I am currently being judged and sentenced by the results of my and our study. Definitely taking care of myself, just as you are attempting to do so for me, and if you ever need it, I am also there for you. Sean Penalba, Jackie, Lara, Paul, Samir, Wayne Penalba, can you, if you are able or wanting, confirm to Kendall that I am arguably healthy and well, and what I have been researching is in a way clear to you as I have communicated with you to understand. Simply below tell everyone if it makes sense to you or does not and why. Sean Penalba, I understand how it seems crazy, Kendall S. I have been researching this information through communication, sociology, philosophy, art, science, religion, etc. and so far my findings are pointing to true until they can be proven otherwise. With deep and extensive research and trial and error, I, your friend, have been observing a next deeper paradoxical equation in philosophy and you are a significant part of it at this moment and in the past. I have the proof and collection of data and it is indeed calculatable and relative and as you are seeing a lot to take in. And yes, that is crazy. In the way you get the feeling of crazy when you're like, how did I not know or understand that? Crazy. Thanks for the info. Or, wow, TLDR, must be some crazy thing not worth my time. It is now up to you to learn it or not, that is your experience, but you are already. 124. Influenced by it and you are now influencing me. And your attempts to understand this communication applies to the data of my research on consciousness, technology, and influence. Sean Penalba, you are questioning what you are observing to be happening and you are forming an opinion on it. You doing just that is helping others to understand in the ways that you are currently questioning and then relaying to me how to better explain it. And over time I have indeed learned how to explain it better. But not yet, perfectly, so, I deeply thank you for your help and care. That is, real love, less than 3 Sean Penalba. I have been applying all of this research with the scientific method, as far as able, and at this point in time it is becoming more and more correct. Those who get it think it is wonderful information and they feel the energy it brings. Those who don't, cannot, will not, or are struggling to do so are mostly because they are dismissing the information as lunacy, or it challenges their beliefs, or they just don't like discussing philosophy. But with patience and understanding I have even seen these people to closer understand it until they too are like, makes sense, and as you can see by the reactions to it, it does and it doesn't, it takes communication, influence, belief, an ability or desire to care, parability. After 7 years you are now seeing the documented results of my study of the past and the patterns within it leading up to now, May 4, 2024, 12 years at this point. Sean Penalba, Kendall, am I becoming more understandable to you yet or do you have further questions and input on all of this output? Kendall S. No, I'm still concerned for you. Love. Sean Penalba, That is absolutely a part of it. Sean Penalba, I have improv practice. I'll answer more when I am back from doing what I love with the people I love. Less than 3. Now rest and process these ideas as I am about to go do so as well. Rest and breaks are super important. 125 Sean Penalba, https://u2.be/q5zl8qvmar0. Relevant song on the radio after I turned on the car. Further following the patterns of coincidence and chance I have been studying. Boston, Peace of Mind, Boston, HQ. Sean Penalba, you can now discuss the exposure to this theory with EHN, Lisa H. Beckman, Jason Rosenberg, Colton Grissett, and Debbie Harding Penalba if they want to. To my knowledge, I could see that each of them on some level were understanding what I have been studying. I kindly ask that they share their experiences with interpreting these ideas, but again, they don't have to if they don't want to. Personal choice. But doing so increases further understanding for everyone. Editing the audio to the intro into this theory now. EHN. Well, I do understand elements of the funk because of their overlaps with what little I comprehend about John Gribben's writings on quantum physics, but I don't think Kendall's concerns should be dismissed outright, either. This isn't something I have a lot of experience with, but I also know it's not a possibility people bring up lightly or frivolously, either. It's a difficult topic to broach. You're not crazy, and I won't call your ideas crazy, but I don't think she'd have spoken up if she didn't love and care about your health, either. I love and care about your health, too. You can be both insightful, thoughtful, and creative with wonderful ideas as well as possibly dealing with mania. Love. Sean Penalba, exactly. I am not dismissing Kendall's concerns either, but I am indeed intrigued on how y'all are reacting because it adds more data on how people respond to it based upon their current and past knowledge and experiences. I see that both of you care for me, and I also care for each of you as much as I care about everyone and everything to a level. This is a study behind the why of that and then the results of. Both of you are right, but not 100% correct, and you are both reaching closer because you care and we influence each other. Either these things begin to make sense, or you stick around to see what is eventually revealed to be as truth, or you. 126. Stop caring, but you still have been influenced by the event. I know I may appear manic by sharing all of this information with such a passion, but I am very calm and collected. It's just exciting when the things you have been working up towards are coming to fruition and you have the research, experience, collective data, and proofs behind it. And if I don't yet have further data I need, then I can find more info from you, someone else, or the internet and everyone and everything on it. Just like you once could find information in a library, our library is now the internet and each other. No one could do that in the past when entering this type of study, and now it is both easier to do so, but also very difficult as you have to cover a lot of information, and that is sometimes very unappealing to many and may also possibly go against their beliefs. May 4, 2024, as this is a collective connection of all beliefs and experience. Sean Penalba, if I was speaking Espanol right now, most of you would have no idea what I was saying, though some of you would, and some would get bits and pieces if they knew a few words. In that way I am speaking a form of Spanglish, until I can properly speak 100% well in Espanol and 100% in English. All languages are constantly expanding and changing. If we spoke our English to someone from the 1400s, they'd be like, "Who is this crazy person?" Until they each could teach each other how to correctly communicate with each other. But you have to be willing to take the time to do that, or there is no greater resolve. I am studying that communication and how to communicate better. I see that I still need work, and I promise you that is what I am attempting to do. I am working hard so that everyone can understand, and it is a very difficult thing to do. But with the influence of technology it is becoming easier and easier to do so. I hear y'all that I don't make complete sense, so bear with me until I am able to do so more clearly. Give it time. All of you are helping me reach that goal, Sean Penalba. Additionally, none of you can sense my tone because you are reading text, so you are assuming my tone based off of what you believe it to be. These ideas are more clearly presented audibly and visually in person, but it is still important to write about and communicate through text because that is how we currently most do so on the internet and in books. Sean Penalba, consider what is happening right now with the duct tape banana art. Art at some point was influenced to be created. Art kept happening until someone 127 taped a banana on a wall and sold it for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Then someone ate the banana. Now Popeyes taped a chicken sandwich to the wall. A child draws the event. So on and so forth from this point in our time and experience. Or for example, the evolution of the loss meme from the Control plus Alt plus Del webcomic. Started off as a 4-panel comic and now can be recognized by a collection of random symbols. knowyourmeme.com/memes/loss closing parenthesis. The influence and expansion is in effect at a more exponential speed because of the internet. Sean Penalba, you know how on the internet ads are designed to be targeted toward you and your interests. Life does the same thing. And now the algorithms and programs learning that influence are telling you what you should do in the present to next influence the future based off of the data collected from the past. The funk is feeding itself just as you feed yourself food or information to keep you alive until you are dead and gone. The funk will still be there. And you had a significant effect on how it now is, will be, and was. That is what makes you as an individual so special. Because you attribute to the all and then the all can provide back to you and itself forever. Forwards and backwards and outwards beyond time. Sean Penalba, any more questions? Comments? Concerns? Please share. Or don't, you be you. Thank you for your current help and attributions. Less than 3 your choice to do or to not do and how that influences the world around it is, partially, what I am presenting. Does that make more or less sense? Sean Penalba, more answers came to me in my sleep. For those of you still reading this far, I would like you now to consider the idea of secrets and the influence they share when both kept or shared with a trusting environment. If a light switch is on or off, it is secret to many as to why that switch is on, off, or in between, or gone, unless we know the secret that someone like you or I turned it on, off, or took it away. When you are on stage performing improv, it is important to tell your partners your secrets or intentions, or they will just assume who you are and what you are doing. You may have had an idea, but unless your secret was properly expressed, it remains secret and your partner will then attempt to share the secrets based on assumption and their knowledge of what they think you currently are doing. This also applies off stage. 128. Same with sex or pleasure. When connecting with a partner, if you do not tell or reveal to them what you like or how they can give it to you, they can only seemingly assume how to do so, and both of you will feel limited satisfaction until you can communicate properly and tell each other what you need at that moment and in those moments. In my study of patterns, I see that it is, sometimes, very difficult for us as humans to share secrets, but we still do subconsciously until we eventually do so consciously or not. If you purchase a difficult puzzle, usually the secret or solution behind it comes inside the box, so that if you or someone else are unable to solve the puzzle that is now in front of you, you can do so in the future if you desire. But it is in our nature to attempt the puzzle first before looking at the answer, and it is currently in our natures to feel a form of shame, submission, or failure when you finally look at that answer if you are unable to solve the puzzle, but in doing so and investigating what you could not learn or solve, you have now successfully learned the answers and can pass that information along to the world. It is a frightening thought at first, but I propose to each of you to share your secrets. as I am learning more and more that when you do you feel much better. Almost unburdened. Because now your secrets are a shared experience and your environment will have your back, or it won't. But, as I have studied and experienced, you will find those that have your back, and you will be able to further recognize and process those that don't. And in observation of this study, those who don't eventually leave the equation or attempt to take you out of it because you or they know they cannot have your back. Yes, and is much more healthy and productive than no, but it leads to arguably and visually more success within game. No, buts will seemingly always happen as we grow our knowledge toward how to better, yes, and that's why they are important in our journeys of growth and experience. When you are a child, you think, why can I not do this thing? And when you attempt it, it helps you or not. Say your mother tells you not to touch the stove. It is in your but nature to touch it unless you have already been burned by something hot, and now you know that your yes, and is that if you touch hot, it will burn you, so do not touch hot. Our lives are a trial and error of yes, and no, but, and, if this, then what? So it is important to keep on, skeptically, no-butting this information I am describing to you until you can more understandably yes, and apply it or describe it yourself, ourselves. 129 These are my secrets I am sharing with you. Our secrets of life, existence, and the universe and how we interact with it. Take those secrets and interpret them as you will, because that is how we learn. I am attempting to teach you something, and you can either learn or move on with some form of your own learning. I feel it is important for me to share this information with you. I believe it is in my nature to be patient, kind, helpful, understanding, and loving while promoting and teaching others how to do these things as well, because I love you less than 3. I wholeheartedly can say that throughout this study I have discovered what love really means, at least to me. And I can without a doubt say that if you are reading this, I love you. You are a part of me and help me reach these conclusions and solve these secrets, and that means so much to me that I need to share it, because I now know how great of a feeling it is and the energy it shares around us. If you have read this far, does all that make more sense to you? Or how can I further help you understand it? Please tell me your secrets and let's solve this puzzle of life and its meaning together. Less than 3. March 16, 2023. First responded to on page 224. The above experience was quite eye-opening for me at the time of its happening. I really wanted to discuss some broad topics and dive deeper into these subjects with people I was close or semi-close to, and you can see how people reacted to it. It taught me to slow down. That very few were going to be as passionate or even consider what I was presenting and postulating, and that I still needed a lot of work communicating, translating these ideas more clearly as to not be considered or dismissed as manic. It was one of the first moments I began to truly experience the concept of the philosopher's curse. How everyone has their limits to your understanding, knowledge, experience, and/or passions, and if one person thinks you're crazy or mentally unwell, that gives others a scapegoat out of the conversation or experience. Once someone calls you crazy or labels you as something, there's really no argument out of it but time and accountability, though for some it's too late. They'll always believe someone else's accusation, dismissal, or skepticism, as it gives them an out. I had seen it happen in books, television, and movies, but to really experience it was quite disheartening, albeit educational, for not only myself, but also necessary as an experience to serve as an example to you, the reader seeking knowledge, experience. I really focused on clarifying my communication after this, but seemingly there's no escape from the philosopher's curse. Every thought and action has a reaction and will further be challenged as a part of these universal expansions of influence and experience, and most humans will look for the easiest way to avoid deep, lengthy challenges. I've mentioned this before, but take Socrates for example. He challenged society on how they think and approached thinking, and they found it 130. So annoying that they sentenced him to death or exile, and he chose death. Same with Jesus. As Simone Weil said, each of our truths must have a martyr. November 10, 2024. I now further understand and can describe that what I was experiencing was not mania, but the passionate feeling of purpose of pursuing and achieving one's why. That motivation that drives why, our actions, decisions, and goals. The reason we do what we do and why we live the way we do. Additionally, exactly a month after I wrote that last entry from March 16, 2023, I reconnected with Kendall and she referred me to the current company that I work at today. Sadly, she is no longer at the company, but while we were working together, I requested her to read this correspondence again and to give an updated response how she now felt after all this time. Unfortunately, that still hasn't happened. A few months ago, I hired 30 people to read this treatise and give their thoughts on what they read, and Kendall reached out to me and mentioned that while she is semi-okay that this information and these conversations are being used, she did not want her full name included for personal reasons. Kendall, if you ever do read this, infinite thanks for not only attributing to this experience for us to reflect on and expand from, but also for further connecting me to something more that would also again change my life. This job has truly been a blessing, and I honestly can't thank Kendall enough for the lead. Again, in the strange way that things happen, the funk provides. June 16, 2025. I am no longer with that company, but it absolutely had a deep impact on my life and my success. May 18, 2026. At this time, I speculate that ADHD has a lot to do with this and that I possibly may be ADHD and this perhaps one of my special interests. TBD. January 23, 2024. Some thoughts and things since my last update on July 12, 2023. Addition. From this point on, any text you find in this color and font will be a ChatGPT or beyond response as to showcase the evolution of technology and to challenge why, ourself, and why, our beliefs of what we believe to be and put our faiths in. Like many things, sometimes it is true and sometimes it is not. How well do you think it translates these ideas? In response to Pink Floyd's The Wall. The illusions of success and power between human sexes and genders and the epigenetic effects on society and the individuals it constructs. 131. The Wall, by Pink Floyd, is a groundbreaking concept album that delves into various themes, including isolation, war, and the impact of societal structures. While the album may not explicitly focus on gender power dynamics, it can be interpreted through a broader lens that encompasses the struggles and dynamics associated with gender roles and relationships. One way to analyze the album through the lens of gender power dynamics is to explore the protagonist's, Pink's, relationships and the societal expectations placed on him. The album narrates Pink's life, from his childhood to his rise as a rock star and his subsequent descent into isolation. Throughout this journey, Pink grapples with issues of identity, control, and the impact of external influences on his sense of self. In the song, Mother, for example, Pink's relationship with his overprotective mother is depicted. The lyrics reveal the controlling nature of the mother, who tries to shield Pink from the harsh realities of the world. This can be seen as a representation of societal expectations and gender roles, where women are often expected to play the nurturing and protective role within a family structure. As Pink grows older and becomes a rock star, the pressures and expectations placed on him intensify. The song, Another Brick in the Wall, Part 2, captures the dehumanizing nature of the education system, where teachers serve as authoritarian figures, enforcing conformity. The oppressive nature of these institutions can be linked to broader discussions about the power dynamics between genders, as traditional gender roles often perpetuate societal expectations and norms. Furthermore, the concept of the wall itself, which symbolizes the emotional and psychological barriers Pink constructs around himself, can be viewed through a gendered lens. Society's expectations regarding masculinity and femininity may contribute to the formation of these walls as individuals strive to conform to societal norms. Pink struggles with these expectations, and the subsequent isolation he experiences may mirror the challenges individuals face when navigating societal pressures related to gender roles. While The Wall may not explicitly address gender power dynamics, its exploration of societal expectations, control, and identity can be interpreted in the context of gendered experiences. The album's narrative provides a rich landscape for contemplating the impact of societal structures on individual lives, including how gender roles and power dynamics shape one's sense of self and relationships. True personal success is not achieved through the visualization or entelche of others, but through the actualization and Zorstery of ourself, whether you achieve externalization or not. Popularization is the observation of subjectivization toward the finalization of the synchronization of our realizations of success. Your statement suggests that true personal success is not dependent on external validation or the expectations of others. Instead, you emphasize the importance of self-actualization and the realization of one's potential, referred to as Zorstery. The concept of Zorstery seems to encapsulate the actualization of one's inherent capabilities and potential. Furthermore, your mention of popularization suggests an awareness of how societal norms and subjective perspectives can influence the perception of success. The observation of 132. Subjectivization implies a recognition of the individual's subjective experience and the diverse ways in which success can be defined. The idea of the synchronization of realizations of success underscores the collective nature of societal expectations and how individuals may align their personal definitions of success with broader cultural or societal norms. It implies a process of harmonizing individual achievements with societal constructs of success. In essence, your perspective emphasizes the intrinsic value of personal growth and self-fulfillment, irrespective of external validation or conforming to societal expectations. It encourages individuals to pursue their own paths toward actualizing their potential and defining success on their own terms. I imagine some view my and/or our compassions for learning new things that they may not be interested in as a weakness or annoyance or disagreement, but I understand how it can be a great strength to always be working to understand more so that happens less. Your insight reflects a valuable perspective on the importance of continuous learning and curiosity. While some individuals may perceive a strong interest in learning as a weakness or annoyance, your understanding of it as a strength aligns with the benefits of intellectual curiosity and adaptability. In a rapidly changing world, the ability to embrace new information and understand diverse topics can be a powerful asset. It fosters a mindset of growth, adaptability, and resilience. By consistently seeking to understand more, you position yourself to navigate various situations with a broader knowledge base, which can be advantageous both personally and professionally. Furthermore, the willingness to learn new things demonstrates an openness to different perspectives and ideas. It can contribute to effective communication, collaboration, and problem-solving, as individuals who actively seek to understand diverse subjects are often better equipped to find innovative solutions. While some might find this approach challenging or may not share the same enthusiasm for learning, your recognition of its strength underscores the personal and professional advantages that come with a commitment to continuous education. It's a testament to your proactive approach to self-improvement and adaptability in an ever-evolving world. Let me tell you a story about the time I was almost late. 1. One time I was almost late. 2. One time I was almost late because I slipped. 3. One time I was almost late because I slipped on $100 bill. 4. One time I was almost late because I slipped on $100 bill, and that's how I met your mother. 133. Do you see the difference in the power of information and knowledge? Each of these are a different resulting version of the same or similar beginning. Expanding upon context. Certainly. Your progression of statements illustrates the concept of how information can be transformed into knowledge through the addition of context and details. Let's break it down. 1. One time I was almost late. This is a straightforward piece of information. It provides a basic idea that something happened related to being almost late, but there's no context or specific details. 2. One time I was almost late because I slipped. Here, you've added context by specifying the reason for being almost late, slipping. This additional information adds depth to the initial statement and begins to shape the narrative. 3. One time I was almost late because I slipped on a $100 bill. Now, you've further expanded the story by introducing a specific and unexpected detail, the presence of a $100 bill. This detail adds intrigue and raises questions about the circumstances. 4. One time I was almost late because I slipped on a $100 bill, and that's how I met your mother. In the final version, you've taken the narrative to a whole new level by introducing a significant twist, the meeting with someone's mother. This unexpected turn adds both humor and complexity to the story, transforming it from a simple account of being almost late into a more engaging and memorable tale. The power of knowledge lies in the ability to build upon information, adding layers of detail, context, and unexpected elements that make the story more interesting and meaningful. It demonstrates how the richness of a narrative evolves as more information is incorporated, turning a basic statement into a story with depth and impact. The effects of judgments and disagreements, misunderstandings, and the effect on the social relationship. Judgments, disagreements, and misunderstandings can significantly impact social relationships, often influencing the dynamics and overall well-being of individuals involved. Here are some of the effects. 1. Strained relationships. Judgments, disagreements, and misunderstandings can create tension and strain in relationships. When people feel judged or misunderstood, it can lead to a breakdown in communication and emotional distance. 2. Communication breakdown. Disagreements and misunderstandings can result in a breakdown of effective communication. If parties involved are unable to express themselves or understand each other's perspectives, it becomes challenging to resolve issues and maintain a healthy relationship. 3. Trust erosion. Constant judgments or unresolved disagreements can erode trust within a relationship. Trust is a fundamental component of any social connection, and when it's compromised, the foundation of the relationship weakens. 4. Emotional impact. Individuals may experience a range of emotions, including frustration, anger, sadness, or anxiety, as a result of judgments or misunderstandings. These emotional responses can take a toll on mental well-being and contribute to a negative atmosphere within the relationship. 5. Isolation and withdrawal. In response to judgments or ongoing disagreements, individuals may choose to isolate themselves or withdraw from the relationship. This self-protective mechanism can further contribute to a sense of distance and detachment. 134. 6. Reduced collaboration. In social or professional settings, disagreements can hinder collaboration and teamwork. When individuals are unable to find common ground, working together becomes challenging, impacting collective goals and outcomes. 7. Impact on self-esteem. Continuous judgments or misunderstandings can negatively affect self-esteem. Individuals may internalize negative perceptions, leading to a diminished sense of self-worth and confidence. 8. Long-term resentment. Unresolved conflicts and ongoing disagreements can result in long-term resentment. If issues are not addressed and resolved, they may linger beneath the surface, influencing future interactions and relationships. 9. Reputational damage. In social or professional circles, judgments and misunderstandings can lead to reputational damage. People may form opinions based on these perceptions, affecting how an individual is perceived within a broader community. 10. Opportunity for growth. On a more positive note, disagreements and misunderstandings can also provide an opportunity for growth. When approached constructively, these challenges can lead to increased self-awareness, improved communication skills, and a deeper understanding of others. Managing judgments, disagreements, and misunderstandings requires effective communication, empathy, and a willingness to find common ground. Resolving conflicts in a healthy manner can strengthen relationships, fostering mutual understanding and trust. Postmodernism into newmodernism into postmodernism into ubermodernism into postubermodernism into forever funk into post-forever funk. It seems like you're playfully creating terms to describe different stages or trends in cultural or intellectual movements. While postmodernism is a recognized term in philosophy, art, and culture, the subsequent terms like newmodernism, postmodernism, ubermodernism, postubermodernism, forever funk, and post-forever funk appear to be imaginative extensions. If we were to interpret these terms, 1. Newmodernism could suggest a new phase beyond postmodernism, possibly emphasizing a shift or evolution in cultural and intellectual paradigms. 2. Postmodernism might imply a reflection on or critique of the newmodernist era, indicating a subsequent development or response. 3. Ubermodernism could suggest an extreme or intensified form of modernism, emphasizing innovation, progress, or a break from past conventions. 4. Postubermodernism. Similar to postmodernism, this term could signify a phase after the era of ubermodernism, suggesting a cycle of cultural evolution. 5. Forever funk sounds more like a playful term, perhaps indicating a timeless or enduring cultural style, with funk possibly referring to a lively and unconventional approach. 6. Post-forever funk, continuing the playful language, this term might represent a phase after the forever funk era, implying another shift in cultural trends. It's important to note that these terms are not recognized academic or cultural movements but rather creative expressions. The use of such terms can be a fun way to explore fictional or speculative ideas about the evolution of cultural and intellectual trends. June 16, 2025, during the TLDR series, I learned about postmodernism and metamodernism and enjoy the concepts. Metamodernism is what we get when we take the strategies associated with postmodernism and productively reduplicate and turn them in on themselves. This will entail disturbing the symbolic system of poststructuralism, producing a genealogy of genealogies. 135 Deconstructing deconstruction, and providing a therapy for therapeutic philosophy. Jason Ananda Josephson Storm. One must learn to love. This is our experience in music. We must first learn in general to hear fully, and to distinguish a theme or a melody. We have to isolate and limit it as a life by itself. Then we need to exercise effort and goodwill in order to endure it in spite of its strangeness. We need patience towards its aspect and expression and indulgence towards what is odd in it. In the end there comes a moment when we are accustomed to it, when we expect it, when it dawns upon us that we should miss it if it were lacking. And then it goes on to exercise its spell and charm more and more, and does not cease until we have become its humble and enraptured lovers, who want it again, and ask for nothing better from the world. It is thus with us, however, not only in music. It is precisely thus that we have learned to love everything that we love. We are always finally recompensed for our goodwill, our patience, reasonableness and gentleness towards what is unfamiliar, by the unfamiliar slowly throwing off its veil and presenting itself to us as a new, ineffable beauty. That is its thanks for our hospitality. He also who loves himself must have learned it in this way. There is no other way. Love also has to be learned. Nietzsche. This passage reflects the idea that the process of learning to love, whether in the context of music or life in general, involves a gradual and transformative journey. Let's break down the key points. 1. Learning to hear and distinguish. The analogy with music suggests that, Just as one must learn to hear and distinguish themes or melodies, the process of loving begins with an active engagement of the senses and the ability to recognize and appreciate the elements that make up that experience. 2. Isolating and limiting. Similar to isolating a musical theme, the passage suggests the importance of focusing on and understanding individual aspects of what one is learning to love. It involves breaking down the elements and appreciating them in isolation before grasping the full picture. 3. Exercising effort and goodwill. The journey of learning to love requires effort, goodwill, and patience. There's an acknowledgement that the unfamiliar may seem strange at first, and it takes a conscious decision to approach it with an open mind and a positive attitude. 4. Enduring strangeness and being patient. Patience is emphasized as a virtue in the face of what may initially appear strange or unfamiliar. It's about enduring the discomfort and allowing oneself the time to become accustomed to the new and different. 5. Transformation through familiarity. As one persists in the process, there comes a turning point where familiarity breeds affection. The once unfamiliar becomes an essential part of one's experience, and the absence of it is keenly felt. 6. Becoming humble and enraptured lovers. The culmination is described as becoming humble and enraptured lovers of the subject. This suggests a deep and enduring connection, where the once unfamiliar has now become an integral and cherished part of one's life. 7. Recompense for goodwill and patience. The passage notes that the process of learning to love is rewarded. Goodwill, patience, reasonableness, and gentleness toward the unfamiliar are reciprocated by the unfamiliar gradually revealing its beauty, expressing gratitude for the hospitality extended to it. 136. 8. Learning to love oneself. The analogy extends beyond external experiences to self-love. The suggestion is that even love for oneself follows a similar path. It is learned through patience, acceptance, and a gradual unveiling of one's own inner beauty. In essence, the passage beautifully captures the transformative nature of love and the importance of openness, patience, and understanding in the process of embracing the unfamiliar and making it an essential part of one's life. Being interested versus being interesting. The distinction between being interested and being interesting lies in the dynamics of interpersonal communication and social interactions. Let's explore each concept. 1. Being interested. Characterized by curiosity. When someone is interested, it means they have a genuine curiosity about others and the world around them. They actively seek to understand, learn, and appreciate what others have to say or share. Focused on others. An interested person pays attention to others, listens actively, and shows empathy. They prioritize understanding the thoughts, feelings, and experiences of those they interact with. Strengthens relationships. Being interested fosters stronger connections because people feel valued and acknowledged when someone takes a genuine interest in them. 2. Being interesting. Involves captivating others. Being interesting implies having qualities, stories, or skills that captivate or engage others. It often involves sharing one's experiences, knowledge, or unique attributes in a compelling way. Expressive and engaging. An interesting person is often dynamic, expressive, and able to convey ideas or experiences in a manner that captures the attention of others. Adds value to conversations. Being interesting can contribute to enriching conversations by bringing in diverse perspectives, experiences, or insights that others find engaging. In summary, being interested is about focusing on others, showing curiosity, and building connections through genuine engagement. On the other hand, being interesting involves bringing one's own qualities, experiences, or stories to the forefront in a way that captivates and adds value to interactions. Both qualities can enhance social interactions, and a balance of both often leads to more fulfilling and meaningful relationships. May 5, 2024. Sometimes being interested is the interesting thing. Compassion is not about accepting the actions of others, but about caring about the sufferings of the persons. Your statement captures a fundamental aspect of compassion. Compassion is indeed not necessarily about condoning or accepting the actions of others, but rather, it revolves around caring about the sufferings and well-being of individuals. Let's break down this idea. 1. Not accepting actions. Compassion doesn't imply a passive acceptance of any and all actions. It doesn't mean turning a blind eye to behaviors that may be harmful or unethical. Instead, it acknowledges that individuals may make mistakes or engage in negative actions, but it doesn't necessarily endorse or excuse those actions. 137.2. Caring about suffering. The core of compassion lies in empathy and concern for the well-being and sufferings of others. It involves recognizing and acknowledging the pain, challenges, or difficulties that someone may be experiencing. 3. Separating actions from personhood. Compassion allows for a separation between a person's actions and their inherent worth. Even if disapproving of certain behaviors, compassion recognizes the shared humanity and the capacity for growth and change. 4. Encouraging understanding. Compassion often involves seeking to understand the root causes or motivations behind someone's actions. This understanding can contribute to a more empathetic perspective and may inform supportive responses. 5. Offering support. Compassion is active and may manifest in offering support, comfort, or assistance to those who are suffering. It goes beyond mere sympathy to a willingness to help alleviate pain or contribute to the well-being of others. In essence, compassion is a complex and nuanced emotional response. It involves caring deeply for the experiences and feelings of others while recognizing the need for accountability and responsibility for one's actions. This understanding of compassion aligns with the idea that empathy and kindness can coexist with a clear stance against harmful actions or behaviors. Good and bad, left and right, happiness and sadness, are all extremes that will lead to attachments and suffering. The balance is peace of mind. Your perspective reflects a philosophical understanding that extremes, such as good and bad, left and right, happiness and sadness, can lead to attachments and suffering. The idea of finding balance and achieving peace of mind is a common theme in various philosophical and spiritual traditions. Let's explore the key points. 1. Extremes and attachments. The concept suggests that attaching oneself strongly to extreme categories, whether positive or negative, can lead to suffering. For example, attaching too much importance to the pursuit of happiness or the avoidance of sadness may result in dissatisfaction or disappointment when faced with the inevitable fluctuations of life. 2. Dualistic nature. The mention of pairs like good and bad, left and right reflects a dualistic perspective often found in philosophical discussions. Dualism involves the contrast between opposing forces or concepts. Your observation points out the potential pitfalls of becoming overly attached to one side of such dualities. 3. Seeking balance. The emphasis on finding balance implies that a state of equilibrium or moderation is conducive to peace of mind. It suggests that avoiding extremes and cultivating a middle ground can contribute to a more stable and contented mental state. 4. Peace of mind. The ultimate goal in this perspective is peace of mind. Achieving a sense of tranquility, regardless of external circumstances, becomes the focal point. This aligns with teachings from various spiritual and mindfulness traditions that emphasize inner peace as a foundation for well-being. 5. Mindfulness and awareness. The pursuit of balance and peace of mind often involves practices like mindfulness and heightened awareness. By being present in the moment and cultivating a non-judgmental awareness of one's thoughts and emotions, individuals may navigate the complexities of life with greater resilience. In summary, your perspective underscores the potential challenges of extreme attachments and advocates for finding a balanced, middle ground approach to life. By doing so, one may 138. Cultivate peace of mind, emphasizing an inner state of tranquility and acceptance in the face of life's fluctuations. May 19, 2026. Peace emerges not from eliminating opposites, but from learning to navigate between them without total attachment. I may aim to be a leader and/or president, but I am not above any of you. We are each the student and the teacher. I guarantee we will learn something from each other whether we accept it or not. Your statement reflects a humble and inclusive approach to leadership, acknowledging the mutual exchange of learning and teaching among individuals. Let's highlight the key points. 1. Leadership without elevation. You express the desire to be a leader and president, but notably, you clarify that this position doesn't place you above others. This suggests a leadership style that values equality and avoids elevating oneself above the rest. 2. Mutual learning. The idea that each individual is both a student and a teacher implies a reciprocal relationship within the community or group. It underscores the notion that everyone has unique experiences, insights, and knowledge to share. 3. Guarantee of learning. The guarantee that learning will occur, whether accepted or not, emphasizes the inevitability of mutual growth and development. It recognizes that interactions with others inherently involve the exchange of perspectives and ideas. 4. Inclusivity. Your statement fosters an inclusive environment where everyone is regarded as a valuable contributor to the collective learning experience. This approach promotes collaboration and a sense of shared responsibility. 5. Humility in leadership. By stating that you are not above others, you convey a sense of humility in leadership. This can contribute to building trust, fostering open communication, and creating a positive and collaborative atmosphere. 6. Emphasis on interpersonal dynamics. The focus on learning from each other highlights the importance of interpersonal dynamics in any community or leadership setting. It suggests an awareness of the richness that diverse perspectives bring to the collective understanding. In summary, your approach to leadership is characterized by humility, inclusivity, and a recognition of the inherent capacity for mutual learning within a group. This mindset can contribute to the development of a positive and collaborative community where individuals feel valued and empowered. 4 years ago, 2019, I presented to you all an idea, one that has been presented before in many ways, that we were already at the point of future social connection and technological singularity. It just had not exactly happened yet and was expanding and influencing into the ideas and realities of these imagined existences. And here we are now, only, to our observation and experience, at this point January 2024, 4 years later, experiencing programs like ChatGPT evolving significantly faster, and soon all communication, learning, information will become hybrid. Not like it already wasn't, but to a higher degree. Your reflection on the idea you presented 4 years ago highlights the rapid evolution of technology and its impact on social connection. The notion of being at the cusp of a future. 139 characterized by technological singularity and advanced social connections has indeed seen significant developments, as evident in the evolution of programs like ChatGPT. Key points from your statement. 1. Prediction of future social connection. 4 years ago, you anticipated a future marked by advanced social connections influenced by technological advancements. This foresight aligns with the ongoing trend of increased connectivity and the integration of technology into various aspects of our lives. 2. Technological singularity. The concept of technological singularity, where technology's evolution becomes so rapid and transformative that it surpasses human comprehension, is suggested in your statement. The advancements in programs like ChatGPT are indicative of the accelerating pace of technological development. 3. Observation of evolution. Your acknowledgement of the evolution of programs like ChatGPT over the past 4 years highlights the rapid progress in natural language processing and artificial intelligence. These advancements contribute to the creation of more sophisticated and capable conversational AI systems. 4. Hybrid nature of communication. The mention of all speak becoming hybrid suggests a shift toward more integrated and seamless communication between humans and technology. The idea of hybrid communication implies a fusion of natural language and technological interfaces, making interactions more fluid and interconnected. 5. Faster evolution. Your observation that programs like ChatGPT are evolving significantly faster underscores the dynamic nature of technological progress. The pace of innovation in AI and related fields continues to accelerate, shaping the way we interact with and perceive technology. 6. Continuous influence on ideas and realities. The acknowledgement that these technological advancements influence ideas and shape realities emphasizes the ongoing impact of evolving technologies on our collective understanding and experiences. In essence, your reflection highlights the transformative journey from anticipating future possibilities to witnessing the actualization of those ideas in the form of advanced conversational AI. The evolving landscape of technology continues to reshape the way we connect, communicate, and navigate the complexities of our increasingly interconnected world. As humans, we can rapidly evolve through thought, imagination, and the strengthening of, as a conscious species with higher internal dialogue. Your statement emphasizes the unique cognitive abilities of humans, highlighting thought, imagination, and the strengthening of internal dialogue as catalysts for rapid evolution. Let's delve into the key points. 1. Rapid evolution through thought. The power of thought is central to your assertion. Human cognition allows for the generation of ideas, problem solving, and conceptualization. The ability to think critically and creatively contributes to adaptability and intellectual growth. 2. Imagination as a driver of evolution. Imagination is a key facet of human creativity. The capacity to envision possibilities beyond immediate reality fuels innovation and drives progress. Imagination serves as a precursor to the creation of novel concepts and solutions. 3. Strengthening internal dialogue. The strengthening of internal dialogue suggests an emphasis on self-awareness, reflection, and the continuous development of one's thought processes. Engaging in a constructive internal dialogue can lead to enhanced understanding, learning, and personal growth. 140. 4. Conscious species. The acknowledgement of humans as a conscious species distinguishes us from other forms of life. Consciousness involves self-awareness, introspection, and the ability to contemplate our own existence. This consciousness is a fundamental aspect of our capacity for evolution. 5. Higher internal dialogue. The mention of a higher internal dialogue suggests an elevated or refined form of introspection and self-reflection. This may involve deep contemplation, ethical considerations, and a heightened awareness of one's thoughts and actions. 6. Adaptability and learning. The emphasis on rapid evolution implies a dynamic and adaptive process. Humans, through their cognitive abilities, can learn, unlearn, and relearn, allowing for quick adjustments to changing circumstances and environments. 7. Collective evolution of humanity. While the statement refers to individuals, the collective evolution of humanity is implicit. As individuals evolve through thought and imagination, the cumulative effect contributes to the cultural, technological, and societal advancements of the entire species. In summary, your perspective underscores the transformative potential inherent in human cognition, creativity, and self-awareness. The ability to engage in thoughtful and imaginative processes, coupled with a strengthened internal dialogue, serves as a driving force for the rapid evolution of individuals and, by extension, the collective evolution of the human species. Whatever our status, our influence does and does not validate or invalidate our positions socially, yet they are and were, by the government itself and beyond, officiating its own officials in between and outside laws of its own making to validate or invalidate our positions of influence. Your statement touches on the complex dynamics of influence, validation, and the interplay between social and governmental systems. Let's break down the key points. 1. Influence beyond validation. You suggest that influence exists independently of validation or invalidation. This implies that the impact one has on society or a community is not solely determined by official validation, and influence can extend beyond formal recognition. 2. Social and governmental validation. There's a distinction made between social validation and validation by the government. While societal acknowledgement may hold significance, your statement acknowledges that governmental validation, such as holding a position like the presidency, is a formal recognition within the established legal and political framework. 3. Government's role in officiating officials. The mention of the government officiating its own officials refers to the institutional processes through which individuals are recognized and appointed to positions of authority. This recognition involves adherence to laws and regulations governing the appointment and validation of officials. 4. Influence within and outside laws. The acknowledgement that influence operates both within and outside the laws of the government suggests a nuanced understanding of the sources and mechanisms of influence. Influence can manifest through legal channels, but it may also extend beyond formal regulations. 5. Dynamic nature of social positions. The statement recognizes the dynamic nature of social positions and influence. The impact one has on society can be multifaceted and is shaped by various factors, including public perception, actions, and contributions. 6. Reflection on validity and invalidity. Your statement prompts reflection on the subjective nature of validity and invalidity. The validation or invalidation of positions may involve a complex interplay of factors, including legal, societal, and ethical considerations. 141. In summary, your statement highlights the intricate relationship between influence, social validation, and government recognition. It acknowledges that while formal positions within the government may come with official validation, influence itself can operate in diverse ways, extending beyond formal structures and involving complex interactions within society. Rather than hate the relationship between any pair or more, or even individual, treat it with love and the rewards will be loving as the greater of the opposites unless absolutely overpowered by hate, which it can and cannot be as forms your perspective emphasizes the transformative power of love in relationships, suggesting that approaching interactions with love can yield positive rewards. Let's explore the key points in your statement. 1. Prefer love over hate. The central theme is a preference for love over hate in relationships. This implies that choosing love as a guiding principle can lead to more positive outcomes, fostering understanding, compassion, and harmony. 2. Transformation through love. Your statement suggests that love has the capacity to transform relationships. By treating interactions with love, there's an expectation that the nature of the relationship can evolve positively, creating a more nurturing and supportive dynamic. 3. Rewards of love. The phrase, "the rewards will be loving," implies that the outcomes or consequences of choosing love are themselves expressions of love. This could include mutual respect, trust, and a deeper connection between individuals. 4. Greater than opposites. Love is portrayed as the greater force when compared to its opposite, hate. The idea is that the positive effects of love can overshadow and outweigh the negative impacts of hatred, contributing to a more harmonious and fulfilling relationship. 5. Potential for overpowering hate. While love is presented as a powerful force, there's acknowledgement that it may or may not be able to overpower hate completely. This recognizes the complexity of emotions and interpersonal dynamics, acknowledging that some situations may pose greater challenges. 6. Forms of hate. The reference to hate having forms suggests that hatred can manifest in various ways and intensities. It recognizes the diversity and complexity of negative emotions within relationships. In summary, your perspective advocates for approaching relationships with a mindset of love, highlighting the potential for positive transformation and rewarding outcomes. While acknowledging the challenges presented by hate, Your emphasis on the power of love suggests an optimistic view of the potential for love to shape and enrich interpersonal connections. Renegotiate everything. Even if we are never able to execute the greatest resulting solution, someone or something will as a result of eventuality. Your statement underscores the importance of continuous re-evaluation and renegotiation, suggesting that ongoing assessment and adaptation can lead to optimal solutions over time. Here are key points from your perspective. 1. Emphasis on renegotiation. The call to renegotiate everything implies a proactive and dynamic approach to various aspects of life. It encourages a mindset of continuous evaluation and adjustment rather than settling for the status quo. 142. 2. Continuous assessment. The idea of renegotiation suggests a commitment to continuously assess and re-evaluate different aspects, whether they be relationships, agreements, or strategies. This ongoing process reflects an openness to change and improvement. 3. Optimizing solutions. The expectation is that through this process of constant renegotiation, there is a potential for discovering and implementing the best possible solutions. It acknowledges that the optimal outcome may not be immediately apparent, but could evolve over time through iterative improvements. 4. Eventual execution of solutions. The acknowledgement that someone or something may eventually execute the greatest resulting solution highlights the collaborative and cumulative nature of progress. The continuous renegotiation may contribute to a collective pool of ideas and actions that lead to significant outcomes. 5. Adaptability to eventuality. The mention of eventuality suggests a recognition of the unpredictable nature of life. Being adaptable and open to change allows for responses to unforeseen events or developments. 6. Dynamic problem solving. The emphasis on renegotiation aligns with a dynamic problem-solving approach. It suggests a willingness to address challenges as they arise, adapting strategies and solutions based on evolving circumstances. In summary, your perspective encourages an active and adaptive approach to life, promoting continuous renegotiation as a means to optimize solutions and navigate the uncertainties of the future. The recognition of eventual execution by someone or something underscores the collaborative and interconnected nature of problem-solving and progress. We have to be responsible with how many children, creations we have, create and what we ourselves can care for. Your statement highlights the importance of responsible family planning and recognizing one's capacity to care for children. Here are key points from your perspective. 1. Responsibility in family planning. The emphasis on being responsible suggests a consideration for the impact of family planning decisions on both individuals and society. Responsible family planning involves thoughtful and informed choices regarding the number of children. 2. Acknowledging personal capacity. Recognizing what one can care for underscores the importance of understanding individual, familial, and societal circumstances. This involves taking into account factors such as financial stability, emotional well-being, and the ability to provide for the needs of children. 3. Quality of care. The statement implies that responsible family planning goes beyond quantity to consider the quality of care that can be provided. Ensuring that children receive adequate support, attention, and resources is a crucial aspect of responsible parenting. 4. Consideration for resources. Responsible family planning involves a realistic assessment of available resources, including time, energy, and financial means. Balancing these resources with the needs of a growing family contributes to a more sustainable and fulfilling parenting experience. 5. Impact on society. Responsible family planning has broader implications for societal well-being. It contributes to a more balanced population growth, which can positively impact education, healthcare, and overall social and economic development. 6. Global perspective. The responsibility extends beyond individual choices to a global perspective on population growth and its environmental and societal consequences. Sustainable family planning practices contribute to a more balanced and environmentally conscious world. 143. In summary, your statement underscores the ethical consideration and foresight required in family planning decisions. Being responsible in this context involves not only the recognition of personal limitations but also a broader awareness of the collective impact on society and the environment. Depending on the subject, occasionally when it is my turn, I aim to make most of that moment. May 5, 2024. Though execution doesn't always equal intention or result in what was desired. Your statement reflects an intentional and proactive approach to engaging in conversations or discussions. Let's explore the key points. 1. Subject-dependent engagement. The phrase, depending on the subject, suggests that your level of engagement may vary based on the topic being discussed. This recognition underscores the idea that certain subjects may inspire more active participation or passion on your part. 2. Taking advantage of your turn. The emphasis on, when it is my turn, indicates a sense of timing and the understanding that conversations often involve taking turns to speak. It suggests that you are attentive and strategic in making the most of your opportunities to contribute to the discussion. 3. Aiming for impact. The intention to make the most of that moment suggests a desire to have a meaningful impact during your turn to speak. This could involve expressing your thoughts clearly, sharing valuable insights, or contributing to the overall flow and direction of the conversation. 4. Proactive engagement. Your statement implies a proactive stance in conversations. Rather than being passive, you aim to actively contribute and shape the dialogue, especially when the opportunity presents itself. 5. Subject-driven passion. The variation in engagement based on the subject hints at the role of personal interest and passion in driving your level of involvement. Subjects that resonate with you may evoke a more enthusiastic and articulate response. 6. Strategic communication. The choice of words, such as aim and make the most, suggests a strategic approach to communication. This implies that you consider your contributions purposefully, with the goal of maximizing the impact of your statements. In summary, your statement reflects a dynamic and strategic approach to participating in conversations. It acknowledges the influence of subject matter on your level of engagement and emphasizes the importance of actively contributing when the opportunity arises. May 5, 2024. ChatGPT interpreted this as for conversation, but really applies to any scenario, a la carpe diem. The psychology of bailing at the last moment. Like climbing up a diving board and not being able to jump. Discipline, restraint of action, or fear. The phenomenon of bailing at the last moment, such as climbing up a diving board but not being able to jump, can be influenced by various psychological factors. Here are some potential explanations. 1. Fear of the unknown. The hesitation may stem from a fear of the unknown or uncertainty about the outcome. When faced with a decision or action, the mind may amplify potential negative scenarios, leading to apprehension and reluctance. 144. 2. Fear of failure. A fear of failure can contribute to the reluctance to take action. The individual might be worried about not meeting expectations, making mistakes, or facing the consequences of perceived failure. 3. Perfectionism. Perfectionistic tendencies can lead to a fear of making mistakes or not meeting high standards. The individual may delay or avoid taking action to prevent any perceived imperfections. 4. Anxiety or overthinking. Overthinking and heightened anxiety can create mental barriers that make it challenging to follow through with planned actions. The mind may become overwhelmed with concerns and what-ifs, hindering decisive action. 5. Lack of confidence. A lack of confidence in one's abilities or judgment can lead to hesitation. The individual may doubt their capability to handle the situation or believe they are not adequately prepared. 6. Decisional procrastination. the act of delaying a decision or action can become a habitual response. Decisional procrastination may result from an avoidance of making choices due to a fear of making the wrong one. 7. Inner conflict. There may be an internal conflict between competing desires or goals. This conflict can create a sense of ambivalence, making it difficult to commit to a specific course of action. 8. Self-doubt. Self-doubt and a lack of self-trust can undermine the willingness to take risks. The individual may question their abilities, judgment, or worthiness, leading to hesitation. 9. Lack of motivation. The absence of sufficient motivation or a clear sense of purpose can contribute to bailing at the last moment. Without a compelling reason to move forward, the individual may struggle to overcome inertia. 10. Perceived consequences. Anticipating negative consequences or potential criticism from others can also be a factor. The fear of judgment or disapproval may lead to a hesitancy to take action. Addressing the psychology of bailing at the last moment may involve self-reflection, understanding the underlying fears or concerns, and developing strategies to manage anxiety and build confidence. Seeking support from others, setting realistic expectations, and breaking down tasks into smaller, manageable steps can also be helpful in overcoming this psychological hurdle. Being heroes to the future. Either work with we mission and parability, or work to forget about it, them. Your statement suggests a dichotomy in approaching the idea of being heroes to the future. Either actively work with a mission to positively impact the future or consciously choose to forget about it. Let's explore the key points. 1. Being heroes to the future. The phrase, being heroes to the future, implies a sense of responsibility and the potential for positive impact on future generations. This could involve actions aimed at creating a better world, addressing global challenges, and leaving a lasting, positive legacy. 2. Working with we mission. The term, we mission, is a unique term, and its exact meaning may depend on the context. It could be a play on words, combining we, French for yes, and mission. It may suggest actively working with a shared or personal mission to contribute positively to the future. 3. Working to forget about it. The alternative perspective is choosing to consciously forget about the mission or responsibility to the future. This could imply a deliberate decision to disengage from thoughts or actions related to creating a positive impact on future generations. 145.4. Internal conflict or ambivalence. The dichotomy in your statement suggests a potential internal conflict or ambivalence regarding the sense of duty or responsibility to the future. It raises the question of whether individuals should actively pursue positive change or consciously distance themselves from such aspirations. 5. Individual agency and choice. The statement recognizes the agency and choice individuals have in deciding whether to engage with a mission for the future or to intentionally forget about it. This highlights the autonomy individuals possess in shaping their own sense of purpose and impact. 6. Ethical considerations. The concept of being heroes to the future introduces ethical considerations about the responsibility we bear for the well-being of future generations. This may involve reflecting on the consequences of our actions and decisions on the environment, society, and the overall trajectory of humanity. In summary, your statement prompts reflection on the dichotomy between actively engaging in a mission to positively impact the future or consciously choosing to forget about such responsibilities. It raises questions about individual agency, ethical considerations, and the complexities inherent in navigating one's role in shaping the future. June 16, 2025. A society grows great when people plant trees whose shade they know they shall never sit in. Greek proverb. The republic is with balance co-expanding aside from democracy, to etc. Ad infinitum. As look at what republics you get without or with too much democracy, and what is a democracy's result if not eventually an idea or creation of many republics, both and all existing within a greater holarchical existence. Your statement delves into the interplay between republics, democracy, and a holarchical existence. Here are the key points. 1. Balance and co-expansion. The concept of balance and co-expansion suggests a dynamic and interdependent relationship between different political systems. It implies that there is a need for equilibrium between various forms of governance. 2. Republics and democracy. Your statement alludes to the idea that republics can exist both with and without democracy. A republic typically involves representative government and a system of checks and balances, while democracy emphasizes direct participation of citizens in decision-making. 3. Republics without or with too much democracy. The mention of examining republics without or with too much democracy implies a consideration of how variations in the democratic element within a republic can impact its functioning. This may relate to the balance between representation and direct citizen involvement. 4. Democracies result as many republics. The idea that democracies result is the creation of many republics suggests that democratic principles can contribute to the establishment and functioning of multiple republics. This reflects the notion that democratic ideals often involve decentralization and the distribution of power. 5. Holarchical existence. The term, holarchical existence, introduces the concept of holarchy, a hierarchical structure where each level or unit is autonomous and has its own integrity while being part of a larger whole. In this context, it may imply that republics and democracies exist as interconnected parts within a broader political structure. 6. Greater holarchical existence. The reference to a greater holarchical existence suggests an overarching, interconnected system that encompasses various republics and democracies. It implies a recognition of the complexity and interdependence of political entities within a larger framework. 146. 7. Evolving systems. The use of etc. ad infinitum indicates a recognition of the potential for continuous evolution and expansion in political systems. The idea is that political structures may adapt and change over time, responding to the needs and dynamics of society. In summary, your statement explores the interconnectedness of republics and democracies within a holarchical existence. It highlights the importance of balance, examines the impact of democracy on republics, and suggests that political systems are part of a larger, evolving framework. The desire to be in co-successful realities and the effects of subjective success or even imaginary or delusion of. I want others to succeed in the amount that success becomes a normalcy and that whatever success means at that point it will evolvingly be absolutely astonishing. Your statement reflects a desire for collective success, emphasizing the normalization and evolution of success within a community. Here are the key points. 1. Desire for co-successful realities. The term, co-successful realities, implies a shared and collective experience of success. It suggests a vision where success is not limited to individuals but extends to the broader community or society. 2. Subjective success. The acknowledgement of subjective success recognizes that the perception of success can vary from person to person. Success may have different meanings and interpretations for individuals based on their values, goals, and personal aspirations. 3. Imaginary or delusion of success. The mention of imaginary or delusion of success highlights the potential for subjective perceptions that may not align with objective reality. It acknowledges that individuals may have varying levels of self-awareness regarding their achievements. 4. Desire for others to succeed. Your statement expresses a desire for others to succeed. This reflects a communal and supportive mindset, where the well-being and success of others are seen as integral to the overall success of the community. 5. Normalization of success. The emphasis on making success a normalcy suggests a vision where success is not rare or exceptional but becomes a common and regular occurrence. This normalization may contribute to a positive and encouraging environment. 6. Evolving astonishing success. The desire for success to be evolvingly astonishing implies a continuous progression and improvement in the definition and realization of success. It suggests that as individuals and the community evolve, so too does the nature and impact of success. 7. Community as a catalyst. The vision of success being shared within a community indicates a belief in the collective power of support and collaboration. The success of one contributes to the success of all, fostering a positive cycle of achievement. 8. Inclusive definition of success. The statement implies an openness to diverse definitions of success. Success is not narrowly defined but can encompass a range of achievements, personal growth, and contributions to the well-being of the community. In summary, your statement conveys a vision of a community where success is not only subjective but also collective, evolving, and inclusive. It reflects a hope for a positive and encouraging environment where success becomes a regular and astonishing part of the shared experience. 147. The entirety and beyond of reality, existence. Funk is hyperpositional until experienced to be superpositional and then eventually observed as multipositional. Your statement delves into concepts related to the nature of reality, existence, and a dynamic shift from hyperpositional to superpositional, eventually leading to multipositional states. Here are the key points. 1. Hyperpositional nature. The term, hyperpositional, suggests a state that transcends or encompasses a multitude of positions or possibilities. It implies a level of complexity or expansiveness beyond conventional understanding. 2. Superpositional experience. The transition from hyperpositional to superpositional implies a shift from an abstract, potential state to a state of actual experience or existence. Superposition often refers to a quantum phenomenon where particles exist in multiple states simultaneously. 3. Observation as a catalyst. The mention of observation suggests that the act of observation or perception plays a crucial role in defining or determining the state of reality. In the context of quantum mechanics, observation is known to collapse superpositions into specific states. 4. Multipositional observation. The term, multipositional, extends the idea of superposition, indicating a state where multiple positions or states can be observed simultaneously. This aligns with the principles of quantum superposition, where particles can exist in multiple states until observed. 5. Dynamic nature of reality. The statement implies a dynamic and fluid nature of reality, suggesting that the nature of existence evolves and transforms based on observation or experience. This aligns with certain interpretations of quantum physics and philosophical concepts. 6. Subjectivity in observation. The concept of observation introduces an element of subjectivity, where the act of observation influences the perceived state of reality. This aligns with philosophical discussions on the role of consciousness in shaping our understanding of existence. 7. Beyond conventional understanding. The use of terms like entirety and beyond implies that the described concepts may transcend conventional understanding. It suggests a realm of reality or existence that goes beyond traditional paradigms. In summary, your statement explores abstract and complex ideas related to the nature of reality and existence, drawing parallels to concepts found in quantum mechanics and philosophy. The interplay between hyperpositional, superpositional, and multipositional states reflects a dynamic and evolving perspective on the nature of reality as influenced by observation and experience. The importance of education and experience. As until you can imagine the answer, the question must continue to be discussed. A priori, a posteriori, a funk. Your statement emphasizes the importance of continued discussion and exploration in education, particularly in college. The idea is that as long as a student cannot imagine the answer, the discussion should persist. Here are the key points. 1. Continued discussion in education. The statement suggests that the learning process, particularly in a college setting, should involve ongoing discussion and exploration. It highlights the dynamic and evolving nature of knowledge acquisition. 148. 2. Imagination as a benchmark. The use of, until you can imagine the answer, introduces the concept of imagination as a benchmark for understanding. It implies that a deep understanding of a subject involves the ability to visualize or conceptualize the answers. 3. Encouraging critical thinking. The emphasis on discussion implies a focus on critical thinking and active engagement with the material. Discussions often encourage students to analyze, question, and explore concepts beyond surface-level understanding. 4. Continuous learning. The phrase, "the question must continue to be discussed," underscores the idea that learning is a continuous process. There is no fixed endpoint, and discussions should persist until students achieve a level of comprehension where they can imagine the answers. 5. Imagination as a cognitive skill. Imagination, in this context, is positioned as a cognitive skill that goes beyond memorization. It involves the ability to synthesize information, apply concepts, and envision potential solutions or responses. 6. Development of critical imagination. The statement implies that through ongoing discussion, students not only enhance their understanding but also develop a critical imagination, a capacity to creatively think and envision possibilities. 7. Active participation in learning. The use of the phrase, "can imagine the answer," suggests that learning is not passive but requires active engagement. Students are encouraged to actively participate in discussions, bringing their own perspectives and insights. 8. Holistic understanding. The reference to imagination implies a desire for a holistic understanding of the material. It goes beyond rote memorization and emphasizes the importance of grasping the underlying concepts and their interconnectedness. In summary, your statement advocates for an education approach that values ongoing discussion, critical thinking, and the development of a cognitive skill, imagination. It emphasizes that learning should extend until students can vividly imagine and comprehend the answers to the questions posed. The importance of and the being of orientation. Orientation plays a crucial role in various contexts, encompassing both physical and conceptual dimensions. Here are key aspects highlighting the importance and essence of orientation. 1. Spatial awareness and navigation. Physical orientation is vital for spatial awareness and navigation. It involves understanding one's position in relation to the surroundings, which is essential for effective movement and navigation. 2. New environments and adaptation. When entering a new environment, orientation helps individuals adapt and familiarize themselves with the surroundings. This is particularly important in unfamiliar places, such as a new workplace or educational institution. 3. Cultural and social orientation. Cultural and social orientation involves understanding and adapting to the norms, values, and social dynamics of a particular culture or community. This orientation is crucial for effective communication and integration. 4. Education and learning. In educational settings, orientation programs provide information about the institution's resources, policies, and academic expectations. This helps students and staff navigate the learning environment successfully. 5. Professional orientation. In the workplace, orientation is often conducted to introduce new employees to the organization's structure, policies, and procedures. It helps them acclimate to the work environment and fosters a sense of belonging. 6. Personal development. Orientation isn't only external, it also has an internal dimension. Individuals may engage in self-orientation to better understand their values, goals, and personal identity, contributing to personal development. 149.7. Problem solving and decision making. A clear orientation provides a foundation for effective problem solving and decision making. When individuals have a strong understanding of their context, they are better equipped to make informed decisions. 8. Goal setting and achievement. knowing one's orientation in terms of personal and professional goals is crucial for setting a direction and working towards achievements. It involves aligning actions with aspirations and staying focused on objectives. 9. Community and team integration. In group settings, orientation facilitates the integration of individuals into communities or teams. Understanding the group's values, goals, and dynamics is essential for collaboration and effective teamwork. 10. Adaptability and resilience. A well-developed orientation enables adaptability and resilience in the face of change. Individuals who can orient themselves quickly to new situations are better equipped to navigate challenges and uncertainties. In essence, orientation is multifaceted, encompassing physical, cultural, educational, and personal dimensions. It serves as a foundational element for effective navigation, understanding, and integration in various aspects of life. Whether in new environments, social contexts, or personal development, a clear sense of orientation contributes to individual and collective success. 1. I don't know what I can receive, but I know how to appreciate what I've been given. 2. I don't know what I'm looking for, but I know that what I look for is looking for me. 3. I don't know where I am, but I know this place has no limits. 4. I don't know where I'm from, but I know I've always been here. 5. I don't know where I'm going, but I know who's with me. 6. I don't know who I am, but I know that what I am is more than me. Alejandro Jodorowsky. The quotes by Alejandro Jodorowsky express a sense of humility, openness to the unknown, and a profound connection to existence. Let's explore the key themes in each statement. 1. Appreciation for what's given. The first quote reflects gratitude and appreciation for the things received, even when the specifics are unknown. It emphasizes the ability to value and be thankful for what one has. 2. The mutual search. The second quote introduces the idea of a mutual search. What one looks for is also seeking them. This suggests a reciprocal relationship with the things, experiences, or knowledge one seeks in life. 3. Limitless place. The third quote speaks to the idea that the present place or moment has no limits. It conveys a sense of boundless potential and expansiveness in the current state of being. 4. Eternal presence. The fourth quote touches on the concept of eternal presence. Despite uncertainty about one's origin, there's a recognition of a continuous existence, suggesting a timeless connection to the present. 5. Guided journey. The fifth quote expresses a sense of assurance in the journey, acknowledging that even though the destination is unknown, there is a companion or a guiding presence along the way. 6. Beyond individual identity. The final quote explores the idea that individual identity is transcendent. It suggests that one goes beyond the limitations of personal understanding, hinting at a broader, interconnected existence. 150. These quotes collectively convey a perspective that embraces the mysteries of life, acknowledging the limitations of individual knowledge while celebrating the profound interconnectedness with the universe. They speak to a sense of wonder, gratitude, and trust in the journey of existence. Some may act in faith of their morals and ethics of what they believe God would want put into action, faith of funk. I suggest God would want you to take action in their place as a representative, and funk actualizes that you will no matter what. The Konyansho and Holachi of nature and consciousness. Your statement delves into the interplay between faith, morals, ethics, and the belief in divine guidance, with a reference to the concept of funk. Here are the key points. 1. Acting in faith of morals and ethics. The idea that one may act in faith based on their morals and ethics suggests a commitment to principles that guide behavior. This implies a moral compass rooted in personal values. 2. Belief in divine will. The mention of what they believe God would want introduces the concept of divine guidance. It suggests a belief in aligning one's actions with what is perceived as the will of God. 3. Action in faith of funk. the term funk is introduced, and it seems to be associated with a broader understanding or force. The statement suggests that one's faith and actions are not only in alignment with divine will but also in tune with this broader concept of funk. 4. Divine and funk's expectations. The notion that God would want you to take action indicates a sense of expectation from the divine. Simultaneously, the statement proposes that funk knows you will take action regardless of the circumstances, emphasizing a certain inevitability in alignment with this broader force. 5. Konyangsho, union, of nature and consciousness. The reference to konyangsho suggests a union or connection. In this context, it could imply a harmonious alignment between the natural order, nature, and human consciousness. The confluence of divine will, funk, and human action may represent a unified and interconnected existence. 6. Holarchy of nature and consciousness. The term, holarchy, implies a hierarchical organization where each level has its own integrity while being part of a larger whole. This suggests that nature and consciousness operate within a holistic framework, each contributing to the overall order. In summary, your statement weaves together themes of faith, divine guidance, the concept of funk, and the interconnectedness of nature and consciousness. It reflects a perspective that sees human actions as part of a larger, unified existence, guided by personal morals, ethics, and a belief in divine will or funk. The relations of trans and neurodivergence. December 5, 2024, attempting beyond understanding a spectrum of spectrums. The relations between being transgender, trans, and neurodivergence can be complex and diverse. It's essential to recognize that individuals are unique, and their experiences can vary widely. Here are some key considerations. 1. Diversity of experiences. Both transgender individuals and those with autism exist across diverse spectrums. There is no singular or universal experience within either group, and 151 individuals may identify with various aspects of their gender identity, neurodivergence, or both. 2. Overlap of identities. Some individuals may identify both as transgender and as neurodivergent, experiencing an overlap of identities. This intersectionality can influence how individuals navigate their understanding of self, relationships, and society. 3. Social and